Futures back in positive territory here this morning as we kick off the month of June, coming off another choppy, hey, let's call it what it is, flat month of May. We had both the Dow and S&P back in positive territory ever so slightly for the month of May. NASDAQ, however, did underperform slightly, ending the month down about 2%, but in the right direction overall. Bit of a negative showing yesterday if you happen to miss it. All three markets back to the downside, about 200 points for the Dow, 0.6, 0.5 for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 when all was said and done for Tuesday's session. Individually this morning, Salesforce on watch. Nice move here in the pre-market for CRN. Was up about 8%. We'll talk about their earnings report coming up here. Forecast pretty good as well for CRM. And it's June 1st. That means, yeah, the Fed is going to start reducing its balance sheet as of today. Shouldn't affect the market too much overall to begin with. We'll talk about how that could look going forward, though. Heading into the summer months here. Brand new month, June 1st. It's Wednesday. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Some positive numbers to pass along this morning. The NASDAQ about 0.5% right now, 0.45 for both the Dow and the S&P. In positive territory, though, so we'll take it. Everything else looking good to start. Crude oil, yeah, another 0.85 to the upside off a big move yesterday for crude. Bitcoin and Ethereum, some more negativity coming back to crypto markets, ever so slightly to the downside, though, just 0.5%. It's Wednesday, but it's the first day of the month, so it feels a little bit different to kick off the month. Good morning, guys. It is the first day, as I mentioned. The Fed is going to start reducing its balance sheet. Once again, shouldn't affect things, as I said, to start off with, but going forward, something to keep in mind coming off COVID.
Yes, it's time to wake up, wake up, wake up, and get up, get up, get up. That's my way of...
It's the first of the month.
There you go. I can't say, I haven't had like my third coffee yet, so I can't really sing it. But we love some Bone Thugs. The runoff that the Fed is doing, it's going to be a bit of a topic, obviously, because it takes some liquidity out of the market. And, you know, obviously, it's not the kind of thing that gets done very often. You know, usually balance sheets go up in this world, and they don't tend to come down very often. But the reality is it can weigh on the back half of this year, to be sure. Today, we're going to be, you know, talking about the names that are moving, I think, overall. Again, it comes down to you had a pretty good report by Salesforce, a really good guide by them, so we'll definitely be trading that. And a certain meme stock is going to be reporting aftermarket tonight, I believe, last I checked. So GameStop will be a little bit on tap. And there's a few small caps out there as well. Back into the chip space, of course. And then we got, first of the month, also means, hey, you get your check, but you also get some Chinese EV delivery numbers as well.
We get our checks? Yes.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
This week, though.
Yeah, this week at some point. Okay, guys, so yeah, look. Oh, we talked about this yesterday, Juneteenth. I actually looked it up. It's the 20th. It's the Monday.
So
we are observed.
I thought they observed the... Okay.
So we get a holiday this month, Fahad.
Like, we observe it too?
Yeah, June 20th. Oh, in Canada? No, I don't think so.
Oh.
No. But in the States, I mean, we take U.S. holidays. So I just want to give... We talked about that yesterday. I thought because it was the 19th, that was Sunday. Me and you talked about it. I thought that it was going to be on the Friday. But apparently it's June 20th. And I was looking it up last night and it said observed. So I don't like... Look, holidays, whatever, I like to take them. The only reason I'm liking this one, obviously, is because it's the summertime. You know, so that's needless to say what it stands for. Obviously, that's another reason why we support it. But just the fact that it's a summertime holiday. You know, we always kid around here that we don't want to take days off. But we'll take a summer.
When the weather's nice, I'm telling you, man, like you get a day off in the middle of
golf. Got to book around.
Well, I think some of the boys are playing golf because I saw some up on the bridge.
I don't think Greg is here today. I don't think is he.
Well, it was. Did we mention it was Greg's birthday yesterday?
You didn't until it was. Yeah,
it was Greg's birthday yesterday. So I'm gonna guess he might be remoting in to manage the floor today. But I think some of the boys are. What? Oh, he is here.
Greg is in the building.
Never mind, he's here. But I think they're going golfing today.
You can't hold a good man down.
I hope they dodge the rain because it's supposed to rain today.
We've been dodging it pretty good. It was supposed to rain all day, and we woke up. My wife is actually quite pissed because she's trying to grow. We have a few patches that need some seeds for the grass.
Yeah.
So we've been growing that out, and she was like, oh, should I water? And I said, well, if you water, then you're going to be like that crazy lady that everyone's saying, why is she watering? Because it's supposed to be like torrential downpours. And then we wake up this morning and there's been zero rain, and then I get in you know what for that, and now I just hope and pray that it rains like cats and dogs out there, so our water can, our property there, our grass can get out.
I have the same issue with my wife. If it rains in the forecast, don't put on the sprinkler, please. Like, what are we doing here? We're not those people. But I get it. When you put down usage, someone
wants to know why Sharif in the back still has a job here, because he never wears a shirt. But
it's freezing in here, by the way.
Yeah, the point is, this is a trading floor. We want people to be as relaxed as possible, because when you're feeling good, you're trading good. Here, pound it out.
I run hot.
He has to be
and
cold.
he runs hot. So there you go. So that's Sharif in there. And look, if you have any problems with that, you just come and tell him that to his face, and then we'll see how that goes.
Maybe Arun
just playing around. Super nice guy, just like Arun. Yeah, exactly. But okay, Brendan's apparently over there somewhere. So let's throw it back to Brendan. That was a good little couple-minute talk there. I think that was fun, Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, I think, around 11 o'clock, Sean, just to maybe let Marissa know. It's supposed to be crazy thunderstorms around 11 o'clock. So. Still a chance, definitely. Let's get into a few things you need to know here heading towards the open this morning. Travel stocks have been pretty strong over the past couple of days on a bounce back following the whole monkeypox, whatever it was, ordeal, if you want to call it that. Delta higher here this morning. They increased their June quarter outlook for bookings. More positivity surrounding. There we go. More positivity surrounding some of the airlines heading into the summer months. Yeah, you saw Meta there finally making it official. Remember when Facebook announced they were changing their name to Meta? They also said they were going to change their ticker to META, but then ended up delaying it. I think it was supposed to be February of this year when they were originally going to do it. So they've now made it official. It's going to be June 9th. So they will retire FB as of June 9th. It'll be META.
Two things. One, don't knock the pox, because TNXP is exploding. But the second thing is, in the NFL, if a player comes into a new team and they want to have a jersey number, they give something up. Like usually, a new player pays something.
Yeah.
So that Meta ETF.
Yeah.
Right. Like they just gave up the ticker in January with like pretty much no fanfare, and Facebook went from doing, because they were going to do MTVR or something different.
Yeah, right.
And then now, the ETF gives it up, and then all of a sudden they get to actually use Meta. And I'm just kind of curious, did they have to do anything? No, like they should have had to pay a couple mil or something under. Like I don't know, it's just kind of weird that worked out that way. Like if I had that ETF, I'm saying, hey, you got my back.
Do we know that there was nothing paid? I mean, there probably was.
You know what? I don't know if anything was paid. The one article I read sort of didn't say that something was paid. But come on, man, Zuck's got the bucks. You'd figure you'd do that.
How does that even work? I don't know.
I'm not sure how it would work, but I mean, really, like they had it for a while, like the Meta ETF, and we were talking about it when Facebook decided that they wanted to make this change. And obviously, I think their METV now the ETF is still out there. I don't think it's going to be a huge material change for Facebook, Meta, whatever.
I don't think anything.
We'll call it Facebook for a while, but I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. Maybe there's some excitement when the day comes. I mean, realistically, I think we'll be more concerned about like the technicals and the day that it had yesterday. Relatively strong, I want to say, and it should be back on our radar. I just don't know that we'll watch what happens on June 9th. I don't think it's a gigantic deal, but the metaverse is still something which is way out there. In terms of when it'll actually pay off for them. But hey, they're betting heavily on it. So is NVIDIA. It's just another step, I guess, in that right direction.
2,500 people watching. Hit the like button. I think we've had a pretty good start to the show here. Yeah, look, I mean, there's definitely some money being paid across the board, 100% for that one.
Oh, they did?
No, I'm guessing. I mean, you don't just give up that ticker. I agree with you. I don't think there's anything happening there with that one. But yesterday, Meta's actually on the sticky note today. So if you guys want to have a chance to look at that, I think it held out pretty decent yesterday. We did make a few trades in on this name yesterday. And the levels that I want to talk about here was where this was my number one ticker yesterday. I made the most money off this easily. And it was defending this 192, 193 area off the open. So this is actually, if I look at this, it's almost exactly like it was yesterday, where we weren't doing too much in the pre-market, just kind of dancing with the futures here, made a move up, and then we opened around 195. That's pretty much where we're going to open right now. And we dipped down into this 192, 193 area. So for me, and then you see what happened all the rest of the day there yesterday, held these levels, right? We didn't get that low, but it held 94s, it held 95s pretty well before a dump at the end of the day. We saw that, and that was off the MSCI rebalancing. I was long here, and then remember I got out, and then it was like, what? And it completely fell off a cliff from 196 down to 193. That's a complete BS move. If you ever see something like that come through at the end of the day because of a rebalance, it's also going to be there on Microsoft, and there's a few other names that hit that where they had a sell imbalance. You know, you just got $3 free because that fell down here to 193. And I know the market's up today, but you're seeing where it's going. It's right back to where it was before that imbalance. So like that's something to look out for next time we see, you know, a drastic move one way because of, you know, a material event that has nothing to do with the individual stock. So that comes all the way down there. Now you're seeing it sort of float back higher. So for me, I like Meta today into that same range, man. 193, 192 there. We also put the sticky note up on, I don't know if it's up on Instagram too, but it'll be there soon. But you know, here it is right here. Same sort of talk that we had yesterday. We found some levels yesterday, should be strong to start this month. So let's see if Facebook can get going here. The NASDAQ is up. I believe Facebook, it's 195. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 200, but we could also dip down early. So for me, I like Meta. It's already up. Look at it. It's already doubling the market right now. It's up 0.8 versus that 0.4. Now, again, a lot of that has to do with that dump down. Makes it look like it's up a little bit more than it should be. But at the same time, I like Meta here. And I think for a big cap tech, I didn't write Apple down here, but that's another one. You know, Meta would be my choice here today, Brendan.
Mention Apple, guys, because not necessarily following the market, as you said, with Facebook or Meta, they're doing just that. Another area of the market showing a lot of strength in the pre-market here, coming off of what happened yesterday, these Chinese ADRs. There's no real significant news other than this whole COVID angle. Once again, if you missed it yesterday, Shanghai comes out and says no new COVID cases again. Everything going to get back to normal ASAP as far as lockdowns over there. I just saw this Billy, Bili, a Chinese name, up the most right now, 3.2%. Alibaba, JD, both basically flat, but all of these gapped up yesterday and have kind of held these levels from yesterday and are showing decent strength here once again.
Yeah, to be sure. And I know Billy Bili does have that maybe, I guess, better move on the gap up. I think Bob is still the one that we want to look at. I had that 100 level sort of, and I'll just throw the 15-minute up. That 100 level sort of pegged. It never really came in on yesterday's trade action. There was that one spike to try to get us there, and then there was a bit of a fade off. But if you can see, you know, you'll have this 95 top from last week, a bit of a double top, and that's turned into your support level for Alibaba. So, you know, no diddling in the middle here. If you hold a 95, there's your opportunity for a long. You break that, and obviously there's at least $5 worth of downside there. And then your top is that 100. So inside of the channel, do I want to be paying in either direction, 97s, 98s? Probably not, but if we get close to that 100 level, I think you can fade off of that until it breaks. The 95, I think it's support until it's broken. And we'll see if we can't have a quick look at that one this morning. I do, on the first of the month, usually it's the Chinese EV names that are going to be more heavily traded. That's your XPengs and your Neos. So there's a decent chance that, you know, that at 9:30 my attention will be on those two. But Bob at 95, if we're still holding that off the opening range, then I do like the dip buy there. But it's the EV's day today.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff happening in EV land. We had Rivian yesterday. I will talk about that quickly. I just want to show people Apple because I just realized this yesterday as well. You know, this 150.50 up here, and I just tweeted it out. You know, we were long, sold into this, I guess in and out there. But anyways, this 150.50 held pretty good yesterday. So we're going to see if that can happen again here today. Remember we took the 150 and then we averaged it all the way down and we got out at the very bottom of 147. So we'll see if that happens again. Then we got back in, so it was fine, but still too big of a hit there. But this 150.50 that we held yesterday afternoon, that was another name, another area that I want to look at. So I just tweeted that out there. I believe we go short in front of that until it breaks. But, you know, we'll see how it trades off the morning. Rivian yesterday had some management changes. and it seemed like they got, I think one of their guys, they got somebody from Tesla, I believe yesterday. We can double check what that story was. It was on our watch list, I believe, yesterday as well. But there's a big move off the open one more time, up to 32. It's a little chaotic when you get these moves off the open, but look what happened. It just got faded pretty hard down there. That's $2 plus straight to the downside right off the open. And then it kind of leveled out the rest of the day here for Rivian and became pretty calm. But you still have this top. It just depends what we think about the market. I think the market actually goes up today, but just because that happens doesn't mean that Rivian takes out some of these levels. Like this 32.50 here, it's just with inflation still being where it is, with us still wanting to invest in companies that make money, you know, Rivian's going to be a problem for a while. I still feel like there's more downgrades coming for some of these EV names. They're not in the woods. They're not clear yet out of the woods from a lot of their issues involving production. You know, they have that plant that's going to be opened up there in Georgia. I wonder if Lucid is getting a little better with, you know, the Saudis there and some of, you know, their organizations selling over in UAE, some of their cars and guaranteed sales and whatnot. Rivian's had Ford dumping some of their shares. Amazon as well is in the mix now. So, you know, I wonder about this 32.50 here on Rivian. It could be an interesting level to look short if you don't think that this market's going to go very far today. Look at this move here. It's a drastic move off the open. With some, I mean, you can't. Hold on a second. Let me show you the volume. The volume is not even huge, but it was pretty decent in the first half hour, and then it really faded the rest of the afternoon. So hopefully Rivian can get going a little bit here today. I still like to short around that 32.50 mark.
As we've been saying, we're getting to the end once again of earnings reporting season. There are a few notable names, at least, that did report and are doing some volume here in the pre-market. Here's one of them, Victoria's Secret, VSCO, up 10% initially after a better than expected report and forecast for them. Now 10.5% to the upside. Very light volume, however, for VSCO. Another notable name here, HPQ reported. Basically dead flat after their report, guys. Wanted to mention, though, some of these, you know, kind of smaller names that don't do a lot of volume on the actual report tend to give you opportunities once the market does get open. So a couple anyways to kind of throw in your back pocket for later on today.
It's true. However, the one thing that they usually have in common when they give you those opportunities is they have moved or gapped, right? So, you know, that's one in the, that puts VSCO, that puts Victoria's Secret in the radar. I don't know if that puts HPQ in my radar, but to be sure, good report, up 10%. You always want to see that. Not the most volatile stock since the spin. However, we always like to see things that are trying to make breakouts. Bottom of the channel here, you can see it 38 to 45.5 or so, and it's trying to trade above that. Has it done any volume above that price in the pre-market? No, not really, but you have a chance to open above that 45, in between 45, 46. Like if you can hold that, then you're essentially trying to break back out. The question is, you know, do you have any more upside to get the next leg at 50? Is the market going to want to help us out with something along those lines? And it's been, when it comes to any apparel or retail name, there's been no middle ground. Either it's a lot of strength or it's a lot of weakness on these earnings reports. So, you know, I feel like you want to go with the grain until proven otherwise. I would just need to see some actual volume come in above that 45 price. Let's see buyers at the open before jumping into something like this. But if there's buyers at the open above this resistance, then you can start digging in and saying, okay, it's 10%, but they're willing to buy a little bit more of it, and then you can start thinking about it. Otherwise, you know, trade things that are making moves, that are doing volume. I actually got into Mullen, by the way, and I know Mullen was a great long yesterday. It got to about a $1.50, $1.55, $1.56 level. Oh, I've done that thing again, where it's I don't know why there's an NZ, because I don't really trade New Zealand, but it's one of our markets. Anyways, it got to about...
Wouldn't it be awesome if we put like a ticket in to say that, like, if you didn't actually have entitlements for a certain exchange, that would never happen? I think I'm going to put that in.
You're going to put that ticket in?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I put that ticket in like several times. And again, we trade like a million different markets here at Daytrade the World. So in our system, there are like duplicate symbols here and there, and that's me. Like I hit enter too fast, pretty much 99% of the time. This got to like a $1.55, $1.56 yesterday, and then had a hard top, which now it's going to load. I had a hard top on it. I did short that top back in 135. I didn't get the long in the afternoon show at that price. If I'm long today, it's either got to be holding a bit above 160 or it's got to be holding a bit at that same afternoon dip 135 price. Happened to be VWAP on the 3-minute as well. But if you're going to give me a double top and now kind of a triple top, I'm just going to short into it. I have 50s, so really you're risking 5 or 6 cents on that break. I think there's room down to that 135 if it does want to slide back in. Just remember, day two, it's usually pretty binary. If you don't take out the high at the open, you're going to retrace at least until the most obvious support, which is 135 to me.
All right. There's a lot of talk on here about Miss V. Yeah, her work permit expired, right? I mean, there's nothing else we could do about it. She chose a path, and now we are marketing at tradertv.live. We do want to have a host beside Brendan, so if you are interested in that, marketing at tradertv.live. So you can actually hit, let me try this again. If I go I guess it's ! apply, I think is the right thing that Prad set up here. So I just did it in the chat there. If that doesn't work, we'll get that for you. But there it is. Yeah, so it's on our chat right now. You can go get that as well. So thank you for that, Bears versus Bulls and everybody for that one. I did want to talk about, you mentioned HBQ coming out with a report. Remember when HBQ got real spicy here one of these days? It was right here. I guess it was April the 7th would be my guess, because there's the upside move where we found out that Berkshire was interested in HBQ as an investment, and actually not interested is in this name. But you can see since then it's done absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, I'd say that when we just went right back down to that range down here at 34, and wow, okay, that's a nice bump up here for HBQ over the last couple of days. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because, you look at this daily chart and it's like, okay, there's actually not that much happening, but it just went top to bottom a couple times. Top, bottom, top, back down, back up, back down and around. And so now you're at 39 bucks. So let's see what we're doing right here today. And if you look at the earnings report, it's exactly like the daily chart looks, where you make a move up and then you make a move down, and now you just settle yourself down in the middle. So I don't think there's any breaking spots for this. I was hoping that HBQ today would have, missed or beat an extreme amount, but you come in here and it's just as per usual. So a typical Warren Buffett type of Berkshire move here, where you get the dividend plus you get a little bit of growth and not too much risk here in HBQ. So again, without going over the numbers, they look like it's a flat day for them today. So I'm going to expect that they came in right in line there, as Brendan was mentioning. And if we could take out this 40, which is not going to happen today, that would be the trade. You're looking for HBQ to break out of this range. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, but keep this name on your radar, because if we come in tomorrow or even today and you get like a 40-50 open, well, that would have to be tomorrow, but you open above this $40 level, or we break it and hold above it, I really like HBQ here for a long, because hey, good, we know that there's people involved in this name. It's a good one. It's solid. This PC business appears to be back. You want to look at an Intel or something like that have chips in PCs rather than, the Internet of Things, like some of those other names like AMD or NVIDIA. So I like HBQ here. We also know that Dell had a big report last week or so. So, the computers seem to be pretty solid, and HBQ for the win, I guess.
I think it was Thursday, if I'm correct. But yeah, no, good point. Dell was a big mover. All of the computer makers moved that day. A quick note on SPACs, guys. I read last night an interesting number. Every publicly listed share of a SPAC that came public in 2021 is down on average 62% since it came public. Not related at all, but yeah, exactly. OPA.NY is a SPAC, not doing anything, but I didn't even know this happened, but apparently Forbes was going to come public in a SPAC deal, but they said, yeah, pass on $630 million for Forbes. But I thought that was a pretty enlightening number, guys, if you are into SPACs.
2%. You know what's interesting is, given how far the market is down, you wouldn't have shocked me if you'd said something a little bit closer to 80. The only OPA I know is the Outer Planetary Alliance, and nobody knows what that is but me, because I watched The Expanse, one of the greatest shows on Amazon, and it's actually a pretty good one. But back to monkeypox, because monkey. Back to 350. This stock is continuing to go. It is on the watch list, like this one here, but it bounced off 3. I was talking about this in the chat several times here, some aftermarket support, and it's just stair-stepping to the upside. I was saying it had to make a run at the high, the pre-market high, if it was going to really go today, and there's nothing to see on the daily chart. So I'm thinking $4 at this point. 350, if it can hold above there, 375 with the next out, and then $4 before I start thinking about that short opportunity. But TNXP, relatively small float. I think it's under 20 million shares, like 18 or 19 million share float. So you know it's a chance that it could put off one of those halts. A lot of interesting names, and one that we... Yeah, I mean, well, you know, we're going to look at the upgrades and downgrades board. A couple we've already talked about, but one that we haven't in a while, and it's on the bad side of the board.
Pinterest? I don't know. Pins is over there. I feel like we talked about that fairly recent. There's Salesforce, guys. Yeah, to the upside today. It's worth noting again on a report, there's multiple, 4, 5, 6 positive notes on CRM today. Up still in the pre-market here. Amgen on this side of the board today. Procter & Gamble, ChargePoint also reported. CHPT aftermarket yesterday. Chewy's on here. Maybe Chewy, guys? And Pinterest.
Well, every now and then Pinterest does come up. I feel like it's, like I talk about Procter every now and then, but it's Chewy that I haven't really looked at in quite some time. I'm not saying it's doing a heck of a lot of anything. Like most other stocks, it's essentially barcoding off the bottom. But you want to pay close attention to when the market has had this kind of a bounce, 10% off the bottoms on the S&P. So therefore, names that are beaten up have gone, a lot of them have gone a heck of a lot further than that. And when you have a very modest bounce, we're noting this with Uber yesterday, when your bounce stinks relative to the rest of the market off the lows, then it's not necessarily a good sign, and that's what we're seeing with Chewy here. Like, it's a lot closer to its recent bottom than it is to breaking out of this channel at 29. And you know, I'm going to trade Uber because it does really good volume, but that's sort of a similar thing. Like when you see something like that, that would have been a fade. The same way Uber was a fade yesterday on any kind of strength, Chewy got right into that 28 level and just sort of fell off there. So you know, that's one to watch for, I guess, relative weakness. I don't know if the downgrade matters too much. Piper, I guess, felt like they needed something to do this morning. But I just look for the relative strength and weakness. It's been a decent rally off the bottom here. You get some good ones in these bear markets, and you want to make sure, if I'm playing strength, make sure it's in something that is actually bouncing. And something that has failed to bounce, you want to be on the other side of the bias.
Yeah, well, Uber wasn't on there. You're just bringing it up.
No, I just bring it up because it stunk yesterday.
Yeah, I want to trade it if it's downgraded. But yeah, Procter & Gamble, again, you know, we talked about inflation and cost of goods and all that kind of stuff happening. So I didn't read the note on why it was downgraded. But, you know, again, this name, it's a 2.5% dividend. It's decent. I like to see a little bit higher on that yield than that. But obviously it's come back in, so the yield's gotten better a little bit on that name. But 166 top, that's, you know, been a problem for a while. We're well away from that right now, but you know, 0.28. Obviously today it's not going to be too much of a trade. There's only 1,000 shares traded right now, but you know, if you're looking to pick something up, I mean, Procter & Gamble down here in this 140 area, if it does dip down a bit, another solid name to get away from some of the big cap tech names, like, you know, in your portfolio. I don't own any Procter, but this is a great name to be diversified with. You know, just going to give you that little exposure to consumer goods and things like that. So durables. I mean, it's a good name, solid dividend. Obviously, they're not going anywhere. So if you want a name that's solid, that's getting downgraded today, where you could get some, you know, a little bit of value in a day like today. Maybe you wait today, tomorrow, if the market does fade out. I think Procter & Gamble should be bought around, you know, this 140 area. You know, I like Nike as well. I like Lulu. There's a bunch of names here in the consumer spending area that I think are well beat down. And on a turnaround with inflation getting under control and possibly supply chains as well, these names are just going to get better and better. So I think Procter & Gamble, I'm not sure why it was downgraded, but I feel like on a daily chart, it looks pretty sweet to me. So I'd be a buyer down here at that $140.
I quickly wanted to mention Amazon here. I saw a couple of people pre-market talking about Amazon. Big day yesterday, back to 24.50, we'll call it 24.40. Up again here in the pre-market, guys. June 3rd, the split date. So as of the open June 3rd, it will start trading split adjusted. So make sure you're here Friday morning. That should be exciting.
Yeah, it'll be fun to trade it. You know what's hilarious is like Arun's off, but he would never trade any of these because it's too expensive in the price, and it's going to be a heck of a lot cheaper to trade, at least for a day trader. Obviously, nothing fundamentally is going to change, and I think everybody understands that. But you get more interest in the name when you get that split, and this is the name that has had a a good bounce off the bottom, right? Like we talk about 10% off the lows on the S&P, and you're essentially just above that 20% mark, just a little bit above that 20% mark on Amazon, maybe actually just at that 20% mark, getting right back into the 2,500 range. But wow, when you put things into perspective, to get back to its highs, it's another 50% from here. So Amazon's gotten really beaten up. You put those into perspective, these bounces. You get great bounces in a bear market, and 20% in a matter of a week and a half sounds great. But then you remember how far this would have to go to actually get back to all-time highs. I think it's got that overhead resistance just above that 2,500. That could be a difficult level to chew through until you get the actual split coming through, and that'll be one to watch. We've seen sell the news events before. And it's set up that if it doesn't break that 2,500, that's going to be a tradable level, I think, almost regardless of what day it happens. I think I actually traded the 25 on the way down, and it's probably the only time I've traded Amazon in the last couple of years. On the way back up, I think I'm likely to have a look at it. And we could get there. We could see that today, actually.
I like Amazon. I mean, I think it's going to be a great day trade once we get it. So, it's hard to trade a stock that's $2,300 or whatever it's going to be. And so it'd be nice to get it split up. And the same thing with Google, right? I mean, it's just for us here, and I see some people talking in the chat like, they can only do 3 trades a week. We will trade multiple trades in a day, obviously, here. So some of these names and some of these ideas that we're giving are meant to be scalped and back and forth and in and out and things like that. But I did see someone there. Who was it? I want to give a shout out to you because you know that I like Win. There it is. What's up, Alex? Thank you for all the love there in the chat as well and bringing up Win. Look, Win is down. It's $7.5 billion. Like the reason why, as a market cap, the reason why I like this company is because right around in here at the beginning of, I think it must have been, I want to say it's before the year, so I'll have to find when I first started buying it. But I was really liking this $80 level, and it was holding, and it was pretty good. It was bouncing up to 100, so on and so forth. Obviously, it's broken back down lower here, as you've seen some of the crews. Look, with monkeypox, although I think that's a nothing burger. But and then COVID starting to creep back a little bit. I feel like we're getting through that now. Hopefully, I mean, knock on wood, obviously. Probably shouldn't have said that. But, hopefully that we're getting through all this kind of talk. And then also airlines right now are going through the roof. I mean, some of those, I just heard something that's 87% bookings right now. Demand higher than it's ever been, even pre-COVID. Demand right now on these airlines and travel. And people are going to go out. That's why I feel like Disney needs to be bought as well, probably at these levels, $100. Although now I think Disney's like 110, 111. But that was a great dip buy opportunity there as well. And I feel like Win is still in that dip buy opportunity. We're just right now, and thank you, Alex, for bringing this up. There's a lot of names that I'm looking at that are like just trying to get above some of this crap that I call it here, that's sort of been forming out here. If you get away from these whoosh down bottoms, we had 3% down days in the month of May and still finished positive, right? So, a lot of these whoosh downs here all probably need to get bought, but we were scared because we didn't know if the bottom was in. I just feel like Win, the report that I read, long story short, was that and it probably obviously was on a buy side, but that they're valued their properties in Macau, which first of all, Macau needs to get going as well. Once that gets going there in China, and they're feeling better about their whole zero COVID policy and things like that, their value alone of their Vegas property, I thought, was near $8 billion. So just the fact that they have this huge monster hotel, it's the cream of the crop as far as when you stay in Vegas. So I feel like Win, best of breed, probably should be bought around here, whether or not they're best of breed. I mean, there's MGM, there's Caesars, there's a lot of different entertainment companies that are also really nice. And maybe they've stepped up a little bit and messed up on their online gambling. But, $67, I feel like Win down here is a good buy, especially if you can hold out, maybe down to 60 again. Not too much downside when I feel like there's an upside move coming around $80, $85 coming for Win. So I really like this name. I think you can buy it, and I am a shareholder, so we say that, but I haven't been buying anything on the dip, and I feel like this is a good one to get into.
Yeah, very strong yesterday with LVS on that as well. Just seeing GM not really doing anything here, but looks like Buick not surprising, Buick going to commit to be all electric by the end of the decade. for GM, but shares not really doing anything. Let's get into the overall market here. We'll have a look at the futures, brought to you by the small exchange once again. If you're interested, guys, in getting into futures trading, they're making it so easy to do so with very small, easy to understand contracts, no PDT rule, and less capital required. Use the QR code on the screen. Check out the smallexchange.com. Playing the role of Arun once again today. Neil's going to have a look at the market.
Thank you very much there, Brendan. And just going to talk, look, we're up today, very barely, obviously, just about 1/3% to the upside on the ES. I want to talk about the support levels first. And I had this discussion a couple times, and I mentioned this yesterday, that you had this first minor support level, which was resistance before. And we mentioned this 41.15 here on the ES. We bounced off that in yesterday's dip. That was a pretty key price level. It was big resistance previously. It was all about that close in the the sixth, where you had that gap down when we failed that level. So that's your first level of support, and it's pretty shallow. Like, we're pretty close to it as we speak. If we get a major dip, you're looking all the way back to 40.25. 4,025 here, just drew this line. And the key thing about this price is what's happened every time we've run away from it. And it's just been, when it broke down away from that price to the downside, you then put in resistance below it. When you got to the upside, the one time, it had a pretty solid dip down in, then held about 5 points in front of it. Then you had on Friday a dip that held about 10 points in front of that. So the buyers have come in front of that 40.25 every time we've gotten back above it. So that's where your deeper support is. And as far as resistance comes, you actually have, Arun's got major resistance at 42.10. It's the same principle to that 40.25 level. It's a simple matter of when it's gotten through, it's run away. When it's gotten below, it's run to the other direction. And obviously, if we were to somehow get past that level, you can see to the upside just above that 4,300. That's your, if all things are roses today, your overhead 43.15. We'd love to see that one come into play. But really, I think it's more about the channel that we're sitting in right now. You got your 41.15 where we held yesterday, and then you've got this 42 overhead. I think we'll be happy to see that one break. But if we can't hold this, you've got at least 80 to 90 points of downside. So keep that in mind when you're looking at some of these equity names. We did catch a lot of those bounces in the early morning, coincided with the ES holding that 41.15 level. So if that were to break and you're trying to buy in front of support, well, make sure the futures are holding that support as well. Otherwise, you could get dragged down with it.
Yeah, a bit of a magnet in this area, it would appear, for the S&P once again this morning. Let's get into what else you need to know in the pre-market here as we head towards the open this morning. The watch list, guys, ready out there for you. Make sure you grab that every single day, absolutely free. We'll have that link in the chat. Let's get right into things. Lots to get through. Salesforce, yeah, nice report right across the board. Forecasts look pretty good as well, up significantly here for CRM. What do we do with this today?
All right, CRM, yeah, I was just responding. Thank you for all the kind words there on the chat as well. Like, we don't sell any, we don't have any classes or anything like that we teach other than what we do on here. So, and that was to Twitter. I was just responding to somebody on Twitter there about that. So thank you for the kind words on that one. We would love to do something like that. And maybe that's something that we'll do in the future. But look, Salesforce is already gone, man. I mean, it really sucks because this was going to be a big one. I was hoping for a big trade today on this, and it was basically just anything back down into 170. I really wanted to hit that long. Salesforce comes out with a killer report. Not just that. I mean, I guess it's a killer report because they're up 11%. I mean, they've been beat down a lot as well. But they had their revenue forecasts for the year 31.7 billion to 31.8 billion when they earlier forecasted 32. So that's actually lower. So that's the only thing that wasn't great on this report. Net income also fell 28 million. But other than that, man, they raised its full year profit forecast. So to me, you don't hear too many names that are coming out and doing that, especially in the tech side of things. So it's nice that they actually guided and gave a raise. Some companies are choosing not to even come out with that. So they must be pretty confident. I like Mark Benioff here as a CEO, although I believe he's on the board maybe now and not CEO anymore. But Great move to the upside, great leadership. I like Salesforce here. They've been one of those names that have been beat down. Obviously, software as a service hasn't been great. We talked about fintech getting hit. So to talk about this name from 310 in the summer or the fall, I guess, all the way down to 150 is a chop, right? That's 50% gone right now, but wow. Why am I even saying all this nice stuff about this stock when I'm not long? And here we go. It is really starting to take off now, up to 177.50. But regardless about what's happening here, if you look at a daily chart, here's that 170. It's doing what I said Win was about to do, right? And it's just doing it right now. Win's already reported, so that's over. But this is that garbage that happened in May. We've talked about that. It'd be nice to get above this level, 185. That's still to come. But it just took all these levels. There's your 170 right here. Nothing bad about it. You've already seen it on the upgrade list when we did upgrades and downgrades today. Many positive analyst moves coming through. I like Salesforce here. Nice to get a forecast that's a beat. Look, it's a beautiful move upside. We could fade back down in. If we do, I'm going to be sitting here with open arms, but not until we made this mistake yesterday with Apple, and anything can happen on earnings. I'm going to go over the imbalance locator in 1 second, but that dipped down to 173. Maybe that's where we try it, but ultimately, I want to make sure that I have enough sort of left in the chamber here to really try to defend this 170. I liked it on the daily. That's it right there. We've broken above. We had some problems earlier. Then we dipped down to 150. Now we get, 7 or 8 days in a row. Beautiful moves back up. We've seen that in a lot of tech names. I like Salesforce here today. I think it needs to be bought. I'm just uncertain of these levels. I feel like this 11%, it's just a nice move. When I wrote this sticky note, we're at 173, so it's $4 straight to the upside, and there it is right there. Very light, man. 39,000 has been paired off. There's only 115,000, so that's a 150. You add that together, it's not that much. So I don't know. I feel like we could dip down here off the open. If we do, I'm a buyer, and I guess I got to start it at 173.
It's interesting that it's basically halfway, after breaking out of this channel that it's been in. And this was one of the weaker names in terms of not really getting much of a bounce off those lows compared to the overall market, but that probably had to do with the fact they hadn't reported. Now that you've broken through that channel, that becomes your support. You're halfway to that 185 level. The 50 period does stand in the way at 183.60. So I think it can get faded up there if it slows down at that time. The interesting note about the earnings, they're the first company I can think of, or maybe a few others did, but I didn't remember hearing anybody say anything along the lines of complaining or at least talking about the strength of the US dollar hurting them. And I know they have a lot of international sales, but they're not alone. So it was interesting to actually hear that note because that felt to me like it was a little bit of a bit of an excuse. I didn't hear other companies putting in there. That's a nitpick. It's still an expensive company on a PE basis, but I think now the numbers are starting to catch up for them on a forward basis. And I think that's what's appealing about Salesforce for a lot of people. I'm not trading it in the middle. It's exactly in the middle. It's going to have to be buy in front of 170, which we said we wanted it breaking this level to be able to play in front of it last night, and it's broken, so we're going to wait to play in front of it. But the only way you'll see me short is if we're actually testing that 50 period, and I like that short up there.
Market back to highs here. I just saw Tesla trying to go green as well. On a little bit of volume for Tesla, not doing much. Goldman Sachs with a price target cut this morning on Tesla, guys, back to 1,000. They didn't actually attach any reason for that, though, so it was kind of strange. Speaking of electric vehicles, let's talk NIO, let's talk XPEV, both with, decent numbers. NIO lagging a little bit once again here for the month of May.
It is worth mentioning, they're based on where they're situated relative to Li Auto and XPeng, that the NIO was expected to be more affected by the lockdown. So that's why their number is not as good. But they had been falling behind in terms of delivery numbers for the last year or so from XPeng and Li Auto. It's still the 18 level. That's your 50 period. You made another top there, yesterday's action. So until NIO breaks this level here, you're either really coming back into dip buys, let's say like a 17 even, but it's resistance until it's not. And yesterday proved that point pretty well. It's been there the entire time. If it chews through, there's a lot of upside in the move if NIO can get through that 18 even. But that's the level I'm looking at. If it pop and fades off this until it's broken, I think you're shorting in front of it, tight to that level. It's got the catalyst today, obviously, with those deliveries. But your support, it went down to 16.75, but the bulk of your volume did come in at 17. As far as XPeng goes, every single time they've had the deliveries, it's just been a story of they usually sell the news, and then it catches a little bit of a bid. So I'm going right back to that. Its 50 period's pretty tight up here at that 25, so it has similar resistance at a pretty big level the last few weeks at that 25 level. And if it decides to sell off from here, run away from that price, 22.5 is just, I mean, it's symmetrical, it's halfway, 20 to 25, but also gives you that little look for a dip. And then, of course, you go to last week, and that would have been the overhead resistance. So you're turning last week's resistance into support on XPeng in an attempt to buy the dip. It's not close enough to that 25 for me to like that fade trade, whereas NEO, it's pretty tight to it right now. So, I mean, if I can get at the open a failure at 18s, that might give me a 1780 or a 1790 type of short trade. I think XPeng would have to make a pretty strong move to get there.
All right, I don't know if we'll have time to get to it, so let's just do Mullen right now. Yesterday, obviously, Mullen came out with great news about their battery, possibly 600 miles on that charge on the solid state, so that was pretty sweet. Obviously, people are going to like that. Degrading of the battery was an issue. I remember Brendan brought that story to us, which was pretty interesting on that one. We took it pretty early after it was brought to our attention by you guys, the chat. What's up to Playmaker and some of you other ones that were bringing this to us. So we got in right here at 118, and then it was a great trade, man. A lot of outs here at 125, and the majority of them in between 130 and 140, where we put 20% out at 144, which we were really lucky to get that print, but then it started to rock even higher. And look where we stopped yesterday, right? 155. So that's coming into play again here today. So, and then there's our last out at 146. So we did pretty good holding from 118 to 146 yesterday. So yeah, that was an alert on Mullen, and I think we could maybe get the same type of thing here again today, where this is what it looks like over 2 days. It's on the sticky note. I think, you know, what you're looking for here, I understand why Neil's short, obviously at 150, good short level. There's no doubt about that. We like playing even dollars and even pennies, so that's fine to go short. But at the same time, you know, you got to respect this 156 level. So I know Neil and I don't really, well, we don't at all. I try to do a good job of telling you, you know, when I'm in a bigger position or anything like that. But remember, like, you want to be able to hold the right amount of shares so you don't get stopped out or take a bigger hit than you're willing to. So if you're going to be short like Neil, and again, he's in his trade, so I can tell you that this is where his out's going to be. You know, your out has to be here. I'm going to wait to go long at that point here. Longs yesterday obviously worked. Shorts did work when we got here, so I wouldn't be surprised if this 155 fails. So I'm actually going to do it the other way around, right? Neil's going to be short right now. To me, that's a little risky, but you know, it makes sense. So what he's going to most likely do is get out there at 156. I'm going to take the long when we break through 155 and then use 150 as my stop. Or I can bring it all the way down here to 140. So, you know, depending on what your decision is going to be here on Mullen, that's the risk and reward, right? So you go short here hoping to make your 6 cents when that 6 cents is going to be your top risk. You have a lot of opportunity to make more than that on the downside. So I think the short is also going to be a good play for Mullen today, but I just don't want to go short against news, right? And so we'll see. Mullen's already been here, but there's that 160 level right there that we cracked through and then started heading lower. Ever since we broke that, we got some super chats all last week about Mullen being down here sub $1. So now you're starting to go back up. There's 160. You break 160, you have gap potential to 180 to $2. And then you're going to see, I mean, we would love, obviously, those of you that are long Mullen would love this name to start to travel back into the 240, 250 area. If you get to that level, then watch out for that 220. I mean, look, I don't know. If it happens today, it's going to be chaotic. So if you get above $2, which needs work to be done here today on Mullen, $2. But if it does get there, then you have a 220 area that's kind of, you know, lingering. So watch out for that. But definitely 155, we talked about that, and then 160 in as well. So a couple ideas there for Mullen.
What are the meme stocks? Once again, AMC, GME, both pretty active here in the pre-market, guys. GME aftermarket will get earnings, so A. B, AMC, big positivity yesterday off of the weekend Top Gun movie. CNMARK coming out this morning saying they've already got 1 million subscribers for their $10 a month monthly subscription plan. So from what I gather, you pay $10 a month, you can go to a movie a month and get a whole bunch of other discounts for concessions, things of that nature. But the point here, demand, pretty impressive, more than expected, in fact.
Oh, certainly. Today's the day that I think I'm going to be looking at GameStop. I think over AMC, and obviously the last few sessions, like that's been the name. And after the Top Gun, there was a move in yesterday's trade action. But pre-earnings here, there are some interesting levels forming on GameStop, and one in particular, you can kind of see where I'm probably going to go with this. This 120 level. This was the breakout price from last week. That morning break, and I think we talked about it in the afternoon. I did miss it, but that was the day we're still able to. You get 25s, you get 30s on the way up to that 150 level. But it all started with a 120 break, and you've had 2 days in a row with the same floor right here at 120. So this is pretty simple. I mean, if it holds 120 at the open, you're long in front of it. It breaks that. It's just simply a short on GameStop, and if it's going to be a trap in either direction, I know exactly the level that I think is going to be key for me. So it's only 120 that I'm looking at. If we go jailbreak, clearly 150 to the upside has been resistance. If you see that today, that's a pretty significant level or even close to it. But it is all about that 120 on GME.
Yeah, so Cinemark actually has the same thing here with Cineplex. It's it's $10 a month. You get one ticket, but and then you can buy unlimited tickets for $10.
That's cool.
And they never expire. So if you don't go this month, you can go next month. I've actually looked at that, but
that's not bad.
Because we still have kids, you can actually the $10 a month is actually more than an $8.50, or I think it's $8.50 for kids to go, and I think for adults it's like $12.50. So that's where the $10 is a pretty decent price there. And then the big savings is you get 20% off. Which is crazy. We went there not the other day, I think it was for that Bad Guys, that cartoon movie. I think it was it 2 drinks and a popcorn, and it's like medium sizes. It was like, honestly, $25, $7, $9, $29 or something like that. Anyways, the big savings is 20% off concessions. So right there, if you're going to go, you get like $4 or $5 off, that kind of a combo right away. All right, yesterday, AMC, we'll talk about that quickly here. Not a good stock. We were long, for me anyways, we were long early. That's the day before. We've been long AMC for a long time here, including these 12s. And anyways, you guys know all about that. But then yesterday, we just went back to the well and we lost it all there. Not all of it, but it was our worst stock yesterday. As we were lucky to get out some at 16 when it popped there off the open. But we started buying and then we bought all the way down eventually. It's a good thing that we didn't dump it at 14, so we don't really have any mistakes in here other than we had too many shares and weren't really able to get them out for too much of a winner. But now that I look at this, maybe it wasn't that bad yesterday. Buy all the way, and it's just some of these buys were bad, including getting out. So we were able to make a stand there at 14, and 14 held. So today you come in and 14 takes it down, right? So 14 does not hold this morning. But now it's holding again. So although we said there's a little bit of movement happening, you're up down 1.7% right now. I'm still looking at AMC as a dip buy into 13. That's what's written on the sticky note here. And we just said, let's see. It's been a good trend to the upside. You can check the 20-minute chart here. I don't need to tell you guys how good it's been since $10. We've been looking at this ever since $10 and been going long. We haven't gone short really at all on this name. And I'm just looking at this dip into 13 again. That didn't happen yesterday, and if it did, it was at close, so that wick has nothing to do with anything. I just like to see $13 come into play here. If it dips back down in, and again, look at 13 back here. You do have some interested levels. It does go down as low as $12.50. So any kind of a dip buy on AMC today, I think we're going to try it. And then if you give it to $12.80, something like that, or if you want to take a lot of shares, I'm going to be trying to buy this name around $13.20, $13.15 today, and then get out if it breaks 13. I don't want something like this to happen where levels just start to break. It was our trade of the day yesterday, and we explained the problem with it was as soon as we broke through 15, which was some key levels, we should have left it alone until it hit another key level. So that's what I want to do today. If it takes down 13, we'll be long there. If it takes it down, we'll get out, and then we'll wait for that $12.50. It's not worth averaging in. There's so much volume on AMC when it starts to go that if you're wrong, you're going to get absolutely destroyed, I feel like, on AMC. So, get in, get out, and then wait for that bump to happen or that move down. I like 13 on AMC, and I think that's a level worth testing.
All right, Sean, you touched on Mullen there already. Let's go down to Cassava Sciences after a huge move yesterday. This thing went from 28 to 37. Remember, this started at about 12:30 in the middle of the day. Huge short squeeze yesterday. We're actually holding higher here, back above 31. Remember, there was no real significant news surrounding this, it would appear yesterday anyways, other than a 30% short interest for SAVA.
Yeah, Cassava Sciences, I got out of the short way too early on this stock. It was one of those moves where it got up to this 35, 36. It was the only thing I was watching on the daily. Once you go super parabolic, which is pretty much what it was doing off that 28 break, I was just watching for this channel here, and you go back in the daily chart. It's a huge gap, 36.5, all the way up to about 42. Once it got in there, I shorted it twice. First time, it stopped out the high. The second time, with still a tight stop at that high of the day, it gave you that pullback. Now, all of a sudden, we're just sort of barcoding in here, and I'm looking back to afternoon resistance, which is about 32.5. That's where it looks like it's going to try to break. But we've seen these make double tops before. If it breaks out the high today, I'm just thinking the exact same levels for that short trade. Just if I got it, I would try to hold for a little better than the 33.5 that we got last time. On TNXP, I did say if it got to 4, I'm probably looking to short that 4 level, if not 5 if it gets there. 375 just came into play, got to 72. I got out on the way up. So for now, it is case closed. But congrats if you got this monkeypox name. They are on the watch list this morning, up 45% and small float. So do watch out. If it takes out the high, it is always a candidate to halt, which Sava is as well, and that's why you want to have it on the radar. But if Sava doesn't get above that 32.5, it might be a very quiet day for it.
I was actually still stuck here on AMC. It's actually dumping a little bit right here. Some traders behind talking about some key levels there, and he said, did I mean 14 or 13? So I know I was saying 13 here as a level to try to wait to see if it comes back in. So there's the early dump now. Look at the NASDAQ and the S&P both going up right now, and obviously AMC is getting dumped down. So I'm going to take a risk at 13. I don't know if that's going to work or not. I already have my stop ready to go. If it dumps down, that's just a name that I like, and I also like NEO. I know we talked a little bit about that, but any dump down into 17 here on NIO, and I think this is the same levels that Neil was talking about. There's that dip buy that we got yesterday, 1680 was just by a pure bid area, this was a great one for me yesterday. So, it's opened yesterday at 18, man, and we got long at 1680 on NEO. So watch out for any possible dumps in that. Oh, by the way, CRM, my number one name on the sticky note is already gone. We wrote the sticky note when it was at $173. She gone now, all the way to the upside, so that kind of sucks. And again, taking stock that's reported in the pre-market is very, very dangerous, because no matter what the report is, we don't know what people's positions were heading into that. So if someone's long heading into this and you're up 11 or 12%, you might get a dump off on the open because they're just selling it. They're not trying to hold, not trying to invest, they're trying to make a trade. And the same thing with a short, right? The stock could be an absolutely horrible report, but the shorts are so heavy that it ticks up higher. We've seen that happen multiple times. Mullen with a buy right here. Intel with a buy. I talked about that. Just checking in on the market on open imbalances right now. Market on close was huge yesterday. I think it was 4 billion or something, but that's because of the rebalancing. So this morning, it's not so heavy here, but you have Ford on watch. Ford's a great name. We want to be buying that one. And there's NEO. So if NEO dumps down into 17, just to let you know, I have some bids out there. But let's get going here with only 3 minutes to go. It's a little small cap talk over here with Brendan at the big screen.
Yeah, one that popped up a little bit late this morning. HSDT announced some positive news on one of their drugs and a sales license registration for that. This line on the daily chart is 350. Above that, you got to look at 4 to 420. 350, still a lot of room potentially to the upside here. Relatively low float as well for HSDT, guys.
Yeah, you got to watch out for some of these. There's another one that's in this range here, VTVT, which is right at that dollar mark. I like some of these when they're at that buck. It just tested it like 6 or 7 times at the open. They are, again, on the watch list with a decent catalyst and the volume pretty good. But that's a couple of failures. I mean, that's several failures at the dollar level. If it holds this below off the open, usually it's just a short in front. If it gets above, I'd stay away from the short trade until it reclaims that low. So I am watching that VTVT. Of course, we're going to talk about TNXP. And, Mullen, if it takes out the top, my stop is there. So I don't necessarily have to monitor it, but I will keep my eye on it. Tesla, just try to take up that 760 level from yesterday, which we're basically using as our barometer, which, at the open, it was pretty much all about, can it hold? There we go. Can it hold that 760? It did not. It immediately failed. We then shorted that level when it tried to pull back up. In the afternoon, it tried to break out, and that didn't work. The only long I had yesterday was in the afternoon trying to take that 760 when it broke back out, and it couldn't do so. Now it looks like that is still the same key level, 780 overhead resistance as well, and then of course that 735 bottom, just because of the nice bottom it made in yesterday's trade action. So that's what I'm watching on Tesla, but I'm not jumping into anything too quickly. I want to see in the first couple of minutes, do you hold below that level for a short? If you catch any kind of a bid above 760, I want it to be holding and doing volume above, so that if I put a tight stop on it, I'm confident that there's enough buying that could get it going there. It didn't work yesterday. You could only play short off of this level. Kind of hoping we have a different result today, because it's fun going long Tesla.
All right, yeah, it is. Sure, it is fun going long. It's fun trading Tesla.
Well, it is
right?
fun trading Tesla.
It has those big moves. So get ready to rock and roll, guys. Okay, with only a minute, let's go over quickly some trade ideas. Yesterday we missed AMD down here at $100.55. I just put that exact same order in. Hopefully I don't pull it today because I'm scared. That's one name. Apple, scratch that 150.50 top there. The market's starting to rally. I feel like I don't want to go short on Apple. We will see. That might come back to haunt me, but that's a trade that I'm looking at. CRM, we've talked about that. Facebook, we've talked about some levels that we like down here, 193-ish for Facebook, so we're sitting there. And then last but not least, with only 20 seconds ago, or 30 seconds ago, we have NIO now dipping in. Look at NIO coming back in a little bit here. We're sitting around 17 to get along, but with only now 15 seconds to go, it's money-making time, it's bang time. Let's get ready to rock and roll and drop down that countdown. This should be an exciting day, and it never gets more exciting than Tequila Tony, who's right there, ready to rock and roll. Tony killing it with 3, 2.
That was like a baseball swing.
All right.
That was a good ring, man. That
Yeah,
was like
good.
a baseball
That was a very, very solid ring. Go Jays, go. I guess they're back in town as I see Tony getting excited for them as well. After, 6 in a row? And in our major league leading, 16th one-run victory or something like that? Or
wow.
14th or something like that? Okay, right there. The reason what I said about Apple was just that I didn't want to go short it. Not that I'm against the long. It's just watch out for this 150.50 right now. I don't want to short Apple at this level, which was a level that we had talked about. AMC coming down a little bit into 1380. One more time. I don't have any trades on right now.
Here comes Neo.
We're watching Neo now as well. Neil just said Neo, so let's go over there.
Yeah, Neo just came up. It's that 18 level. That's a huge top yesterday's action. It's trying to churn to that. So at the open, what I'm looking for on a curl is, does it fail at that price and give you a shot for an entry? I don't want to stand in front of the sword. I would like to see sellers come in before taking it. And again, wanted a tight stop. I didn't want to sit in a short position. I wanted to see it get up there. And that's obviously the risk. Like, it just dropped like a good 20 cents on me there. Just got some in at 82. I only want shares tighter that 17, so that $18 level. And if 18 goes, then I just want to be out of NIO. And it just looks like it could be a jailbreak if you get above that price. So I've got the trade in NIO. I do still want to look back at Tesla, but NIO at 18 was the first one to come in. So we jumped into that trade. Tesla's still, it just broke that 760. So there's a chance for that Tesla long off 760. I just want to see us hold a bid on Tesla over here, because that's the only price that I wanted to engage in. Initially dumped, now we're trying to chew through it. Looks like we're showing some signs of strength above that price. Might be time to go Tesla long.
Yeah, I'm still not into anything. I mean, I'm watching out for Facebook, not doing a lot right now. You missed a Tesla long? Is that what that was? Every time I hear you say, oh, come on. Might be a level miss there. Okay, so just waiting to see if this comes in. Again, it's pretty early. I don't really want to take too many breakouts. We are going to try that Neo. I mean, obviously, he's already on that at 18, so not too much to talk about right now. I wish I was already long, man, but what? This went down to 101.40. Oh, wow. AMD already up that dollar. Where did we go yesterday is really the question here for AMD. The highs, we were way higher than this yesterday, as you guys can see. So AMD right now, 104.50. Okay, so this name still has a lot to go here. AMD. Watch out for any pullbacks. I think we got to execute a long if we can get it here in AMD. Just a quick look. I'm not in anything. Nothing's hitting for me yet.
Obviously, I missed Tesla, but you were right.
That's gone. Yeah, Tesla. I don't know what happened to Salesforce there, but it's starting to come in a little bit now off of 180. So we'll watch out for Salesforce. Like I said, I'm now bidding 173. That's still far away, but it's back in here into the bottom. Nothing's triggering for me, man. Your Neo, though, Neil, is getting close to 18. Yeah. It didn't take it out yet, but it's getting close.
I was able to just get a dip on Tesla, so I didn't get the actual break. Look, when it took that 760, you saw it was pretty quick. I wanted to see it hold a bit above. I ended up having to chase it a little bit here to get 62s in front of 60, but already working to the upside. Brendo, I heard.
Oil spiking here, guys. Nice move to the upside already, about 2.5%. XOM just popped up on big volume above those pre-market highs. So energy names running again.
All right. Did I just something just triggered and I didn't get a fill? I don't know. I'll have to look at that in a minute.
Neo 18?
I'm on Neo 18 and we're long on that name right now. So I wanted the break there through 18. I'm going to give this 20 cents. I'm going to give it back down here to 1780. I mean, I don't know what else to do. It's at 1801. Hopefully we can, that's where I'm long. Hopefully we can get this to the upside. It did not break fives. So I'm now offering a piece at 5. Again, this was always going to be the risk. Whenever you take breakouts early on in the morning, you know, you have this little back and forth, right? It's just settling down. It's settling down. It's a market on open orders and whatnot. So there it is. It takes out 18. It doesn't look like it wants to go, but we're going to try to give it some room down to that 20 level. So down to 1780. But means we need to try to take 20 cents out of this. But it's just bouncing off 05 over and over again. So, you know, maybe it actually just bounced off of it twice. So we'll see if I can get that fill, we'll take it, and then we'll just massage this all the way up, hopefully past that 1820 level.
So much for the reverse on Mullen, and this did move through that 155 top. So I was short in front, got a 150, but it got above the 155, and it's just churning now. So I didn't get the reversal. I did get out of the short, but you just got to maybe buy the dip in front of 150. There might not be anything else to do. Neo, as we said, we took the short in front of that 18. It's now through 18. I wanted to get to that quarter mark. There's a lot of overhead room, I should say, above that 50-period moving average.
Where did it
guys.
go?
So you're on a double top break. It got to 1814.
Oh, so that's what did it.
Couldn't get to 1815 there, and now trying to pull right back in. Now what you want to see have happen is some actual buyers step right back into this, start supporting that breakout, and then you should be a jailbreak to the upside. I do have 2 EV names, and those are the only longs we got. Unfortunately, didn't actually get that Mullen to make it 3. But XPeng, just worth noting, XPeng failed breakout and still looking underneath its high of the day with breakouts in Tesla and Neo. XPeng showing some relative weakness here. I just wanted to point that one out.
So bang right there. What's up to Henry, man? The king of the bangs is here. That's what missed. Our Mullen missed. Remember? I was like, something just fired off and it missed. It wasn't Neo. It was Mullen. So like I was bidding 155 and I tried to punch 156 on the break and didn't get anything. So that went up pretty violently, but it came back in. We are now long Mullen right now at 56. We took a piece out at 59. Let's see if it goes. I'm now sitting higher. Let's go Mullen. 164 right now. I'm sitting at 162 to get another piece out. Hopefully that can go. Neo, man, good trade on that one. We were able to get some out at 15s and 14s on the way back up. So this one now fading back down. This could be a loser. We are out of half of this name as it went into the teens, and that's sort of what we triggered there for that name. So if this falls back down, we got out of half. It will be a losing trade because I didn't make 20 cents on that half, but we are willing to give this a little bit to the downside now, back down to 1780. And Mullen, just as fast as it goes up, it comes right back down. We're waiting at 62 there. We didn't get the fill. My out now is going to be a break of this 48. So we got to come back in for Mullen, and that's where we'll get out. But so far, a lot happening. Let's just see if we can, continue to watch some of these trades, man. AMD as well, back up. Where is Salesforce right now? I hear a lot of people talking about it. That's going to be a monster move, man. I mean, I love this Salesforce trade.
Ridiculous.
It's a name that I own and have been buying on dips, so I'm pretty happy with this today. But there goes Salesforce, man. I've missed it, so I'm pretty sure the same thing probably with Neil. I'm not going to chase it up here. If it does fall back down in, then maybe we have to look at a 176 or something like that. But this name is off, and it's pretty violent, so just watch out here. Like, this name is going to rock today. Salesforce, nice move, up 13%. Give it to us, Brendan.
Another one we touched on, guys, HPQ just taking out that aftermarket high from their earnings report. So 40.50, big volume there for HPQ.
It's quickly on
40.50?
40.50. Yes,
ooh, that's the level that I liked.
Just quickly on CRM, it's 183.5 is the 50-period moving average, and 185 on the daily is resistance up there. And if it can't be a short, along at this point, that's the only level I'd want to be shorting. Tesla, all I got is Tesla and Neo because I did miss. And Dominic's like, oh, you're planning to short Mullen? I was, but I wanted to reverse at that 155. I never got it. I'm sort of like you, and I didn't get the dip either. If it comes back, I'll take it. Now Tesla's heading to the upside. I still think 780 is the resistance. Double top yesterday. I want to get out in front of it if I can. That might be 775. It might be 778, something along those lines. But check out NVIDIA. Super strong, almost at yesterday's top.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
This rally is getting a little bit intense. Like, we're already at. I was just going back to Rune's levels. It's like you're already starting to chew through. Like, you got through 40, bounced off 41.15, and then you're starting to think about that 42.10 level, and we're pretty much halfway there. in 8 minutes. So that didn't take very long, but 191 on NVIDIA coming up pretty quickly here. And if we get to these levels for potential breakout, my guess is you dip first. Huge move. I'd love to be getting 185s. I don't think we'll see that again, but I'm preaching patience. If you miss some of these longs off the open, run with what you have and don't necessarily chase the move, because chasing the move in the first 15 minutes has gotten you into trouble this last couple of weeks.
Chase Edmonds. Okay. All right. We're going to.
Chase Edmonds.
Didn't he sign with Pittsburgh or something?
Chase Edmonds, he's in Miami and he stinks.
Miami, that's where it was. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Arizona fans and now Miami Dolphin fans. But Miami Dolphins, they should be pretty hot though this year for sure. Okay. All right. So just it's crazy that the only name that I'm really long here besides Mullen is Neo, and it's not moving, because look at all the names that I love that are all over the sticky note as great longs today. And I just should have just pushed along right off the open. It's just, my levels didn't come
Netflix
in.
200.
And I was waiting. Yeah, Netflix. Ooh, Netflix 200. I bought that at 170. Let's go over to Netflix quickly there. That's going to, ooh, yeah, there's the break. Nice break of 200 there. Beautiful moves on the backside. We talked about, I think that Netflix was a great buy down there. Still making money, man. Subs are going to be coming through. They're testing out some new options there for pay and ad supported system, things like that. So Netflix down here to 196 would be pretty sweet, but there's the 200 break. Watch out when things are breaking 200, because that's like a psychological level, and you just saw the exact same thing happen to Facebook. Like it hit 200 and then dropped $2, right? Nothing's different with this name. It just hit a key level. Well, it hit 199.60, but came up to 200. Now it's trying to bounce again. Facebook may be buying on any dips, including dips buys for AMD right now, back down to 102. I think this is a name that we could test here on a dip buy into 102.
Yeah, I just got it. I actually had a stop that I thought I had put in, but I didn't on Netflix. But that has room to 205. I'm going to give it a shot at the break back to 199. I still like the dip better at 197. It's worth noting that Neo actually started to get going a little bit better there. So it got up to that 1825 mark. I took another leg out. You got exactly to 1825. So I grabbed 22s out because I like numbers in front of that, and it happens to be Will Clark's number, Brendo.
Airlines coming off here. We talked about Delta briefly there in the pre-market, upping their June quarter forecast for bookings. 1.8 to the downside, just straight southbound ever since the open, guys.
Pullback.
All right, here comes the pullback right now. Yeah, AMD's pulling back in. We did take a little shot here. But again, we don't, the market did a nice rally. So AMD's back down to 102 now. And the level that we were really looking at for AMD was 100. So if this takes down 102, we're long at 30 here. So it's not the end of the world that it's starting to go back to the upside. But I'm only willing to take about a 50-cent risk here, down to 90 or so. So hopefully this name can come back to the upside, and we'll be able to take a little bit out if it does start to climb, which it's doing now. So we're back into the money on AMD, but we'd like to see a bang trade here, not just a little one. So hopefully we can get this back to the upside here with AMD trying to go, man. I do have a first offer at 40 right now on AMD. So there it is. Took one little piece out there. Let's see if this one wants to climb the rest of the day. We've already been here to 103 and change. We have to notice that yesterday, there was some tops that were hit, 104, 103.50, so on and so forth. So wouldn't be surprising if this one does fade out one more time. But here it goes, starting to go a little bit, as well as Neo back up to 28. So I'm going to take another piece out. I wasn't lucky enough to get those first outs, but here it is right there again. Nice little long there through 18 on end to the eye to the
They're chewing levels. Like someone just popped 40,000 on the offer, and Neo got eaten in a split second there. Same thing happened 4 cents higher. I'm going to kick myself. What short did I like today? Uber, and I missed the exact same trade.
I think you liked Uber.
I know. Same trade off the open. It popped to 24, got to 23.85, and is already dumped once. If it wants to give me the gift of that price again, I'm going to go ahead and take it. But and that's a sort of an epic miss, because it's exactly what we're looking for in yesterday's action. Neo, I didn't take any more out there. It just got to 18.33. I'm kind of thinking 18.50s at this point, halfway to that $19 mark on the breakout. So I want to have an offer out just in case. As far as Netflix goes, it's still above that 200 level. Oh, it just pulled back at 201. So maybe I probably should have taken something out in front of that first dollar. If it gets there again, I'll go ahead and take the scalp trade. So we'll do that for Netflix on the break. I still think we can get to 205. I got to show you the daily chart, because this is not that big of a bounce for Netflix. If you go right, zoom in into that 200 level, Since the earnings, you've had resistance at 205. 1 wick above it, but 205 has been that line in the sand. So that's my target for the last of these shares over in Netflix. Still only on the long side of the trades here. I haven't really found anything I like to that short side outside of Uber, which I did miss, which of course usually brings me to Affirm. Is there a short there?
Oh, yeah.
I have my offers out on Affirm too, but at least this one never came close. Like I wanted Affirm at 31. Wow, that's it didn't even try to bounce.
Yeah, it was
not even
right?
close.
Okay, so AMD's starting to fade back in. I mean, we could reload this thing here, but the NASDAQ right now, actually, I mean, it still is in reload territory if you wanted it. I'm going to wait a little bit here. We are able to get some out, obviously. You saw our average price was 25 there, and we got actually, no, it must have been 30. Was it? No, it was 27 or something, I thought. Oh, no, it was 29. I remember I gave you guys my average price when I had it. So our best outs here, we got a lot of them out for that 20 cents because we were risking that 20 cents, right? We're risking about 30 cents actually to the downside. So we still have 30% on this name. And wow, I mean, this NIO, honestly, I'm going to take another piece out now, but like, why didn't I not just hold this name? This is just continuing to march, man. NEO off this 18 break, like up to 1850 and still motoring. You check out a 20 period on this, 20 minutes. So it's way above anywhere where it's been. They had good delivery numbers year over year, expecting to hit their same sales targets. So nice little move to the upside here on the Chinese EV name. Obviously with China reopening with their zero COVID policy right now, you're above the 50-day moving average here. So that's beautiful for NIO. I mean, no real expectations now. We're light on the trade, as you guys could probably imagine with all these outs, but nicely done to the upside. I just, wow. Our best out there, 36, was not expecting that kind of a move there for NEO, honestly. It's just bigger than I thought, that's all. I was expecting an upside move. I think both of us were. We both punched that long, but wow, 40 cents. Why not just hold that, man? Mullen, we're in the money. Well, we just were in the money 4 cents. It just came back. It was up to 160. We got filled at 158 half or 158 there. We're going to put another offer at 160 in case that happens again. But so far, so good. We're out of half a Mullen.
Yeah, it's actually, I just finally got into this one. It actually just came back to that 56 level. The 55 break has already happened. It has a top at 65, but I think there's room if it can get above that price. We did have that TNXP, I should say. TNXP. That was at the open and into that 375 mark. I was looking for a short, thinking $4, but it's just rolled over from that 375 top. And if it can catch a bid, I might play the short off of that level because it seems like you can't go any further. Starting to look a little bit weak on that TNXP. Not reloading Tesla just yet. I don't want to chase this move too far. We're going to hold on to what we have here. It's managed to hold that 760 level. Now we're just thinking for the higher end of this trade, can we get up to 75 to the 780 level? And then we'll take this one off. NVIDIA doesn't even want to, forget about it. I was just thinking, okay, well, I'll take 187s if it wants to give me that on a dip. And then it comes to 188, and we're right back toward those highs. It's almost like everything's just a little stronger than expected. So you're not really getting the dip buys that you want. And I had mentioned XPeng, which is still on the New York, as being relatively weak, despite good delivery numbers as well. It caught a bid at 23. I was sitting back at 22.5. That's the level that we liked on XPeng, but still has yet to break out the top the way that NEO has.
Yeah, and the way that AMD is doing right now, we'll go bang nation on that one. You guys thought AMD would be bang worthy? Well, there it is, man. All the way up to 103 and change right now for AMD. It just touched 103.13. It looks like we're going to try to take that out again. We still have this name on board, AMD, trying to rock and roll. Pretty light on both these now, though. Both NEO and AMD, about 10% left. So that sucks because, yeah, NEO is breaking out like crazy right now. I know you're on Tesla. There goes AMD. Wow. A lot of people talking about AMC, so let's have a quick look at that one.
GME too.
Yeah, GME's starting to go, but look at AMC, and it's so funny because I was like, my dip buy, I was telling you this story before, like that, where was my buy going to be? And it was down near 1320s, right? So we were down there trying to defend 13, but there it goes. The good thing is, like, if I was long 14, I might have gotten out here on some of these pre-market breaks, so kind of lucky not to be in this one right now, but wow, AMC going nuts. But you know what? Just add one Alphabet one letter of the alphabet to that, and you get AMD, and you get a bang, because right now, that's a monster trade for me here on AMD, taking $1.30 now in the money on AMD. We'll take another piece right there as that's starting to go right now into that level. So remember, we stamped buys on AMD, man, $80, $85. But if you don't remember that, you will remember NVIDIA, that we love this one pre-earnings. It went down to 160 or so that day. Now you're up to 190, but starting to fade out a little bit here. So we've captured a lot of profit, man. We're almost out of AMD. I mean, that's fallen in a lot. And NEO just continues to go. But let's get another piece out here, because it's right, there we go, take it out at 47. It's right at this 50 level. So hey, now we're getting pretty light. It's a big day for us, and we're pretty happy so far. And by the way, check out Apple. Remember, I was like, I'm not shorting that 150.50 anymore. Yeah, good thing. That ripped all the way to 151.70 there for Apple. So it definitely resisted that that level. It just was like, no, thank you. Took out that resistance level at 150.50, sorry. So nice little move there. And we're going to go 3 for 3 today. But Mullen is, I don't know. I know you went short again on this one, right?
No, I'm not short this.
Oh, you're not? Okay, I thought you were. I was going to say nice short, but
if it reestablishes below 150 or it takes $2, like those are the levels I like from here. Like I'm long back in front of the 150 level. Remember CRM though? And we said like there's only one thing to look at once it got overhead. Well, two things. On the daily chart, there was a 50 period, which is just bounced off of right now, 183.50, and then about 185 to the upside. So with the market actually pulling back here, the ES is now off about 25 points. The NASDAQ only about 20 or 30. CRM got to that first level, 183.5. When it pulled back, I took the first consolidation short. My stop will be through that high of the day. Pretty simple trading there. Once the long was gone, I'm not chasing it this far to the upside. Brendo?
Saw Black Sky pop up here, BKSY, big mover again yesterday. This thing went 250 to 375. There was some volume, I guess, around $3 there, but down 8% for that one today.
Yeah, it's a funny name. I mean,
I forget what they do. Like
Black Sky, yeah. Well, can you find out what they do again, Brendo? Satellites. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, Black Sky satellites. I guess that
makes sense.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Right there. All right, Apple. So Apple's already off here through 150.50. I'm going to wait to see if it does come back down, test some of these VWAP, test this 50 period. And then if it does come back down, we can get out on a break through 150 or even a little bit lower than that, 148.80, something like that. Kind of where this move started from is, 149.80 is kind of where we're looking at with that. So that could come into play again. I did want to check out on AMC. I mean, that's a lot of you guys are interested in this name. And it's, nice move up, but nothing to really get too excited about yet. Only 10 million shares, which actually isn't that bad. Wow, we're 20 minutes in, eh? Wow, okay. That seems fast, but there's one. We just were ringing the bell with Toronto Tony there. 14.20 there was the high for AMC, so it's got to take that out at least. For me, it's not really super interesting, maybe until 14.50, which comes into play from yesterday right here, but I don't know. Like I said, I still want to be a buyer down here. So if this can come into 13, we'll buy it. I know that's kind of wishful thinking on that. Just quick check on Meta. We now have a date, June the 9th, when this is going to change over to META. If someone could find out how much they paid for that symbol. Neil and I were wondering about that one. But here it comes back into 198 again. It's dipped a couple times. Yesterday was my number one stock because we dipped into 193 and we bought it. I'm wondering if that's the same sort of thing right now. But you can see the NASDAQ is trying to take down this 50 period. So for me, that's kind of like a hard pass right now. If you take that down, then you can forget about that 198. So let's try it again up here. We do want to get Apple long as well. That's not coming in. So yeah, there's lots of opportunity today. You just got to find the right ones. And I don't feel like dancing right now. Like if something comes in, great. But I'm not going to search around for a partner. If you want to dance, bring it over here, because right now there's not much happening to a lot of these names. They're just cruising around the highs. We either need to pull back in to execute something, find a trade like that CRM that's bouncing off of some levels. But right now, NEO is still at the highs. Apple's taking out these highs. Maybe that's the trade, guys. Apple.
Yeah, and even CRM just took out the high again. So I just got out of that short curl on CRM. It got through the 50 period, so you can't fight it too far. I'm holding on to the 3 longs that we still have because those are still working and they're still valid. Netflix is now at that. It's still at that dollar in the money. Hasn't really gone more than 201.50. But Uber, if I'm looking for a short, I remember, look, I like this one at 24. 24, I don't think we're going to get it. The market just pulled back in, and if we're going to go right back to the highs and Uber does not get close to 24, then I'll just short it off of VWAP. But I'm not chasing. I'm just telling myself I do not want to chase that move over and over again until it's true. I'd mentioned CRM got through the top. If I'm shorting something strong, that's what I want it to look like. Or I'm not really holding it much against me. You just nice little consolidation off that high. Once it takes out the top, I'm going to make the top wick almost every single time. Tesla, nothing really has changed in Tesla, although there's been a couple of chances to dip off of this price, that 760. But I'm trying to play that game of we've already put a scalp trade on, and now I just want to hold for that 778. It feels like a really strong market. The NASDAQ is really going. It's the ES that needs to play some catch up here. And if it gets through the top, now, if something like a Tesla gets through the top and Apple gets through the top, I think we're a long ways away from where these highs can get to. I'm not chasing anything at this particular point, although NEO is getting to another level here where I think it makes some sense to consider taking a little bit more profit. It's through that 1850 and having some trouble getting through that 50 price. So if it gets to 75, I'll take some off. If it fails this break another time, I'll take some off in the 45 range. You have to start thinking about when it's been that good of a break, where is that turn going to happen? Because when it does, usually 10, 10:15, maybe 10:30, you don't want to get caught wishing you had taken some more profit off in NEO, having some trouble at this 1850 level.
All right, right now, so we are getting ready to rock and roll here. I think Facebook pulling back to 198, we like that play. So if that comes back in, we're gonna do that. There was a reload opportunity here in AMD. It's not going as much as the other names. So that's why I'm a little nervous that if AMD and the market fails here, or if the market fails, I feel like AMD will fail harder than the other names. So I don't really know what's up with that. Oh, I see right here Mr. Softy call some calls on this one. This is a name that I have ignored the last couple of days. Why would I do that? This is my #1 stock trading-wise for me. So we have to be, wow, 277. I mean, some of these buys that we were able to get on Softy in the last couple of days, or last couple of months, I guess, have been pretty good. Not months, only the month of May down there near 260. But nice move up. You're now breaking out of this range as well on Softy. So 270, break higher. Let's go and see where we go on that one. So Microsoft, a nice little move to the upside. I was trying to find my 20 period for you. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Yeah, okay, yeah, so 274. Wow, that's a great little level there. Apple's really the name. I said this the other day. I was like, the next stop for Apple is 155, and that probably comes this week. And I remember saying that yesterday, so that may come a little faster than that as we get, this is the 155 right here, thinking like we test that level. Wow, 150, 150 is gone. And if you guys, I don't know if you were looking or anything, but we're going to go to Brendan in a second. Here's that level that I just tweeted out on Apple, and just tweeted out. I mean, this was at 843 here. Watch out for that 150.50 here. But I changed my mind. That's not the top. When the market started to go, we were like, that might have been the breakout level, but there it is. Quickly for you or to Brendan?
Fire here, guys, on Twitter. Not really related, but heads up if you are a Mac user and you use TweetDeck in July, they're going to stop supporting the Mac edition of TweetDeck. I recently started using an app called Tweeten, which is TWEETEN. No delay. There's a bit of a lag on TweetDeck anyway. So Mac users, no more TweetDeck in July.
Oh, for a second there, I thought I'd lose TweetDeck. I love TweetDeck. I think it's fantastic. But Twitter squeezing through $40. I was just looking at a firm and just shaking my head at myself because it still has not caught a bounce. And I think when you find something that's that relatively weak, you're only thinking in one direction. And this is just, I mean, it's Uber weak. To steal a term from Uber, because that's what that stock was yesterday. Netflix is still on the run here. I got the offer out in front of 205, so that 200 break, now well underway. This market is trying to churn to the upside. It's the ES that's holding us up a little bit here. Just if you look at what's going on in the ES, like you've got this failed breakout, not even close to yesterday's tops, and that's the problem. Like you want to see this follow through. That's why we're not getting that secondary push in some of these names. Like you're struggling on the ES where the NASDAQ is just churning to that upside. But play the relative strength until it's gone. Mullen is the only thing of concern. I got it late, not early, and it's pulling right back into its support at that 150 level. If it wants to put it, like if this just turns into one of those wick tops on a higher time frame and we hold a barcode here and take out the bottom, then obviously I can jump back into the shorts. But until then, it still profiles as long for me. I said NEO was starting to run into some trouble, so I did ring the register there at 1855 again. It's getting close to a secondary breakout. I think he can get to 1875 here. When it comes to, asked about levels for NEO, there's not much. Like once we're really through this and you start clearing to the upside, you are talking about 19.5 to 20. I'm not sure that I think we're going to $20 here today, so I'm more inclined to think about getting out at that 19 level. And XPeng, for all the the positivity on this name and gapping up, it can't even get through the high of the day at this point. So XPeng trying to do what NEO is doing, despite the fact that they had arguably better numbers. But as usual, this one tends to be weak. I wanted to buy the dip really deep here, but the market was just strong enough to hold it up, but XPeng can't seem to get going. I'm so close to thinking about pulling the trigger to the short on it, but I'd like to see it test the high one more time, or this market, at least the NASDAQ, try to pull back in. The NASDAQ is at those highs we saw early in the morning yesterday at 12.8. So if there's going to be a bit of a chance to have a quick little scalp trade to the short side, this could be it if you find yourself a weak name.
Yeah, I'm trying, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find names that I want to be in right now. I'm so close to getting out of this AMD. I feel like if this market doesn't keep, at least stay here, like if we retest down here, then I'm pretty sure AMD is going to crack this 102. So I don't want to average into this name. It's not, we had one bump up there and now it just seems like it's struggling and I don't know why. So that's definitely something that's strange to me. Definitely did not hold on, man. This was my biggest trade today, NIO. Didn't hold on to enough. I have a small part left, so that kind of sucks on that one. We just reviewed Mullen as well. But, I mean, here goes AMD. Like, so as long as the market stays here, we can get it. I'm really debating getting out of this one very, very soon. But look at the run that it had yesterday. Like, if I was nervous about getting out around the same area yesterday, 102.80, then I missed this bump all the way to 104.50. So that's why I'm trying to hold out a little bit of hope here. We do have that high wick already that got out right there. So that was a good play for me. But if we could take down 104, then we're really getting excited. But I don't know if that's going to happen. So AMD, we're going to wait on it. So I've just kind of gone to Apple, going to be one that we're going to dip by. If that comes into 150.50 again, that's the level that we like. And that's great that we have these supports there. So that's going to be another level for us. But we're doing so great today that it's like I don't want to. We're going to go 3 for 3, and I just don't want to throw anything away unless I see something right now. And there goes Apple right now trying to take out the highs again of 150.50. So yeah, I'm kind of feel like a little bit handcuffed here with this market. So, okay, the market's just moving down right now. That was May manufacturing number there, Brendan. If you wanted to get, there was some sort of a release there. ISM manufacturing. Oh, there it is. It's May PMI. 56 versus 55, so a little bit lower on the PMI right now, and things starting to hit down lower right now. NASDAQ starting to crack, yeah.
No, I got wicked out of a Tesla. Tesla put a wick off top at 770 and just cracked to the downside.
It's crank city
everything
to the downside
cranking to the downside here. Brendan, you got what's happening now. Sorry.
Yeah, 56.1 versus 54.5, guys. So 56.1 versus 54.5, higher than expected on that number. To the downside we go, but still green here right across the board, 0.9, 0.85. The NASDAQ leads for now. We were up 1.2 on both just before that came out. So to the downside, as we said. Russell, 0.5% here. The S&P, 0.25%. Looks like the Dow's going to go red here first if you are keeping score. 0.14 for the TSX here in Toronto. A couple things of note. We talked about GME there in the pre-market. It tried. Gave up pretty quick, though, right back below some of these support areas from yesterday for GameStop. Earnings aftermarket tonight, remember, for GME. Cassava Sciences, we were wondering what was going to happen. Yeah, straight southbound, 31 down to 26, guys, for SAVA.
All right.
And
we banged that one out there. We went over to Apple. We told you we wanted Apple long. We take advantage of that move. That's how you trade. You get that number, it comes down, and then there goes Apple. We're now long at 150.85. This is exactly the play that we wanted, man. I said we need to have something dip down for us to buy it. And what happened? Merry Christmas, and to all a good night, because right there, Apple, spin it right now, up to 141.40. money. Yeah, buddy. That's that trade right now. There it goes. Let's go, Apple. We're 70 cents in the money, and we took this trade a minute ago. So there it is. Yeah, Apple says, what PMI number? All the way up to 151.70 Rip City right now on this name. We know this name is strong, and sure is today. Man, the force is with this one here, Neil, today. Apple, big time movement to the upside. Let's just cash out at one more piece here. I'm sitting at 151.70.
Yeah, I mean, relative strength, I think, and relative weakness is what you want to play. Know what you want to hold on to, know what you want to have run. And what I just saw in that move was an absolute evaporation of the Tesla bid.
Evaporation?
I've never seen it. It broke 770, the number came out, and then it fell $10 on a single candle. The bid disappeared. I covered my EV names, except for the short that I put on XPeng, but it's Netflix that I like to hold on to because this didn't give you 200. That same move, this held VWAP, it held 200. So I think this one is still on the jailbreak, just a little bit stronger than the other two names there. And of course, XPeng, which we just grabbed to the short side. I mean, with that number, probably helping things. So that short's starting to work. CRM, we tried it once off 183.50. It's now starting to run into a top. 185 was the other level we're looking at, and it's now tested just shy of that level and showing some chinks in the armor there as well. So I might actually, or kinks in the other armor right there. So I might put another short on CRM. Otherwise, it's just going to be XPeng. But I'm out of NEO now. That was a pretty harsh pullback on a parabolic move up in NEO. No need to get stubborn about that. A lot of sellers just came in en masse in those EV names. Brendo?
Just quickly on that number, guys, the PMI is the prices paid to manufacturers. So a couple of people are wondering why higher is negative. So if it's higher, it means it's costing more to manufacture things, guys.
Yeah, buddy. But yeah, exactly.
That's why the EVs died, right?
That's the PMI. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like 56 versus 55. I mean, I kind of feel like whatever on that one. But yeah, it's still a beautiful move here for a lot of these names, man. The NASDAQ just is like, okay, whatever to that number. And it went down, came back up, and now it's dancing. So we are only in now 20% left of Apple. That was great. We got the day high there, and I was like, offer, enter. And you heard me take that out at 151.70. And actually, we got 151.66, I think it was there. Not 151.70, but close enough to that one. I know you got out of NEO. That was a great move up to 19. We'll wait to see if it does that one more time for us on there. But yeah, so far so good here, man. We're going to go 4 for 4. The only problem is, I mean, I say Mullen's a winner because it is. If I got out right now just by hitting the bid, we would still be making money on this trade. So not on the trade, but on the first trade. So I guess, yeah, on the trade. So now it's going to come back up. Let's see where it goes. Apple, again, down to 151.20, so maybe there is a move coming here on AAPL. Let's get out of one more spot here in case that PMI actually does mean something. So we're going to get out here. If it comes back into the 20s or so, we'll take a piece out of Apple. There it is. We just got another piece out right there. Actually got out at 17. And again, sometimes when I say, like, there it is right there. Actually, it's 19 we got, 18 or 19. So I said 20, but there's the offer. Sometimes I just hit offer, enter, and then whatever price we get, we wind up getting. But here it is pulling back in. And the same thing with AMD. We kind of sniffed this one out that there might be a problem with AMD. It's just not as excited as the other ones. It's lower than the NASDAQ right now. So AMD, a nice little move back down. I am not dip buying this one, but we still are holding it in case we get that pump that could happen out of nowhere up to that 104 level. So we'll hold on to AMD. I think it's well worth the risk. Breaking through 102 and we're gone on this name.
Yeah, XPeng just pulled back in tight to, close to VWAP there, but that 1-to-1 part of the trade just took some off there. So the first short that'll actually work out is going to be XPeng. And we'll see if we can't hold on to this. If the market wants to pull back, all morning long when Tesla and NEO were breaking out, XPeng was doing the exact opposite. It was just flushing. So I do want to try to hold on to this. Tesla looks like that was the right decision to get out of it because it's now flushed through that 760. Everything changed when, look, you see a wick off top like that, and the number comes out, you've got to be able to change on the fly. It's just get out of the trade. And now you're going to retest some of these lows. NEO might be pulling back, but I prefer XPeng for the short. Mullen still holding long and strong. If there was a chance to get into Uber, I probably missed it. It never really gave you that 24. Now it's just challenging the lows once again. So this is one of the names I like to the short side. I'm just going to sit in front of VWAP. If there's any pop in Uber, then count me as falling for it and jumping into the short side of the trade because I don't want to sit in there and miss it too long. Netflix, which was previously relatively strong, still holding 200. but it's starting to run out of steam here. One of the stronger names, it got up to 203. I wanted that 205. If we can consolidate here off of 200, then we're valid for a re-entry into this one, or a reload, I should say, because I'm still in it. A reload off of that 200 level, still holding up pretty nicely, despite the fact that we're really starting to sell back off here. So hang on to your signs of relative strength. I didn't see that in the EV space. That's why short XPeng, and then get out of NIO and Tesla.
Yeah, I wanted to look again at Facebook one more time because it's down to 197, and I just got to make sure that I don't have too many. Okay, my bid's at 193. So right now, because this move's being pulled back in, I have to go ahead and look at some of these orders that we have pending. We are waiting still. We're really close. Why am I not long Apple yet off this 150 level? Where am I bidding on this name? 51s. Okay, we'll just take a bid here at 55 if we can get it. Cancel those 51s. Oh, darn! Come on, give me it. Just give me. We're waiting right here. I don't know why. It went to 53 when I was bidding 51. There we go. Give it to me. We're right there at 150, 55. Didn't get it. Give it. Get a little bit more here. We'll take it. There we go. All right, so we're going to take this against that 150 right now. So Apple, we are going to average into this if we have to, down to 150 break. If it breaks 150, then we're gone. I just got to make sure we have that order at which we do not. I am pending bid down here at 150 and a quarter. So if it dances into this area, we'll take it, but then I'm not going to be in it for very long, especially if it does take down this 150 area. So 149.80 or so would be our out. We've talked about that. But we are now reloaded. And again, you got to take a little bit of risk here when you're trading. So we're going to do that right now with Apple and see if we can get this. But yeah, the NASDAQ is fading out. This may not be the trade that we hoped it to be, as the NASDAQ right now coming way back in. So I'm actually pulling away from this bid right now. I'll put one a little bit lower, but we got to watch out for that 149.80, guys. What have I got filled there? No, I wouldn't have. So we're getting ready for this 150.25 small bid, and then we'll put a little bit more lower, but Apple's come in quite a bit here.
And coming back, somehow, as the market came back in another leg, I actually got a pop in short in front of VWAP on Uber, finally. So I'm going to continue to play that trend. If the market wants to bounce from here, then I want to lose short on something which is weak. I did miss out on CRM. I'm glad some people got this one. But the big fade into VWAP has already happened. I tried that curl. It was at 185 level that ends up being the death keel for CRM. They're not the death keel. It's still up 13%, but that was the only pullback that we did like. Tesla has just gotten all the way back to 750 and then put a bounce in off 750 and a half. So this market's trying to hold back up. We're about 10 points away from that support level on the ES. That's the minor support level. So if there's a bounce to be had, not a bad place to do it. 750 would have been a good pickup there. I did get a reload on Netflix, but that's not really bouncing off its 50 just yet. But the ES making a bounce, so good chance that could happen now. Brendo?
Just a heads up on these monkeypox stocks. TNXP, the one that popped up today on a patent. World Health Organization just saying that the current generation over here, current generation of stock of these vaccine does not meet current standards of today's regulations. So I saw some of these monkeypox stocks coming up on the downside, guys.
I was going to say, look, that's got to be a short opportunity. So that TNXP has a double top here at 375. So I might be looking at that one to fade off of that level if I can. Just maybe like 10, 15 cents to the upside, and I'd try to short it. Like I said, got the Netflix. If it gets back above 200, I want to take some profit on that one and see if we can't make that one, a second salvo here. If the market wants to bounce, we definitely want to have something which was previously strong into that long side of the trade. So I'm going to get an offer out in front of this TNXP. Watch out because these are low floats. So clearly if it moves up too fast, you want to make sure you have a stop in place. 375 makes it pretty obvious. Double top at exactly 375. Pretty easy area where to go, where to have that stop set.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about AMC in a second, but we are loaded back up here on Apple. We're still going to give it to where it needs to go, right? That 149.80. I'm still hearing a lot of wows in the background. What are these guys trading? I don't have risk, but I guess CRM went up to 184, came back to 181 right there, and danced a little bit. So this is a dangerous name as well. But here comes Apple right back in. So now we just took our final position now, 150.15 right now, and you know where my out's going to be. So we're giving this one about This is 150.15. We're going to get out. It's about 25, 30 cents on the downside here for this name. So, hey, if it can climb back up, we'll take some pieces out here. But we got to get out in the 30s or 40s at least to make this trade, risk to reward to work. But this market's fading out pretty hard right now, taking down some levels. So, you don't want to be long Apple if the indexes are failing. I think we all understand that relationship. So let's see if Apple can basically hold this market up by itself. Apple's now doubling what this market is. So, hey, if the market can bounce, I think we have a good chance here for this Apple long, but this is not going to be a long time. Like, if the market fails, we're gone. And we have too many shares now to be holding this name. So hopefully Apple can come back up. We're now in the money on it. But yeah, we need this name to go. So hopefully Apple can get going a little bit here to the upside. We'll be able to cash this out if it does go. There goes AMD. AMD breaks lower. That's not a good sign for us. And here goes Apple right now looking to do the same thing. Damn it.
Yeah, and first profit target we're going to take there on Uber is it got to the, it is the opening range bottom. There was a wick a little bit lower that I have a bid in front of 23.20, but 23.30 the first leg that we'll take. I'm going to play every single bounce to the short side. Unfortunately, Netflix, and this is what happens, like you hold out and want that bigger trade. Well, the next level up ended up being 202.5 and not 205. So I was hunting for a little better. Did the dip off the 199 pre-market high break, but it could not hold on to this level. So we're now out of the Netflix long on that reload. Market turning in the other direction. Tesla is still battling here. And I have that Uber and the XPeng short. So I am watching this one pretty closely because this 750 battle, if it wins it to the upside, I want to be taking more profit on XPeng on that short. If the ES bounces off 41.15, I definitely want to take some profit on both Uber and XPeng. But I'm not jumping back into this Tesla trade just yet. I want to actually see this thing battle out a little bit longer. I want to go over to one chip name that was relatively strong all afternoon, and that's Micron. It's trying to hold up again. So 75 failed break. It's holding its breakout price at 74. It's quickly to show you guys how strong it was in the afternoon. Like, it would just manage to hold at that high even when the market was pulling back, and it's still doing the same. Pretty reasonable valuation for Micron. I think that's why it has some relative strength. It doesn't go red till it gets below 74. That's the support level I want to play off of if the ES wants to bounce off that 41.15 and the NASDAQ wants to hold green.
Yeah, so we've just been getting out for flat. I mean, now, look, I got out of like 25% of this Apple trade here. It's just when AMD broke through 102, we got out of that one. So we could show you we had 10% left. So really, no real hit there. AMD is going to be still my number one stock here. But we were a little bit nervous there about Apple because when that broke down, I was like, uh-oh, the semis are going to fail here. And then even Apple right now doesn't want to get going. Like, this is sad. Like, I'm pennies in the money, like nothing here, and like debating taking it out. So it's fine. We're making money, but this has turned out to be a scalp trade that we don't really want. So right now we're going to hold on to it. And what I mean by I don't want the trade, I want the trade. I just don't want to be scalping this name. Like, I thought Apple had a chance to go there, and then all of a sudden the NASDAQ just broke a lot lower, man. So, you're not going to sit here and honestly defend a stock when you don't believe in the market. So here we come. There it goes, right? So here we should be out. I don't know where my out is, but there it is right there. So Apple finally comes out, and we gave a little bit back. So we'll do, where's that flush there? But again, like, we sniffed it out. Like, that to me is the big point of all of this. Like, I was getting out there, and then there's a little small hit, but we got to go short now. Let me just make sure I have the right trades ready to go here as the market is failing on that PMI number, Brendan.
Apps, guys. Digital Turbine, one we've looked at many times on the show before, 18% here, just coming up to 21 once again. They reported aftermarket yesterday. This is a mobile advertising company for your cell phone, about to make a day low here on volume.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of weakness start to come into this market. I mean, AMC's at these lows. Even GameStop, which was churning, is right back to close to that 120 level. So $8, it's pull back already. Still above 120. I think as long as it's above there, it has a decent chance to try to churn. I did finally get into Micron, so that one's showing some signs of relative strength. But overall, it's just about Tesla just took 750. XPeng is now at those lows. So we wanted to play that short into this level. And now I'm asking myself, do I still even want to take this one off at the low of the day? Just turned red. I'm gonna stick to the plan. If I was shorting it off the range, which was that high at 24, I wanted to play this all the way to the low. It was Uber that I wanted to hold on to all day long, not necessarily XPeng, where I wanted to pick up a dip buy at 22.50. Well, you can't go long unless you're out of a short. I'm gonna cash on that XPeng short and then move over on to, we didn't update Mullen. Mullen bouncing back toward that 160 level, still yet to break back out of the high, but when these small cap names, they can still rally when the market is going. They're going to move to the beat of their own drum. That's what you're seeing with Mullen. Still needs to take out that high for it to really get going. But man, we're accelerating to the downside. We're now through that 41.15 support. So, yep, we're through support, and I'm long Mullen and short Uber, which if there's one thing that I want to be holding on to, it's just Uber short. I'm not sure why we're not already through the low of the day on Uber, but everything just starting to fall apart here. Tesla now down at 744 and accelerating.
Yeah, wow, 193. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this play here on Facebook to see what we want to do here. Yeah, we did the same play. So obviously Mullen came up to 159 there. We got some out. So that was good. I don't know if it's going to rip your face off like people are talking about on the chat, but maybe it is. And I said I would do this more, man. Like I said this yesterday, like, I go long, and then my outs are great outs, and then that, we could have also pushed the short there. So, when we get that feeling, it's like I get out, and it's like, okay, now I'm out, let's look for something else. But we can also have the opportunity to stay with the same name and go to the short side. But I'm going to go over to Facebook right now. It's down here to 195 into some of these levels. And again, it's like you could go long, but do you really want the long? I mean, I guess breaking through this 194.40 might be something there. I would rather kind of wait on this trade. The market's come back in. It's now turned red. So to go long on some of these names into a red NASDAQ doesn't really make too much sense. But look what else is happening now. AMC Entertainment Holding, or AMC Holdings, AMC Entertainment, I have to find out what the name is. You're back now down near day's low. So AMC does make that move to the upside there. We've kind of left this one alone. What I've really wanted for this, and I'm still bidding it, is down here near 13 teens. So if it comes back into there, that's kind of where I like it. On the daily, there's not much. You're still below the 50 period. We could bounce off that 1350. That's not a horrible long. So I think we can try a long here against that 1350. It's been down there. It's just, do we really want to go long, or do we want to wait to hit the short once it breaks through 1350? So that's another area for me here to look at, possibly going long versus short. So this 1350 is a pretty key area right now for this name. So I don't know, man. I think I like the short better considering what this market's doing. 1350 short for AMC. Kind of like that play, to be honest with you.
Affirm's at $25.
I just called up Affirm too.
I don't eat. Sometimes I'm not even sure. It's like, okay, at least I'm in Uber, but every single day that I'm not trading this stock, I'm regretting the fact that I'm not trading this stock. It doesn't even make any sense. Sometimes you get caught up in the catalyst. It's like, forget about it. It takes out this low. It's a huge support level, and it goes 10% down almost instantly once it breaks it. So I'm going to get back over to this at some point. XPeng is trying to make a bit of a bounce here, so we are having to watch some of these EV names. And I want to just get into the side of the trade. It's relatively weak. If it could have made a bounce, I would have played it. But it's just chewing through these lows, not even finding any levels of support. But there are some small caps that are. Let's see if any of the ones that Brendan wants to talk about in small cap recap are catching a bid.
A bit of a quiet one so far today, guys. Back and forth we go here for some of these we mentioned in the pre-market. HSDT not doing anything. Came off from the high that it made in the pre-market, sitting here at 225. Someone's buying as much as they can get at 225 right now. So volume already dying on this. We'll see what happens. Long right now in front of that buyer at 225. As I mentioned, missed this one. That was a great move through 31 to 28. It wasn't 26 I mentioned, it was 28 to the downside for Cassava Sciences after this happened yesterday on the short squeeze. TNXP back to highs here, but another one not doing anything. It's back and forth we go. 340 at the bottom, 360, 365 at the top. They cleared out everyone above the high, and then it got absolutely slammed right back down to that 40 level. So we'll see what happens this time for TNXP, guys.
All right.
Usually good things when Brendan finishes talking. We'll see about it, because I just got into TNXP off of those highs. So if it takes out the top, I'm out. This stock's somehow relatively strong, despite the note that Brendan made about the monkeypox names there. But if it takes out the top, oh my goodness, jailbreak.
What?
Give me a break. Like, I should reverse every single one of these. Every single time at the key level, I should reverse. The Neo reverse worked. This 375, that went right to 395. It broke, my stop filled, and the next price I saw was 90.
Yeah, that's that's
free money.
Those are those
that's
small
free
cap,
money.
Those runners, baby. All right, so AMC, I mean, you guys are all going to hate me for this one. We've only been long forever, but it breaks through 1350, and we went short, and we're just trying to scalp this, man. So don't shoot the messenger here. And again, if anything, for all of you apes, if there's more people short, right? You guys want the MOAS there, the mother of all squeezes, short squeeze. So we'll see here, but I'm not going to get squeezed or squozed on this one. Shout out to Trader Prad for edumacating us on that one. 1360 break, we're out of this. So we only got out of a little bit. We're going to see, and again, it's more like I want this to run into 13 where I want to go long. So that's like, again, as a day trader, we're not, especially here in Canada, we're not subject to the PDT rules. So, I don't like the short necessarily for a long time hold. This is just to see, we broke some key levels. We're at the downside right now. You're down that 6% in a red market. So we'll hold this. And then we are fully, understanding that this name could just rip to the upside. So we're going to do our best to get out at 1361 if that does come through for sure. Just another recap here. We're doing pretty good, man. Neos came back in, but we only have 5% of that trade or less of that trade. And the real big one for me is going to be Apple take of 150 one more time. If the market rallies, and this is why I'm saying I don't want to go long right now on Apple because the market is down. We're below the 50 period, and I need to find shorts, if anything. People talking about Tesla, maybe we've got to look over there. But if Apple takes down, goes upside through 150, to me, that's a trigger long. So we'll wait to see there for a long through 150 there on Apple, but it has to get going. Reason why, again, Apple up 0.5%, market flat. So I like that kind of relationship. And what's up, Kim K? Because Beyond Meat right now, down that 4%. I guess maybe as, what is she, official taste tester or something like that?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. If she gives any of this to Pete Davidson, man, that guy is probably going to be mowing down these burgers like that. I don't know about. I saw some pictures of that guy. I don't know. I don't know what. Look, Kim is. I don't know whether you think she's great or not, but
he's a funny dude.
That guy, no, he's a funny dude, but that's a strange relationship to me. The fact that I even know about this is actually quite sad. So I'm just going to pass the baton over.
What's the big deal? I knew that.
I mean, on Instagram, I'm actually following TMZ. You know what I mean? That's kind of crazy. But the thing is, my wife is all over it. So when she talks about some stories, I pretend like I know about them because oh yeah, I checked the app, right?
I never have a clue.
They're on TMZ. So you know what was really funny? I saw Shaq on Jimmy Kimmel about maybe last week, and Jimmy Kimmel goes, "What's your favorite app?" And he said, "World Star Hip Hop." I don't even really know what that is. I think that's
you don't know World Star?
It's don't they just show fights and everything on there?
More or less.
Why is that someone? Yeah,
that's the good stuff on
there. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why is that someone's favorite app? I mean, I've heard of it. It's just maybe there's more there.
One of our friends from high school, B, he always sends me clips from World Star. That stuff is hilarious, just for entertainment. Look, obviously some of it's pretty.
I don't like
pretty
seeing
bad.
people fighting each other. Honestly, that makes
some of it is over the top, but then some of it's
sick,
just
to be honest with you.
Some of it's just funny.
Unless it's cage fighting. Shout out to Trader Prad there. Brendo?
Just saw a quote here, guys, from looks like Benzinga, the CEO and co-founder of that TNXP, saying, and I quote, they are using the same vaccine for smallpox and monkeypox. They call it TNX80. They actually asked them about their COVID vaccine because back in the pandemic, Tonix also was working on a COVID vaccine. The answer to that question was they're using the same smallpox vaccine for monkeypox. So I guess they don't have any interest in COVID today.
Apparently not. That TNXP, that break, that was so strong. You'd thought we'd be testing $4 already, and that was that level. I said initially, if it got above that price, I would look for $4 for a short. That's why we took off the long at 75. And it's I didn't buy the dip, and I don't know why. I'm kind of thinking to myself, looking back at it in hindsight's 2020. I should have been buying the dip at 340, but we didn't do it. Now it's just the $4 level or bust, right? Churns through 4. There's still room to the upside on TNXP. I reloaded some Uber in front of VWAP, but it's Tesla that's really got my eye. Now that reversal on the PM, there was no chance really to get that 760 break. 750 was executable, but the 760 break it happened so quick. It was able to get into XPay and get out of NEO and Tesla, but what a huge reversal. I think those levels that we're playing off with the long side obviously have turned into short side trades. I don't have them because we flushed way too fast off of these levels. If we get any kind of a pop, I want to try to play into it. But it was Uber that I just decided to add to there because if that wants to pop above VWAP when the market's dying, okay, I'll take that. every single chance. It's still relatively strong here at 1.1, but to me, it's a short until it is not. GameStop in front of earnings, we were looking at one level and one level alone. It is now bounced off 120. Didn't get very far. So obviously if 120 breaks, I do want to reverse this one into the short side of the trade, but it is trying to consolidate here. I'll take my shot on one chance that 120 can bounce on GameStop, but if it's below that price, I do want to be shorted. So you're going to see me in a long in GameStop, and it might not last very long.
All right. All right, so don't shoot the messenger, but we're going to line up some cash right here, and you guys probably know what it's all about. It's all about AMC on that short through 1350. So we just got some out there again at 1330. I mean, this is exactly as planned by me. Like, you know, we wanted this short. We talked about it. And remember I told you earlier, traders asking me, like, what levels do you like on AMC? And I was like, low 13s, man. And here it comes back in. This might be a chance to pick something up on that cheap right now. If you did like it, it's down to 1342. I just got more out right now. I feel like it is going to bounce, but you guys know where my target's at on that one. I think Facebook, if it keeps on falling, man, some of these levels are pretty interesting here for Facebook. So down to 194.20 is where I'm bidding right now. I don't know. I don't want to get super aggressive with this trade, though, because, you know, it's come in a bit. We do know the potential here for Facebook, sorry, as I look at my AMC trade, you know, to just rip faces off. We love Facebook, but it needs the market. And I think for me to say that is kind of obvious, but this is not a nice move here on the NASDAQ. So I would rather sit on my hands. I mean, Apple was a decent trade, could have been better. First of all, this trade was fine. It was this last one. So we're going to go 1 for 2 here on Apple, as the first trade break of this move down in from PMI was great. We got all out of it, and then we started to average in against 150. 150 broke, and then now right here, Apple trying to bounce off 149. I wonder if that's... Yeah, I mean, I don't want to find any low levels on Apple because I don't want this unless we start to get aggressive to the long side. So I don't think we want Apple. We'll just wait on that one. AMC, Mullen, and NEO, my only positions right now. So yeah, we're going to have to wait a bit on some of these trades. I do like Facebook. Oh, the trade that we might not have to, it's still a little ways away. AMD down to 100. It got as low as 101 right there. So I'm wondering if we're getting a little too, like, iffy on how far we think AMD is going to go down today. Like, that was a big move down from 103. We got a nice cash there, but you know, that's a nice move to the downside here of 101. So maybe AMD doesn't get to that $100.55, guys.
Yeah, a bit of a wick top there on TNXP. I did have the short in front of it. A lot happened really quickly, and it's a 3-minute chart, so it'll be confusing to some. But like 98 short, it got down to the low 90s. I scalped some out. It then put the break at 4 even. I had a long at 02s very, very briefly, and then slammed. I mean, slammed back down to 390. So if it's a wick off top, I'm not trying to hold on to that. Forget about it. It's right back into the same trade with a stop out at the high of the day. So I came back into that 92s. Now I'm into the short side of the trade again. I'm always going to take it. It's just a setup more than anything else. Yes, I get it. It's a super strong stock. There's no questioning that it's super strong right now. But if I see a wick off, I'm just going to take it every single time. I also got into GameStop here. I want to make sure I have my stop in there. I got into GameStop when it took out that 121. We talked about only liking one level on this stock. Well, okay, so it went to that one price. And I said you'd see me in a long on GameStop that might not last very long. Well, work or not work, that's still going to be true. Like, it ends up working into this upside, but I still don't want to be in it terribly long. This is clearly a stock that's going the other direction, right? Like 130 to 120 at the open, but it bounced off our 120 level. So if it plays to VWAP, fair enough. Just rang the register at $1.50, and if we can get 2 to 250 on, I'll be very, very pleased to do that. So going to be in and out of GameStop, and that 120 is still going to be in play for a potential short trade. Like, it breaks through that, we could always be talking about a short side play on GameStop through that 120 level. But for now, it's just about that long off the 120.
All right, we're going to go back into NIO right now as it does dip down in a little bit here too. Looks better on a 1-minute chart, right into 1820 or so, 1814 the low. So we just go long there at 33, get a little bit of a better average price there into this name. The market is trying to bounce, but I'm not taking this as a bounce, to be honest with you. I mean, it needs to get at least above right here, which it could get, man. This 12,670 or so could get above there. So the market still needs to bounce a little bit higher. We'll take NEO, but this is not Like, this is just here into 18.15. If we beat that low that we just had, we'll get out of that one for 15 or so cent hit. We're not in a very big position here, but we are in one. So we're going to hope that this goes back up to the upside. And then again, Apple bounced off that 149. So that's going to look like it was a decent trade down there. But I need at least that 150, which is right there, that 50 period. I want to see that get taken out before we do any work on that name. And then maybe AMD. Someone yesterday said SOXL. Why don't we trade SOXL? And I was actually debating that as well right now into that level. AMD needs to at least take 102, which is that. I don't want to go long on anything that's below the 50 period. So that's not happening for me. And then SOXL right now, that was a name that I was looking at here. Again, this is the triple levered ETF for the semis. So, if AMD wants to get going, I found a level, man. What about this 2440? That was the bottom there yesterday. And again, you're going to have Intel, NVIDIA. I mean, we can go over them all. TSM, they're all there. I can look it up for you to see what exactly this holds. I don't know exactly the weightings on it, but down over there to 2440 or so. This is a name definitely to look at. A little more aggressive than the market itself because it's a 3Xer and it's a semi, right? And so you're going to see as those fail, we've already identified AMD today. Either way, this could be something. Okay, now we're into Facebook as this market is puking. AMC's to the downside. Oh, yeah. And we are now into Facebook, 194.20. And honestly, I'm giving this down to 193. So let's see how far Facebook wants to float here.
We're going to do one of these, man. I said it wouldn't take long on GameStop. That one takes a while for the plane crash, but
that's not good.
It wakes up, gets right to that resistance at 123, and then snaps back down. So in, out, very, very quickly, like a little bit of a bandit. There will be nothing quick about this Uber trade, however, because look, if I don't understand I actually don't understand why this even popped VWAP when the market was still making lows. One of the weakest stocks in this market was still holding green and popping up to VWAP when the market was dying. Whatever. If a firm had done that, it would have been much nicer, but it ended up being Uber. I just got some more shares out in front of that low of the day, 23. I think if the market continues lower, testing that 4,100 level on the ES, and we want to hold on to Uber for the duration there. TNXP, we talked about that wick off top that it made, still showing some signs of strength. It just got to about 380 there. So when I got back into the short at 92, it was short, then it was a quick long, then it was right back into the short trade, and it's still holding, above that 380 level. I'm thinking VWAP would be a gift on this one. That's about 3-1, so there's nothing wrong with that notion. It's just not nearly the short opportunity that I think most people would want on a name going this parabolic. Still a lot of bids to be had on this. And Mullen, I am trimming some more because it doesn't feel like it wants to get back to the high. So I just took some out. It just barcoded off of 160. And when it failed that level, I took some more shares out at 158. This doesn't feel like it wants to break, but it's still holding those opening range bottoms. So as long as we're above that 48 to 50 level, I guess we're playing some reloads on it. And Tesla, oh Tesla. Yeah, it's pretty sloppy here. 742, can't really give you 750, definitely not giving a 760 again, and I don't want to be chasing it. I've got the short that I like in Uber, so I'm just going to have to hold on to that one. I'm not going to get that Tesla at the price I want.
All right. Yeah, we are going to get Facebook at the price we want because we're going long. And right now, it's all you can eat buffet with a long side right now because any stock you want has probably come into some levels. So right now on Facebook, again, this is done on purpose. Like our real level here, if you look at the sticky note right now, and again, we're here to trade. We're not trying to get in and out super, super quickly on some of these plays, especially when you have a big dramatic move. But it held 193 at the open yesterday, so we wanted to look at 194, 195. So we have a 194.20 right now. Let's pick some up if we get to 193, right? So we're starting this early. Like it's not like. Obviously, now that it's down against us 40 cents, we wish we hadn't started this early. But here comes the move down. We are going to be sitting here at 193 to take some more. And then we're looking at that bottom of yesterday, this 192 right there flat. Like, I'd hate for that to break for sure, because then I don't really have a play when that breaks. First of all, AMC, we just cashed out 20 cents on that one as well, as that's making new lows. But Facebook is really a concerning spot for me right now. It's making the move down. Look at the NASDAQ. Like, you're not going to win when you're going long. I mean, I consider some of these outs wins. Look where we got. I mean, I got to cancel my AMD now, because if I'm going to dig into Facebook, again, nicely done there on AMD, out at 102. Now that saved us $1, right? The same thing on Apple. We got out there when this broke through 150. Now that's down to 148.70 near some of these bottoms. It's like, pick your poison on some of these longs. A lot of these names are at good levels. I mean, look where Apple is, man. 148. That was perfect yesterday. We dipped down early to 147, but nothing wrong with a 148 long. So yeah, some of these names right now, the market just keeps on going lower. It's dead, but there are some decent longs coming in right now, like a 148 bid on Apple. I think I'm going to put that in there. We will absorb it, and hopefully it comes through for us. But I like the long in some of this. It's been a nice move down. We were positive. It's the first of the month. And let's just see where we go from here as we get a little Bone Thugs action. Every time you say that now, Neil.
Because it's so catchy.
I'm going to always be thinking about that.
And it's not even their most famous song. You know what's up. But look, it's the first of the month, and what a reversal the market decided to put in on us here. Uber just went red, and I got more shares out. But I actually have a short that, and again, it's a small cap name, so it's going to move to the beat of its own drum, like I always say. But it is showing some signs of strength, like I said, on TNXP. Got some at 380, but it started to churn right back up toward that high. I'm kicking myself. Like, I was long in the pre-market. I was adding to it in the pre-market to the long side. And then once I get out at the open, I wasn't really thinking reload. I was just thinking, okay, where do I like it to the short side? And that's usually the way that it goes. Probably should have tried to hang on to this one at least until the $4 level. I'd be getting out of it now, but probably was worth holding on to at least to that $4. But everything else is just churning back into the downside. GameStop, which is all over my radar at this 120 level. If it can't hold on to this, I think they could dump it. But a 120 break is the only thing I want for GME. NEO, which was so strong, is still up on the day. So if you're looking for something which is holding its breakout price, well, that 18 on NEO just only starting to come into play in the last couple of minutes or so. This is where, if we're going to make a bit of a bottom, maybe we can hold some levels. NEO's got the relative strength. 18 even is not a bad level. It's still showing signs of strength. You had to get out of it when that number dropped because it was just too much selling coming into the space. But at least it's holding its breakout price. If it holds a little bit longer, I'm going to get back into NEO. As we go to Brendan at the big screen for Sector Watch.
Just noticed in the U.S., guys, I'll show you a red board here once again today. Just noticed, though, 0.8 for the S&P. It is the financials, the biggest group right now to the downside. Bank of Canada increasing their interest rate here in this country this morning, up 50 basis points once again, so 1.5 here. Same as the U.S. once again for Bank of Canada. But banks leading to the downside for stocks right now. Healthcare also back under pressure once again. We saw some weakness in this group yesterday as well. So a heads up for any of those looking at that group. Wanted to mention Amazon here standing out very strong. Almost 2.5% to the upside again ahead of Friday. Remember, the split comes into effect on Friday. Etsy, TSCO also positive on the day. 12.25% right now for CRM. What sell-off? CRM doesn't care, up nicely. Adobe and Now also in the tech group standing out as strong. Remember, Mosaic had a big day yesterday, back to the upside on an upgrade for fertilizer stocks. Not the case today. Gives it all back and then some. 6% right now. There's Paramount as well on a negative note to the downside. Far corner down there. Energy stocks are positive, worth mentioning with oil. But the market, continues to slide here. 0.7 now for the S&P, guys. Back to you.
Sometimes you've just got to move and get out the way. TNXP, if you can't beat them, join them. Okay, we started long, so that's kind of cheating, but 4 even, so they should have held to it. We stop out at that level. I'm putting the reverse on every single time there's been a key price level on this stock, on a stock today, and I have not reversed. It's been a mistake not to have done so. Whether that was taking a shot on Tesla reversing or NEO, that would have been a good one. Now this thing is getting to 420. I'll take some more shares off at 420. Why not? I mean, $5 does stand out there, but 420 is just one of those psychological small cap levels that you want to scalp if you get a chance at doing so. The market is trying to catch a bid. The ES just got to that 4,100 level. Just going to quickly go over that 4,100 level. Also, the overnight lows and bounce, a tiny little bounce. If we can hold this here, I want to see us get back above that 41.15. That's that previous support level. I guess it was that minor support level that got broken. If we can hold above that, you have a chance at a bit of a bounce back here. But a failure to get back above that, you can see you've got some serious room to the downside if we fail to get back above 41.15. That's what I'm watching for right now. I just have the uber short. I'm not really chasing any of these longs. But there are some opportunities that are abound here. I'm going to go back over to what was a strong name. Micron still holding 74, not chasing it. I did get in too early the first time, said, why am I doing it? Allow it to make a bit of a bottom, allow it to consolidate, then get in. Now it's holding back again at 74 even. Micron still positive. Let's see if the ES can hold up here, but I like Micron.
All right, finally, let's spin it again. Because there's Facebook, man. We're long at 194.20. So here's $1 right now for Facebook as it's starting to go up the upside right now and get real excited real fast. So it did dump down. We just missed a bit again, but whatever. Like I said, we were letting this market come into us and we got that Facebook long. So we'll cash out of that. We're at a 60% now as it came all the way back up. Remember, like I know Neil was saying the same thing about GameStop there as well. And it's like, you know, when certain levels are hit, I mean, we're still down. Like you can't change the way you're thinking just because you got profit or whatever's happening in the market, right? Like I've already identified that this is below the 50 period. And honestly, any sort of a bump up, we got to be able to take that profit out. So we are now out of 60% of it. And now it's starting to rib higher. So this is fantastic. Like if we can get something now, like this is what I'm talking about. You get the stocks and you get the right names, and then you just try to like massage the trade as much as you can. So if we can get some out into this 20 area, that was the high that we just made. There was 25. So if we get a little bit of a bump back up, we'll take another piece out there. And if we just keep doing that, then yeah, we will have, you know, obviously it's already a big winner for me. It's actually going up to AMD will be my number one stock, but if I can get like this out even right now, that this will become my number one stock just off one trade. So that's, there we go. Am I not at 20? Where am I at? Oh, I'm at 21. That's hilarious right there. So that just went to 20. Hopefully Facebook, come on, get it. Go again. One more round. One more. There it is. Yes, sir. There it is. We'll drop down some cash right now as we're $1 in the money now on this Facebook trade, Brendo.
ABC, guys, with a big move here to the downside. Just double checking on this. They had a share buyback they announced in the pre-market. Looks like they've revised full year guidance here for ABC. So a big move down here, 5% now.
Apparently it's not as easy as 1, 2, 3. That is ugly. That is, yeah. They're shareholders of this stock. I shouldn't make that joke.
Baby, look at me.
But it's such a good song.
Yeah, man, I love.
Yeah, look. Obviously,
Jackson 5 is in the building.
That's why we talk about these when they come in here, because you look at a volume candle like that, you want to know what's going on before you jump into the trade. For a couple of names that are churning, I just got into Micron. I will get some out in front of VWAP. The bounce is 74. A little more patient the second time through. TNXP, it's getting real close to 450. When it gets this parabolic, and it gets to a key level, well, I'm usually looking for like a bit of a turnaround, so I'm going to get out. It was a breakout at 4 even anyways, right? So, 4 to 450 is usually the way I'm going to play that one. If it does make a curl here at 450, that'll be the first shot I would take. Maybe a fail break would look a little bit nicer for another short opportunity. $5 is obviously more obvious. No, $5 is going to stand out there as a nice even round number. It was a $4 break, so why not? But 450 does stand in the way first, and once we get a curl there, then I try to get into it. That's not. I'm not chasing it down there. Don't chase, Neil. Don't chase. Tesla is making a nice bounce. It's back to that 750 level. 760 is the better price. So I'm trying to hold off. If I like the short side of the Tesla trade, I'm telling myself I like the short off of 760. But we're curling not just at 50 on Tesla, but we're failing to get back above that key level on the ES. So we're rallying a little bit here, but we're not really getting through that previous support level to be able to hold it, which is a bit of cause for concern in some of these longs. As a matter of fact, as I see that, I'm just going to drop down and sort of take out some Micron pretty much here and not wait for VWAP when I see that relative weakness. So yes, the rally, this little bounce has been pretty good, but there are signs that we're not following through, especially on the ES.
Yeah, this rally has been incroyable right now, because I mean, we were able to honestly, like, we're $1 in the money now on this Facebook, and we only have 20% left. So it hasn't taken out this 50 period. If it takes out the 50 period, fine. I don't even have any offers anymore for Facebook, so we're gonna wait to see if this can come through. It's too bad. I was waiting down here. You already know about that. We didn't get longer, but I think we could get an opportunity to actually get longer right now if it does fade back down. I just want to be able to hold, and this is why I scalp in and out, man. It's like I want to be able to hold something, but at the same time take profit when profit's there. I still think that that's going to be the right move here heading into the summer months. You know, we already sort of know the Fed's path. They've given it to us. They're going to neutral. They're trying to get to neutral. And I don't see why they won't get to that level. So we're going to wait to see what they do. But it's going to be half point. And after that, then they're going to reassess the data on that one. But meanwhile, NIO, first of all, we will talk about AMC. We're out of AMC. That was a really good trade for me. But meanwhile, AM, to take one from Colbert there, he has that segment. But we did average into NEO, right? So NEO goes all the way down here. We were too busy like watching Facebook when this was happening. So again, like if you're only trading one name, I really feel like this was a great opportunity to get more long into NIO. Unfortunately, when it came back, we started bidding these 30s here because of this level, but we should have also been bidding closer to 18 because my out was, I already put the order in, my out was 18 if it broke. So that never happened. So now we're gonna take out some of this profit here on the upside, and it's small, but remember, we've already hit NEO long right there, and our best out was only 50. We let it go all the way to 19, and again, missed out on that. So that one's definitely on me right there. But there goes Facebook, man. Facebook is rocking now, 2 new highs. Oh, no, sorry. No, the name I was looking at was Apple. Apple right here at the 50 period. Sorry, wrong name. This is a name that I want to take long. So I just got to make sure that I have my orders set. I have it set for a break of 149.80 here on Apple, but wow, AMD really got going. Don't tell me that sock sell. If that is above 40 right now, then I've really messed up. Okay, good. That's not above 40, but that got close. Watch out for this sock sell. You may want to short this at 24.40, to be honest with you. Brenda?
Levi Strauss wasn't doing anything all morning, but just halted news pending, guys. So heads up on LEVI.
I mean, I don't know, but my guess is probably some kind of a buyout rumor or a spin-off, something. But we'll definitely have to get over to that. But I know Sega's also moving in the monkeypox space, but pick one, trade one. TNXP is the one I want to trade. I tried 45, 450 there. I was in and out, 47 short. It took out the high, so I'm out of it. Now it's getting super parabolic. I'm not sure. Like, it might actually make a pull or an opportunity for a pull before $5 the way it's trading. The spread is opening up every single time it takes 3 or 4 cents back into the upside, gets close to 475 or takes it out. The spread's been opening up here. Some signs that it's slowing down. So it might be the 75 is the level. As I'm saying that, it just put in a wick top, and I tried to get it at 73 there. I'm not going to get it. I was just about to tell you that it looked like it was making a 475-ish top there because the spread was opening up every single time it got bought up. I might miss it, but I would rather miss because I wasn't willing to chase that short than get run over at a price I don't want. I always want to have a tighter stop. If I can't put a tight stop on it, then forget it. We're going to end up missing out on it. Maybe there's a chance at Sega, which is also making some power moves in the space. Nah, it's already pulled back. But the first thing first, like if you miss an opportunity on the main name, go to the sympathy play. Sometimes you can catch that trade. It worked with AMC and GameStop. Just thought maybe we could have it there in Sega. Unfortunately not, as it looks like TNXP is running out of gas just a little bit here. And the market also still looking like it's running out a little bit of a gas. And I'll just pull it up. I don't want to flip over the chart away from Tesla here, but yeah, we cannot seem to bounce off that 41. We can't get to that 41.15, so it's a pretty key level for this market. If we do not hold and regain that support, I think you're retesting the lows on a lot of these names. My short that I'll be in, if that's the case, is of course going to be Uber. I do still like GameStop through 120. That's the only level I want to trade on GameStop today.
Oh man, I was looking at that Sox L again. Oh damn, that fell out of fate there. Okay, all right. So here comes Facebook again. We only have 20% left. Remember, so that was a good trade for us. It's close to now that and well, actually NEO's my number 1 stock. What am I even talking about here today? NIO is I made double on NEO than I have on Facebook and AMD today. So that's my bad. I don't know why I didn't talk about that before. But here comes Facebook right back in. We're still waiting, man. I mean the Nasdaq is pointing lower. It's come back into 194. I'm considering reloading this, and that didn't take too long. I am going to reload it right now. So there goes that consideration. Down to 149 and change again on this one. Wow, that Sox L just keeps on coming, but let's just wait to see here on Facebook. The reason why we like this name is, again, you're into this pre-market level of 193. Actually, that's yesterday's level that we bounced off of, and then we have 192. So ideally, I'm sitting closer to 193 to take a big position, but we've bounced off 194 a couple times there, including yesterday afternoon as well. So I don't mind taking a bid here, which is why we're long at 194.20. And then I said I'd go over this. I don't know where is AMC now, all the way back, but this was a good short for us on AMC as we hit this short. We took our last 10% or 20% out when it took down 50 there, and only went as high as 55. So AMC, that's a good trade. We should probably be long if it tests back down into the 20s here for AMC. I like that trade. Wow, I can't believe how fast this day's gone, to be honest with you. I don't know how you're feeling.
It's been quick.
But 10:52 right now. Yeah, no guess, no nothing. You filled in for Arun. I think it's been a great show, and it's getting ready to even be a better show as Trader Pratt all dressed up again. This guy's stepping up his game. I like it. I like it a lot. Brendan over there, you never have to worry about this guy stepping up his game, although he doesn't have the vest on today, so that might be
it's too hot for a vest.
Might be at the dry cleaners right there. But let's go to Brendan and see what's going on with my favorite segment. It's Money Talks.
It was a little steamy, a little too steamy. Let's go to some currency news, guys, brought to you by the Small Exchange once again. If you're interested in getting started in futures trading, use the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Sign up today. Great information from the Small Exchange. No PDT rule, less cash required as well. Here we go. Big move up on that ISM manufacturing number for the US dollar this morning. I saw the 10-year as well ripped right back to highs past couple of days. So we're right back to 102.5 here for the dollar index, 0.62 on the day, 102.3 right now. Canadian dollar exactly flat right now on the day. Again, Bank of Canada raising interest rates in this country today, or 50 basis points, same as the U.S. We're at 1.5 now for interest rates here in Canada. So the Canadian dollar pretty flat. Nothing else to note, really. Bitcoin back to 32. There was a move down, or 31, I should say, from 32. There was a move down there, 2% now to the downside. Ethereum about the same, 2% negative, guys. Back over to you.
I have an update. It's raining. Boom! I'm not going to be in too much trouble here. As the wife was gardening, and she's volunteering at the school. She's gardening at the school, and they're doing this big setup there. So shout out to the school, but she had to come home due to rain. So that's good. So the reason why it's good, I told you the story.
I know. I'm glad for you, but I know the boys are going golfing today. That's why I'm not.
Oh yeah. No, but it's supposed to end at 4.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have a t-ball practice tonight as well. So
what day is today?
Today's Wednesday.
Oh, I'm indoors for swimming anyway, so I probably don't. Yeah, it's not going to matter to me, but there might be a chance here. I said I would go over to SIGA after TNXP made its high, and SIGA was already off. Well, SIGA is back towards that high. So I am going to jump into this one off the high of the day. And look, it doesn't have to fall just because TNXP did, but you have a pretty clean top there. If it tries to break it, I'm just going to get out. But I didn't want to chase the move. That's actually the thing. Like, I'm able to get 50s off a 60 top instead of chasing down to like 35s and 40s. And that makes a difference. Like, it either get the price you want, because if you get run over, you want to limit the downside of the trade. That's what we were trying to do here. The market is trying to churn back up. It looks like we're catching a bit of a bid there. I just missed my reload on Micron. It got back to 74. It was actually a little bit deeper this time, so I might not get the reload on Micron here, but I do want to see if I can hold it to that high, at least to VWAP, and maybe further. And like I just said about SIGA, like, this is why I don't want to chase. Like, you're just risking an extra 30, 40 cents when you don't have to. I still feel if the market is coming back for some of these monkeypox names, I'm no longer looking for the long. Once you break one downside trade, I'm really just going to be thinking about the short. I reversed a couple. We started long TNXP, and I reversed long one time at 4. Probably should have reversed long twice. But now that it's made these tops, I'm thinking of the short side, especially in SIGA, which hasn't been nearly as strong in recent trading. I'm holding on to Uber, even though it's bounced off 23 even. It'll take more than that for me to cover the short.
All right, so we have a new trade alert right now. We'll catapult ourselves. Apple, we're back in this name. So we talked about getting the long through 149.80. Well, guess what? It hit. It got out to 149.80. We took a piece out at 93 there, and then I was waiting at 150 flat. So just to scalp out, like I said, man, if we can scalp out quick time, some of these trades, like real quick, get in, get out, and then just hold on, just like we're doing on Facebook. Like Facebook right here is now a monster, man. There's $1.30 in the money. Do I wish we had the full thing? Sure. But look what just happened here. It pulled all the way back, and I didn't pull the trigger again, which is crazy looking at it, but whatever. So anyways, that's just another opportunity that can happen to you. And then we still have some on. So we take another piece out. So let's spin it again. I mean, it's been a big day for me here as we keep on going on this. There goes Apple. Will we ever get that test upside for Apple near that 150? It's trying right now. So we'll put another offer out there, get another piece out. Come on, let's go. I'm at 99 for Apple right now. Hopefully we can get that fill. We just got a 95 on this name, but it just resisted that 150 again on a nice little, ooh, don't dump down. Come on, you don't want to go down on Apple. So we'll see if this one, oh no. All right, anyways, we're going to hold this one for a bit, but 149.50 is going to be my out. So we're already out of a little bit of this name. We are holding out for more. Oh, I did get that 150 fill actually. After all said and done, I got a 140. I got 149.99. All right, that's good. So we'll stack in some cash. Now we can just hold the rest. We got the fill that we wanted. We got that 150 fill right there. So sorry about that. I didn't see it. 149.99. We wound up getting out. So we still have more than half, obviously, of this trade as it's starting to motor. So is Facebook, man. So is check back. Oh, you're in Mullen right now. I was going to say, why did that just pop?
It just broke the high of the day. So it took a while. But 165 is gone now.
I'm going to offer 167.
On the way to the 70s, on the way to 75s. A lot of people talking about $2. I mean, it's an obvious level, $2, because it went $1.50, $2. It makes sense. Also makes sense to get to Brendan before we go.
Yeah, a couple minutes left. Let's get some earnings, guys. Before we do that, View Incorporated reported earnings as well. Up big time. I saw this go in the pre-market a little bit. Anyways, it tried after the move last night. They reported better than expected, though. So a big pop there on View on the NASDAQ. Here we go. Earnings for tonight and tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah, when Chewy was the other one.
Yeah.
So, wait a minute. C3 AI. Yeah, we only look at that one time, well, 4 times a year, I think. But that was on that list of the short list of the worst IPOs just in terms of price action in the last couple of years. But yeah, so GameStop, you know we're going to trade it because when it makes moves, it's going to be power moves in either direction. But C3 AI, that's one that not for the faint of heart if you look at that daily chart.
No, I like C3 AI there. I mean, again, I like it to trade it. I don't know if we're going to MongoDB. I mean, C3 AI for me is the best name right there. And if you're going to look at GameStop, obviously, you're going to have to also look at AMC. I think we've done a good job covering some of those names for you today, for sure. I hope you guys enjoyed the show, man. An hour and a half. Sorry, a minute and a half until we go over to Prad and Luca are in the building there. Luca Doncic there. 167, we just got some out on Mullen.
Easy, Tiger.
Yeah, so we're going to wait on that one there as we go. But that's going to be one to look at there. Oh, have you still not seen Luca, the movie?
Oh, I did see it.
You did? Okay, good. Yeah, I love that.
It's great,
Yeah,
man.
that's my favorite
really
Disney
good.
movie in the last little while. A little bit biased, but good movie on that one.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it goes back to the
question
roots
is, has
there.
Luca even seen it?
Have you seen Luca? He doesn't have kids, though. I mean, why the?
I don't think I have plans this year, yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. If you don't have, I mean, I would honestly, I wouldn't be watching if I didn't have kids either. I wouldn't watch that right there. But I really like the graphics in that. It does remind me. I was just in Italy last year, or no. Before COVID, 2 years ago. Wow, time flies when you think about that.
Probably 3 years ago.
Yeah, the cobblestone, the streets of Siena and everything like that. Great opportunity if you've ever been there. It's people we know's favorite country to go, and he's trying to become a citizen there, believe it or not. So, all right, let's get ready to rock and roll here. We are getting ready for that. It does look like Apple. So this is my biggest trade on right now. We're $1 in the money on Facebook. We are now flat on this Apple trade, but we've been getting it out there at 150 as it just hasn't broken. So I'm going to hold the rest. I don't want to get out of any more here. If it does take down 149.50, we're going to be out of it. But you do notice why I'm a little bit cautious on this trade. It's because we've broken back down now below on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ didn't continue its move to the upside there. So now it's starting to tick a little bit lower. So you never want one trade to be your last trade. So if 30 cents hit on this is easy for me. So if it does come back down, we will get out of some Apple. But I guess without any further ado, anything you want to talk about? I know we did forget about Sega today.
I did forget about Sega, not anymore. It just put another wick top in, so I just jumped right back in at essentially the same price. But it is 11, like we said, and that means we need to get to Trader Pred and Luca, our Luca, not the movie.
Like 2 seconds away.
Brand new month. It is time to get started over here with the midday show. I'm your host, Trader Brad. This is Trader Luca.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody's having a great start to the month. You know, new month, and I always tell myself, you know, be patient, let things come to you, try to understand the market you're in, and then make decisions. And today, I think I did a really good job. I can share some of my trades to start off the morning here for you. So I had an Apple trade to start. This thing kind of made a top. I was sort of under the impression that, you know, we were going to get sort of kind of fall to start the month, sort of kind of like fall in the market. So, you know, looking at Apple above the 150 level, I noted that 150.5 level from yesterday. So we did get above that, sort of on a light volume push, and then came down. So I took my first short, paid for it there. And guys, this is what I like. This is what I say all the time. You know, I think a great trader once told me this. He said, look, you take a trade, let's say you have a stop, it's right above VWAP, right? You can move your stop down as the price goes in your favor, or you know you can get a free trade of it, you know, kind of take some off, pay for it, and then keep your original stop. So I did that there, you know, covered on a quick scalp right in front of the 150 level, and then, you know, was very patient. It sort of kind of came back down to that 150 level, and for some reason we were holding, and I had no idea why. I said to myself, you know, 150 should have broke. And this candle right here is not actually real. I think this was a dark pool candle. So essentially, we were right here and we didn't break the 150 level. And I said to myself, you know what? If this really was going to go, and this was my assumption. I said, if this really was going to go, it already should have went. So maybe I'll just cover the other half and then flip long. So I cover the other half. I flip long with tight stop, obviously. And as soon as I get long, it breaks and just collapses another like 70 cents. So like, it's unfortunate that I couldn't get the short. That was my mistake. Sometimes I try to, you know, like I'm long here, I want to, you know, cover my long and then flip short as well. But I think I kind of fumbled that, and that's my own fault, and it is what it is, whatever. And then obviously chase the bottom, but this was very small size. So I tell myself, this is sort of like a me problem. I don't know if you guys have the same issue, but it's like, you know, as you see things, you kind of get a little bit of FOMO, and you say to yourself, like, I think this might make another move down. And so what I like to do is I like to get in with very, very small size to fight the urge. And so essentially I go very, very small size, little bit of a bigger size, and then the original size that I originally wanted to take, which should have been over here, but I was just kind of too slow to pull the trigger, and then kind of add as we go lower, and then just scalp. I kind of got faked out here. I figured, you know, we had 13 EMA, we broke. I figured, okay, like let me like recycle a bit. So let me like take a little bit off. It doesn't hurt. I mean, whatever. That's not a huge loss, anyways. And then we kind of flushed right back down and then took the profits there. So I think that was an awesome trade, despite this one ugly arrow here. But again, small size, right? I looked at the arrow, I got in, it instantly reversed, and I said, I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. This is why it's small size. So guys, know the type of trader you are and kind of like build on that, right? And now for my AMD trade. This one was also, you know, obviously everything kind of moving in tandem together, everything kind of falling together. And so I said to myself, you know, we had this sort of little bit of like a channel here where we were popping up, coming back down, popping up, coming back down. Then we had the flush and the reversal. And guys, when you see markets like this where liquidity is kind of low, you're going to have like these flushes and then reverse. You're going to have like big pops to the upside and then reverse. So you have to be wary of that, and you got to kind of structure the trade accordingly. So something I'm working on is, you know, scaling into my trades. Look at this, 3 entries. I never do that. I'm more of the type of trader where I'm like all in, all out, all in, all out. But here we have, you know, 1 entry, 2 entries, 3 entries. And I'm also working on the size of these entries. So I take the initial position, you know, base size, and I tell myself, how do I feel when I got into this position? Does it feel good? Do I want to add more? Do I want to get out of the trade? Right? So you take that initial position. As it goes up, and I say to myself, I think this is going lower, this is my big size, because I'm risking off the 102 area, and so when I'm adding at 101.80, this is 20 cents on the big size. So the smaller size, the default size, I'm not too worried about. I mean, it is what it is. And then I say to myself, this popped. The way that it gets slammed down, I'm like, I kind of like this, so let me add like bigger size over here and risk off the 102. So that's only a 20-cent risk. My average is still right over here. And then as we slam down, I add the smallest portion of the size. Because, in this market, you don't want to chase. Because what tends to happen is if you add big size over here and it pops, then you're offside. It's a challenging position that you're in. Who knows? I mean, you had this little green candle here, but who knows if this pops and just rips your face off and does exactly what happened, but if it does it over here, right? Obviously, I thought we were going to make a low before we did that, and we had the 101 area. But yeah, essentially, like at the smallest size, I was in the money, I was out of the money, but I was not worried because that was the smallest size. So my average still was up over here. And then as we come down, I say, okay, let me take off the small size because that didn't work. It didn't do what I thought it was going to do. And I think a lot of people were covering too there because as soon as I covered, it's like human nature, right? We're all covering at the same area. And then as soon as we're done covering, it just boom, the next flush happens. So I'm like, okay, let me cover here. I cover, cover again, and then cover right in front of the 101 area. And then I say to myself, let me try to get short under 101, but I don't think this is going to work, right? So literally, I get short, it breaks, it fills me 199, and that's how I knew. I was like, who's filling me at 99? That should have been at least 98, 97 fill. So I was like, okay, I'm definitely wrong here. Let me, and I was like 10 cents out of the money, but I was patient. This market's going to give you a chance to get your money back just because I think lack of liquidity, things are bouncing around a lot, right? So you can say to yourself, I'm 10 cents out of the money, but let me just throw my bid to get back in. And, it is a dangerous game, but you have to understand the market that you're in. So I took that fill. That was nothing. I think I lost like 2-3 cents on that. And then we went straight up. And I was actually talking to Ian too. I said, Ian, are we in for a V-shaped recovery? It's around this time that we bottom out, we make that sort of wick. Are we going back to VWAP? But, right now we're kind of channeling. So I guess, if we were going to, I guess one of the things I have my eye on is, normally when, Europe closes, which is 11:30, then the market tends to stop channeling and pick a direction. And so, maybe we got about, 25 minutes until then. So, definitely going to be patient, see what happens. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a V-shaped recovery in this type of market.
Yeah, thank you, Luca, for your morning trades over there. So I was also looking at AMD today. I'm actually in an AMD short right now. A bunch of trades already taking place on AMD for myself. Some of them were losers, some of them were winners, but overall positive on the trade ticker. Now getting back into the short, 30 cents in the money, pretty much rinsing and repeating almost the same level from yesterday, if I remember correctly. Well, on the chart it looked like yesterday. Now the execution, there we go. No, not anywhere close to yesterday, but the long that I took yesterday near 102.50, offering me the same opportunities to get short every time 102.50 comes into play. And as you guys can see at the bottom left corner of my screen, you can see my positions and the units per share that it's up at the moment, which is AMD almost up 50 cents per share. A couple other stocks that I traded today, in memory of Miss V. We do miss Miss Me over here. I know in the chat people keep mentioning her name, so we do miss her. So in her memory a little bit, took a Tesla short near 750. My best out was, I believe, 745, and then I should have maybe taken the long off the 750 break towards 755 to 760 areas. Did not really care about the longs too much. Obviously, market turned to the bear side instead of being positive on the day, which it was to begin with. So I wasn't really looking for any longs. Got back on the short near 755, which happened to be by VWAP. One of my best outs was near 753, and then I got stopped out on my last few shares. Wasn't watching the stock, sadly, so I missed out on the second move, which is a bigger short move from 755 or even from 750 that I got overall. But I can't complain about it. Good trade overall for me. Successful trade so far, and we're enjoying it. Sorry, some of the stocks that were on watch today were NIO and the Chinese EV stocks. Li Auto, NIO, XPEV all came out with delivery numbers, with not bad delivery numbers, to be honest. I think XPEV came out with 100% boost. I think NIO came out with 6%. And Li Auto, I believe, came out with around 11%, if I remember correctly, by reading the articles on the way to work and so on. But overall, looks like NIO with the smallest bump up in the delivery category was the one with the biggest rise on the day, which was up at 8% or more at one point. Now I shouldn't say only, still up 5%. I do remember trading the stock yesterday near the $17 area, and very happy to see now we're trading above that price, almost above 18, almost 19. I think soon we're gonna be expecting that price range of $20 to come into play as a resistance that we can take a short off of maybe. But right now I got stopped out of my XPEV long. So XPEV long off of 23 was a pretty successful trade for me all day. And AMD keeps on paying you the dividends as long as you're able to, stick to your plan, stick to your setup. I got stopped out really tiny losses on some of my trades over here. For example, I added on the way down over here at 101, but I stopped out on break even. So I took a lot of break even stops on my trades in order to build into the short, which I was able to take in maybe 2 or 3 times in front of 102, a couple times over here in front of 101.
So I see somebody saying take a look at Apple, and you know what? I was actually curious, Sean. Did you get that 150 fill on the break? 150? Long, yeah. Oh, you did. So I can't tell because and this is, I guess, this is the type of market that we're in. We're gonna push to the 150 level. We're gonna trigger it long, like we're gonna break the level, and then we're gonna reverse, right? Is this like liquidity hunting 101 on large caps? Like, it kind of blows my mind. But yeah, I thought for sure like that 150 long on the break would just run back to VWAP and then a potential push back up. But I think it was Alexandra who's asking, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, so, looking at Apple, I think 150, it doesn't get any more psychological than that, like on this name. Like, I doubt we get back to 100, right? So like, it's like the 150 area, like, is the area, right? It's like, is it going to stay below this area? Is it going to stay above? If we actually pull up the daily on Apple, I'm not sure how clean it'll look here, but if we pull up the daily on Apple, you have that indecision candle, right? So it's like, here's the daily running up, right? So we broke through 150, we broke through 140, we broke lows, made more lows. This is like on tons of volume. And let me just remove the fills for you guys to see it clean. Yesterday we pushed and like we're staying below that 150 area. So obviously, we're gonna get above it, we're gonna get below it, we're gonna get above, we're gonna get below. But on the daily, where is this thing opening? Where is this thing closing? That's the question I ask myself. If we continuously close below that 150 level, that can't be good for the market. It kind of feels just by looking at this, we can easily push back to 140 level, like over the course of, let's say, the next month. And obviously, keep in mind, we do have that interest rate decision. I'm not quite sure that there's going to be, the surprise factor that we had last time. Last time they were saying, maybe 75 basis point increase. And then they came out and said, no, that's off the table for now. It's only going to be a 50 basis point. And that was bullish. That gave the market steam to push higher. I think this time around, just loosely looking at it, I'm not sure we have that bullish surprise factor. So if I had to guess, I think, we could potentially push lower, but the main thing to watch is where are these candles closing around the 150 level? Do they close above or do they close below? And that's the main thing I'm watching. I'm not really looking, after, the fact that like we push towards 150, bringing this back to like the 1 minute, we push towards 150 and like, okay, we break. We literally break, 1 cent, half a cent, it fills those stops and then reverses. And then we could not push back above. So maybe, and this is kind of what I'm telling myself, definitely a market where you want to scale in. I think I'm going to do a lot better this month by scaling in slowly. That's going to be my plan. And if I am looking to take breaks, I'm thinking maybe get long before the break if I like the break, or get long like a little bit after the break. Like in this case, like 150, like 11, potentially to get long, and then add to it if it breaks VWAP with volume while watching the tape, as opposed to taking the 150 break. Because look, if we're going to literally like hunt, if they're literally hunting liquidity to dump and they're breaking these levels and then dumping, like kind of like this, like a bear market vibe where it's like level breaks, dump size, and then it kind of goes back down, then like the last thing I want to do is get stuck on these level breaks with size, because then you're just instantly out of the money and then you have a tough decision to make. The best trades are the trades where you're in the money right away, they're easy, and you say to yourself, like, I know exactly what I'm doing, I have my plan. And when you're in the money and you have to make a decision, where should I take profits, where should I sell, where should I move my stop, it becomes so much easier because you're in the money. When you're out of the money making that decision, you're like, oh God, like what's going to happen? Should I do this? Should I do that? So like these are questions that I ask myself. But yeah, so obviously, keeping an eye on the large caps, kind of where are we going? Like market's down 75 beeps, Apple's kind of still holding, but I wouldn't be surprised if this moves lower. And guys, keep in mind, Michael Burry does have that short position. I think it's like 36 mil notional that he took. And like, if I had to guess, he's probably short before the 150 break, the original break. And I have no idea where he's going to cover, obviously. And even if I had that information, I would not tell you. But, I think there's a lot of options that are expiring on June 15th, which is the Fed week, right? And if I had to loosely guess, and this means absolutely nothing, take this with a grain of salt, but if I had to guess, I would guess that he's probably looking to cover on that volume, right? On that volume on June 15th. And so, like, I mean, who knows if he already covered because we already had the flush down. Even if Fed Week comes and things look bad, where are we going? We're probably going to 135, 140 anyways on Apple, like if I had to guess. And so, like, with that being said, it's like, you know, did this guy cover already? But guys, keep in mind, you know, the fact that he's looking short is sort of a reason for the long, like, I guess for the next like 3-month period that I tell myself, like, look, he's looking short, he thinks short, he's got good reason for that. Maybe I shouldn't love the long as much from a swing trade perspective. Obviously, in a day trade perspective, kind of do whatever, you know, try the longs, you know, tight stops, and you know, take your money when you get it, because this market's going to whip around. It's probably going to give you a lot of chances to get your money back in the short term, and it's probably going to, you know, if you don't take your profits, then you're going to look like me on AMD yesterday when I just kind of held it in the money all the way out of the money, and you know, it's good for jokes, but it's not good for profits. So guys, definitely, you know, take your profits when you get them.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. Right now, I'm watching the market about to probably take out the low a day. It's trying to go back to the downside. NASDAQ down 0.4%, sorry. S&P 500 down 0.8%, and UVXY up 1.5%. Overall market indeed bleeding over here today, sadly. And my AMD short, I'm out of that AMD short, 101.80s or so. We'll see if it wants to extend back to the downside, right back to 101 areas on AMD, at which point we can think about another trade. Right now, I see a stock that got called out from the chat, Coinbase, which is sadly to the downside today. Coinbase bleeding about 8% today, or 8.5%, moving much further than I expected it to be honest, because cryptocurrencies weren't really doing as bad as Coinbase is doing, at least. So Cardano, which was up 8% yesterday, is down 8% today, basically flat in 2 days. Shiba and everything else, even Bitcoin, once again in the red, which was at 32K yesterday. I do remember that. Now we're at 31K or soon going back to 30K or so. And I did get into a long over here on XPEV, just risking the low a day. Let's see if that long will work out for us. And Coinbase sadly taking out the low a day. The market's about to, the market did create a new low a day over here for the S&P 500. So that being said, AMD over here pushing much further to the downside. I want to go check on Tesla because I was in a Tesla short from 755. Missed out on that trade because it stopped me out. And yeah, look at Tesla moving right back to the lower days over here with the rest of the market. I'm guessing Apple, which was also short near 150, missing out on that move over here. Now we're below 149, heading to the lower day on Apple. If you look at the pre-market low, that is, to 148.30s. So if you have short on anything, just hold on to your short. Market is paying the shorts at the moment. The longs are getting burned, sadly. So if you are long, make sure you have your stops ready to get out of your trades, just so you don't get too hurt over here. At the moment, for example, my XPEV long, you know, just got to be careful on that one. Already 10 cents out of the money, and the market keeps on trying to push to the lows.
Guys, I also forgot to share my Tesla trade, and I want to talk about this one just very quickly. So obviously, you know, Tesla kind of grinding lower now, holding below VWAP. So obviously the short is good. But originally looking at the 750 level, right before we came on the show here, I said to myself, look, I like the short. I like the short. However, I think at this particular level, if we push up through 750, maybe we get a 2-3 point win. That was kind of my guess, right? And so like I was waiting, and this is something that I mentioned yesterday on Snap. You have this sort of channel, right? And guys, don't look at this yet, because like this is what I saw, and I want to just walk through this very quickly. This is what I saw. I saw this, right? So we have this sort of channel, and 750 didn't break. This was a dark pool wick, right? So I said to myself, you know what? If we break 750 right now, then we could easily break up and reverse, and it could just tank and get really ugly very quick. So the way that I'm thinking of structuring this trade is I'm going to take the 750 long with a stop order, but I'm going to have a super tight stop. Like I'm talking like 1 point, like half a point on that. Just because, you know, if it breaks now, then we might not get that push factor to get to like, you know, 3.4 point win, and we could instantly reverse, right? Then we saw this. We saw the break of trend. Now, guys, I'm using trend very, very loosely here because obviously, like, we had the trend down and then it's just kind of chop, 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 chop. So this isn't really trend. It's not like I doubt we're going to like bounce, bounce, bounce. But as soon as we broke the low, and the tape, you just saw sellers coming in. And right then, I said to myself, you know what? Now, if we get above 750, these are shorts covering. And they, when shorts cover, this is me making assumptions, but when shorts cover, they panic, they just smash the offer because they don't care about price. They're like, I'm out of the money here. I need to get out. I need liquidity. And so like them smashing the offer is me taking profits if I'm long, right? It's like, or if you guys are long, whatever. And so as soon as it became attractive to shorts and then instantly popped back up, look what happened next. We had the instant fly into the 750 area. So it was kind of funny because I had my order here. Then we broke. I removed my order because I was like, well, it's dead. Then we had this candle. I was like, let me throw my order back. But again, guys, very, very tight stop on this because I don't love it. And I tell myself, you know what? If I lose 50 cents, $1, whatever, like factor in slippage, like I have no idea what price I'm going to get. But guys, if I lose $1 on this, and then it goes anyways, I don't care because I don't love it. So these are things that I do. Like I'll take these scalp trades and I'll take a small loss even though it might be right because I'm not willing to risk 3 points on something that I don't love. I'm going to say to myself, you know what, maybe I win, maybe I don't. I'll take the trade because I've seen wins like this before. But if it doesn't show me what I want to see right away, then I'm out. And the reason is because I say to myself, if shorts are in this, if shorts are in and it breaks 750 and there's real panic, they should be hitting the offer, hitting the offer, hitting the offer, and it should just be 2 points in the money right away. So look what I did here. I took the 750 break. It did not go. It went 50 cents. It instantly reversed, and I was out. I think I lost like 20 cents, which is like you can't ask for better than that, right, on Tesla. I literally lost 20 cents. It went down another $1, and now watch this. Boom. Second candle. So obviously I could have had patience, but for me, in this particular trade, where it's like, if you want to classify, you have your A+ trades, your B+ trades, your C+ trades. For me, this is like, C+ trade. I don't really care about it. I'd rather lose 20 cents than have patience and hold and then lose 2 points, have to make a decision because where's this going? Am I covering 2 points anyways? And it's not even really big size for me because I don't love the trade, right? So these are things that I tell myself going into this. And then obviously we had the push, and this was a $6 push. But I'm not beating myself up. If this was an A+ and I didn't hold, on like a fresh break, like we saw that 700 level go, like that was like textbook. That was awesome. That was awesome. But like this one, I'm just telling myself like, I don't love it. I don't really care that much. And look where we are right now. We pushed back up 755, kind of washed out, did not break VWAP, and now we're all the way back down. So like clearly the shorts are good. So like trying to get long based on your kind of random assumption that there might be shorts who then have to cover and like the market's turning for that quick like 5 minutes. Like these are like very, very short-term plays that I'm sort of kind of like, okay, maybe this will happen. We'll see what happens. I'll throw out some tester orders and kind of go from there. And so it's like, guys, you're going to have like I say, you're going to have your playbook. You're going to have your amazing trades that you want to really hit and you want to really let them breathe. Then you're going to have your kind of like your tester plays. I think this might happen. I don't love it. And so remember to size accordingly and remember to treat the trade as it is. If it's a C+ trade, it's a C+ trade. If it's an A+ trade, then those are the ones you want to let breathe. So yeah, I just wanted to share that trade because you reminded me of Tesla and you said the short is good. And I was like, yep, definitely short is good because long was not strong.
Right on, man. Yeah, the market indeed bleeding right now big time. Can't help it. But the S&P 500 down 1%, sadly. NASDAQ about to be 1% very soon. I want to talk about stocks that are actually, doing good on the day for the time being at least. Up 68% on the day is TNXP. Tonix Pharmaceuticals Holding Corporation up with the relative volume of 109 and floats only 16.6 million flow. So obviously tons of eyes are on this trade today, and it's moving quite a bit as you guys can see. I'm sure you guys were probably trading this on the low float stuff. You low float gods out there in the chat are probably smoking this trade. Absolute beautiful move to the north side from the pre-market bottoms all the way up to the high of day today to near $5 over here on TNXP. Let's see where this one can fly off to on the next go around if it's able to obviously find buyers in front of $4 like it is able to do so so far. But sadly, as the market's pushing itself back down to the downside, where I'm guessing we see 4K today on S&P 500 most likely. If we don't, then that's a good thing. Trust me, that's a good thing we don't see 4K today. But the way the market's moving, we're only about 80 90 points away from that 4K level on the S&P 500 futures. So here's your futures right here, as you guys can see on the chart, down 1 full percent on the day, pushing towards that nice psychological number that everyone's always looking for. And along with that goes AMD straight to the downside. Oh, I missed out on that trade. Looks like AMD is now pushing below 101. Do we see 100 coming into play today? That was a pretty good level to keep an eye on. Apple also pushing to the downside. We had that short too. So we had a bunch of shorts. Just scalped it out instead of holding it for the dream or for the bigger move, I guess. But we're not going to complain about that. Still decent trades for the day. Sadly, the market is not looking decent at all. Market does seem like it wants to die off over here. The trade I am in at the moment is NIO long. So NIO, as you guys can see, I tried a tiny long near the consolidation bottom over here near $18.20. Got stopped out right away for about a penny or two loser. Started scaling into the trade over here all the way up to 18.05, giving the risk of maybe 17.90 to the downside. Let's see if NIO can find buyers in front of 18. But right now, all we're seeing is bids getting smashed, the volume being pushed to the downside on every stock, no matter where you're looking at. And yeah, I guess I'm just sounding like a broken record at the moment, obviously, because market is indeed pushing to the downside, and I just keep saying that.
I think somebody mentioned here, who was it? Frank Jones, Netflix. I had it in the palm of my hand earlier, played with the short, and then dumped it. I had no patience. I definitely feel for you, Frank. I just pulled this up here, actually, looking at Netflix. Take in that, like, after earnings, right? Kind of weak growth. The stock got absolutely decimated, and like now it's like below 200. Like it's been here before, but now below 200. I think, look, if you're playing the range on these names, Netflix did what, like 3 million volume. The spread on this can be like 25 cents at a given moment. Like you definitely need to be, what I noticed with my trading on these particular names, you need to definitely play the range. You want to get involved. What was, I always hear when I don't have my headphones in, don't diddle in the middle. So I like that one. Don't diddle in the middle. Like you want to play the outside of these names, and you want to hold for the move, right? Because like the fact that this has such a big spread, you don't want to like get into a position and then it's like 50 cents, $1 in the money, and then you get out because of the spread, right? You want to at least give yourself like, look, the range on this, I mean, it's already touching 194. The high was like 202. So that's like, 6 to 8 points that you got on this, right? So like you can, let's say, you don't believe the rally, you think it's going to turn, you kind of take a small short, you add on some confirmation, and then it goes through VWAP. Like, try to, easier said than done, I understand, but try to hold for that low of day, right? Based on pre-market. So like, let's say you take a short over here, hold for the low of day test. What you tend to see is like names will like bounce up. And I think we're going to see a lot of this too. It's like going into summer, maybe there's not as much liquidity and you kind of favor the short side because, overall economic conditions. So you say to yourself, okay, a lot of these names are going to pop in the morning, kind of do a lot of volume, whatever, and then fade for the rest of the day, right? And so in this type of environment, you get that pop in the morning, wait for the stall, and then, as it comes down, take your profits as we're testing low of day. Because then it's going to get to low of day. It's going to do a lot of things around low of day. It's going to kind of break. It's going to come back. It's going to make a new high. Oh, okay, are we going higher from here? Where's my stop? And then we go, okay, today we're lower. But like I like the idea of taking profits at low of day based on pre-market range. Doesn't matter the name. You can apply this to like any names that you're trading. But yeah, just keep in mind that depending the name that you're trading, you want to kind of hold for that move, right? Like it's like one thing if you're trading a name that it's like a $9 stock and like it's 1 cent spread and this thing moves 50 cents. Okay, take your profits, right? Think in terms of percentages, and it does help you. It does go a long way.
Brandon in our work chat called out LEVI. LEVI halted not too long ago, opened up and sadly died right away, and not really doing anything right now. 857,000 shares traded on the day so far. $18 stock. What is the relative volume? I'm guessing it's around 1 or so. Let's go check it out. LEVI. Okay, 2. So Levi Strauss. I remember Brandon mentioning the news for that too. So. Updates, current quarter financial announced, 715 buyback coming in. So like not really doing anything, sadly, though. Volume's not really there on this stock at the moment. So going to move away from Thoughts on LEVI? So you want my thoughts on it? So if you're looking for technical levels, maybe you can look at this $19 level, and on the bottom side we have the $17.50. But I will just go right over to 17 instead, right? I don't really trade on the $half levels. The even dollar levels are something that I always just keep an eye out for. That being said, though, I did trade $half level on AMD, so it's really comes down to your setup and your plan. If your risk parameters allow you to make a trade out of that, go for it. But as a day trader for myself, I don't really have the volume. I don't really see the volume that I want on a trade that's an $18 stock. So without volume, I won't be able to push the size that I want to be pushing and make the money I want to be doing so. And if I won't be able to do that, there's no point in even trading for me. And I would say the same thing for you. If you're thinking about pushing real size, this is not the stock you're going to be able to push the real size on, and you're not going to be able to take a trade out of that. Bitcoin down to 730. Bitcoin down 730. $900, yeah, almost $900 right now is what I see. So yeah, Bitcoin sadly pushing to the downside one more time, down 3 full %, and we saw that being reflected a little bit in Coinbase, which is now down 10%. And for those of you who are new to the channel or even new to the market mechanics, we do mention what happens. This quite a lot. So if you missed out, I'll mention it one more time, which is every time a stock goes on SSR, which is down 10% on the day, it's kind of harder, and I'm putting it in quotes because you can still go short on the stock, but it's going to be a little bit harder for you to go to short because you can't just take off the liquidity on the bids over here. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher, and on that's the only way you'll be able to go short, which is when someone long is punching out of their trade.
I'd like to thank Esther for joining the community. Welcome, Esther. Hopefully you have a long and profitable road ahead of you. And I see Mark's Cars. Luca, you never talk about NEO. What do you think about that one? I knew this was coming. There's some names that I stay away from in certain times. So I brought up the daily. So looking at my chart here, this is the daily on the right, and then we have today. This is 1 minute on the left here, right? Okay, so I actually loved the NEO short as we were making new lows. And I don't know what it was. Maybe the fact that, I was actually having this discussion with Ian. It was maybe the fact that, a lot of retail was long this name on the way up. So maybe they're holding for the moon. And as we made new lows, it was easy to get filled, making new lows. Level breaks were clean. And so, this particular name, obviously on the New York exchange, when these names open, they tend to be delayed, right? So let's say you had 1 million sell in balance off the open, and this thing would not open for 3 minutes, and there would be size on the bid, and they'd have the 1 million to sell. I kind of made the assumption look, that sell imbalance is going to have to hit that bid. So let me take the short and kind of risk off this level, and sort of it was just making new lows. And I love the NEO short during this period. But as we sort of have this sideways action, right? We have the sideways action. Did we bottom out? 10 sort of 10 area as we see here. It kind of bounced at 13. It bounced at 11. It bounced back at 14 again. Now we're kind of going back up. I'm not really looking at NEO and telling myself, I love this name. I'm going to trade this name and whatever, right? So, I try to stick to, my own strategies. So that's why I tend not to talk about this name. But, if we do get, let's say, another run up or another move down, then it becomes more interesting. But as it's going sideways, I'm not really 100% sure. And I guess it's a personal preference. Sometimes I guess I took a couple L's on NEO and I said to myself, let me just stay away from this. I want to go towards my strengths and where I'm making money and kind of stay away from where I'm losing. So that's basically the reason. There's not really nothing much to it. I think the other thing is we have NEO. It's you're looking at the book here. If we move my face lower and we show the level 2, the size on NEO is tough to gauge. It's tough to gauge. And I don't know if there's there's obviously different algorithms on different names, but I feel like the NEO algorithm is against me. I have a very hard time trading this name. And I don't know if it's because I see this size and I was like, oh, that's size, but then it's not real size. So with this particular name, I definitely want to pick my spots. But it's up 3.6% today. But it's interesting, right? It's we made that move up. We broke through VWAP. We'd made a lower high, and now we made a lower low, on the name. And it's I don't know. We're up 3.5%. So do I really want to short this? But it can't even hold above VWAP. So do I even want to go long? I don't know. So I'm kind of staying away from this name. But yeah, hopefully you have more luck on it than I do.
Thanks, Luca, once again. So I want to welcome Esther to the green side. Welcome, Esther. Thank you for supporting us by joining the member. We also have a super chat. Thoughts on Redbox going lower, question mark. So I don't know the future, sadly, but what I can do is take a look at Redbox for you. Redbox, wow, so it's down 18% today, getting absolutely destroyed. We have seen these moves on Redbox before where it goes crazy to the north side and then goes crazy to the downside also. I do remember Redbox has a somewhat decent short float on it. RDBX, let's go see if it's 20 or more. Yeah, it's 32% short flow. So clearly, you know, I don't want to sound too bearish about this company, but you guys already know my opinion on it, and I'll just leave my opinion at that. Today, the stock is on SSR with 4 million shares overall, and looks like it wants to might just go right back to those $2, $3 ranges to see if there's any buyers there at those prices. Right now, we are on a 3-day losing streak, sadly, after reaching the same price level of $10, $11. So the stock clearly has some big resistance coming in around said prices and not able to really burst through that. I remember taking the long on this day past $8 to my target of $10, and that was a pretty good successful winning trade for me, and I was pretty happy with it. But overall, let's see what the stock wants to do in the next weeks or this coming week or so that we're already in, or this month so far, just to see if there's any buyers that can come up on this position on RDBX. RDBX shorts are printing. That's great. I hope you're smoking that trade at the moment. I'm in the NIO long. Looks like I might get stopped out very soon over here. 16 cents out of the money. I do have an order to get stopped out somewhere to the downside over here. Not gonna really say where. If I get stopped out, I'll get stopped out, and you'll find out about it when that happens. But right now, NIO just playing in these ranges over here, kind of worrying me. But also, you know, luckily we are watching the stock go above 18 a couple times and try to find buyers. Right now, S&P 500 pushing to the downside big time. NASDAQ, S&P 500 still continuing, not really able to find any buyers. 4080 tried to have a bounce earlier, as you guys can see right here. 4081 happens to be the low of day. Gave you a minor bounce, a minor area to get long, I guess, on the market. If you were looking for longs for some reason, not sure why you would be. But that 4K area is still something that everyone else is looking out for in case that level does come into play today. So just patience, I guess, will pay off in the opportunity over here for a possible short of 4080 to the downside, or maybe we never go to the 4K and we just keep bouncing off of 4080 for the rest of the day, 1% down on the S&P 500.
I see somebody saying, why don't you share your stop out level? I don't know if that's referring to us. So, you know, guys, it's actually tough because, you know, you're making 100 decisions a day, 200 decisions a day. Like for me personally, I change my mind all the time. Like, I'll literally get into a trade and I'm like, okay, this is where my stop is. And I was like, nah, like I saw something, like I'm moving it down, or I'm moving it up, or okay, it's wicking around. I'm not even going to have a stop in. So it's very tough to say this in real time. I mean, it's like you get into a trade, you're like, okay, I like this. And then 2 seconds later, I was like, no, I don't like this anymore. Like, I'm getting out, right? So it's like, I mean, things change on the go, right? Obviously, like doing the best that you can to kind of communicate what's happening. But, you know, keep that in mind. Like 100 decisions a day. Sometimes I look at my blotter, it's like today, okay, I have 24 trades. So that's how you can tell, like, I'm well rested, you know. I didn't make that many decisions, so things are good. But sometimes that number will be like 1,000, like 780, and I was like, oh, man. And I walk by, sometimes I pass by Brandon over there, and he looks at me. He goes, hey, what's going on? I was like, man, I'm tired. 700 decisions today. I'm like, I need an extra spro. So, yeah, you know, it's doing the best we can. And I see people talking about the Fed, too, yeah. Where can we see FOMC speech live? You can just Google it. I mean, this is, so if you're referring to the June 15th, right? So they release whatever they're going to release at 2, and then like at 2:30, there's a speech. Powell comes on and says a whole bunch of things. So you can just like Google it the day of, and like it's on YouTube. I think it'll be like free, like it's just live, right? So yeah, it's, but yeah, definitely keep your eye out for that. That's definitely going to be an interesting tradable event. And, you know, it's something that, like, I'm looking at. And, you know, earlier this year, I just sat back and watched. And I was like, okay, what's happening? And, you know, we saw a couple V-shaped recoveries quite a few times. So I'm wondering, do we get that same type of event, or is it going to be flipped the other way? I have no idea. You know, these are just questions that I ask myself. But, yeah, and I see Trader Pride, do you think quantitative tightening can lead to a crash in the markets?
I don't know, man. All I can tell you is when that happens, I'll be ready to trade it. Too much predictions and too much brain power put into the future analysis over here. It doesn't hurt though, but for me as a day trader, I just care about what happens on that day, and that's all that I'm looking for. For example, right now, Tesla getting pushed to the downside, 2% down. We're about to break 740 for the second time over here. I've been watching Tesla for a little bit while Luca was talking, trying to work my brain power over here to see if I could make a trade at the moment right now as we're talking about it. But I thought about that long, didn't like it. Thought about the breakout short, bad time for breakouts right now. So overall, just being patient at the moment, trying to see what the market wants to present us with. And sadly, but maybe not sad, for a bear trader like me, I'm not really sad about the negative move in the market. I'm actually looking for opportunities to short, such as maybe AMD. I should have stuck with my AMD short a little bit longer. If AMD can walk right back to my 102, 102.50 areas, we'll gladly be looking for that short opportunity at the moment. And Tesla is really trying to stay below 740 right now, maybe even Tesla 740. Could be something to take a look at. But as I mentioned, I'm not really going to be taking that trade over here. So if you are thinking about taking that trade, make sure you're doing so with your risk parameters in line. And I just got stopped out of the NIO trade. So NIO looks like it wants to push it a little bit to the downside more than I'm okay with holding on to that trade. So if we go back to pre-market lows, then there is a trade over there for me. 20 more cents to the downside. If it does want to go there, we can wait for that opportunity back then. Let's go look at what the chart is calling out. Chat's calling out. Brad, will it rain today in Toronto? I have no clue, my friend.
Absolutely.
Chips on AMC for afternoon. Chips on AMC, huh? Let's go check out AMC at the moment. AMC, $13 to the downside. Sadly, AMC looks like it wants to hold up at 13 right now, but it could extend its losses a little bit more along with the overall market. There is a trade here to be made, to be honest. So I'm gonna take a long over here on AMC. Yeah, I'm going to take that long on AMC here, and we'll see what we can work with this trade over here. If we can take AMC for a nice little scalp of 20 cents or more to the north direction, by only risking about, low a day, which is not even too far to the downside, about 10 cents or so to the downside, we take those risks all day.
I see people asking more about stops, and I actually love this topic, so I want to touch upon it one more time here. So the thing with stops is this. This is what I've learned. If it's going to be a super clean level where it's going to break and go, and this is getting into position, right? So you say to yourself, look, stock XYZ is coming up. It's going to touch $10. I think it's going to break $10 and rip to $11. Call it a small cap, low float. In that scenario, if the stock has not seen this level before, if it's a recent IPO that IPO'd at, let's say, $8, went to $9.50, dropped back down, and now it's coming back up, low float, never seen $10 even before, comes to $10, has a little bit of size on the level and breaks. It's like, how else do you get that fill without a stop order, right? So you can apply this to any stock. Any stock, doesn't matter. This is on the way in. On the way out, call it your safety stop, right? You say to yourself, okay, I'm going to take a short here on Tesla. I'm going to short it on 740, and then I'm going to put my stop at 742. It's like, look, depending the market that you're in, right? You want to ask yourself these questions. What type of market am I in? Am I in a market where if I'm on the wrong side of this trade, I'm going to get smoked? So I need a stop. I do want that liquidity. I want it automated. I want to get out right away. Then, put a stop. But a lot of people in the chat were saying, look, you can get stop hunted. Like it might be triggered and it might reverse anyways. So like the main thing is to identify the type of market you're in, because getting in on this Tesla break of 740, I was actually eyeing it, and I said to myself, I don't love this, and do you really want to take it short, right? When it breaks 740 with a stop, when look, it pops right back. Look how much time it gave you to get short in this general area. So like a stop is not necessary. And then if you take the stop to get in, the way I did at the 750 level, if you take the stop to get in here and you have a tight stop, you're wicked out and like it doesn't work anyways. So you can try that one time on the day. And if it works, you can keep doing it because you're in that type of market where it's just going to move, and you're in the money right away. But if you're in the type of market where you're throwing stops and you're losing, how many times do you have to lose before you realize It is not the market to do this, right? So I literally took this on Tesla one time, I lost, and I was like, this is not the market to do this. So I stopped right away. And I want to say that this is the wisdom that's kind of building in me that tells me to stay away so it's not costing me extra dollars. But I'm sure I'll make a couple more mistakes before the day is done. But yeah, so going back to what I was originally saying, you know, you want to be able to identify like what you are actually doing, where you are doing it, why it makes sense, and then, you know, adjust accordingly. It's like if you're manually watching a stock and it's like Apple, you know what I mean? Like you can just manually like get out of your trade. You don't need a stop to do that. If you don't trust yourself to get out of the trade, that's a different story. But again, you don't want to have stops in areas where like it's just going to wick you in, wick you out, wick you in, and nothing's really happening. Like if you say to yourself, you know, I'm gonna short Apple if it goes back through 150, and I'm gonna use high a day and just have a stop there, like sure, like put the stop in. It's so far away. I mean, like if you don't trust yourself that you're gonna cover, it's like 2 points away, right? Like you don't even really need a stop because by the time it gets there, you can make decisions and say, okay, look, it's pushing high of day, so like whatever. But like if you're gonna like take that entry and say, okay, 150.50 is my stop or right above VWAP, and I don't trust myself, or I think if we get back up there and there's no liquidity and it's not going to wick me out, I want that liquidity to get out, then yeah, use the stop. But just make sure that you understand, like there's no right way to do it. There's no right way to do it. It just whatever works for you, right? So what I do is like, you know, I tell myself like, okay, we're in this type of market. I'm going to do this. I'm going to use this execution style. Okay, we're in that type of market. I'm going to use that type of execution style. And so just make sure that like it makes sense to you. And you know, if you take the win, you take the win. If you take the L, you take the L. It is what it is. But make it make sense to you.
So I'm watching NIO right now. There was about 41,000 shares on an EdgeX order sitting there. I'm actually not even looking at it on the right screen. So let's go to the right screen over here. This EdgeX order is actually following the stock up right now. So he was on the 82s. He's now on 86s, or maybe they are, he, she, they. Not trying to, you know, make any controversies over here. Just trying to talk about the stock right now. So let's take a look at the stock. They are clearly pushing the order up, as you guys can see now. They are on the 86s. So we pushed our orders right away, multiple longs, and instantly we can see the stock starts moving. The tape started heating up. The volume started coming in. So that was the signal that I was waiting for all day, pretty much. The signal wasn't here. The signal wasn't here, but I pushed the long anyways. The signal came in over here with that order pushing up along with the stock going up. So basically trying to take the fills. Right now they are sitting over at 86s still, I believe. Let's see if the stock does manage to go right back to 86s. That allowed me to push some decent size on that trade. So let's see if we can hold on to this size at the moment. And AMC, still in the money on AMC, but not really moving in any way for us. So can't really be screaming about that trade too much. So we're going to leave that trade alone for the time being. And the good thing to actually mention is the market is finally giving us a relief bounce, maybe, or maybe it's just shorts covering a little bit. We don't really know what it is until later on. One thing I also need to point out, it is 11:47 Eastern Standard Time, so market clearly about to start losing some volume because of lunchtime coming in. So lunchtime will be a big volume draining event. A lot of people who've already made money or even lost money getting ready to get out of their desk for a little bit, go for a walk, go get a spro, as Luca always calls. Maybe Luca doesn't call it. He does go for a spro.
I do, definitely.
He does go for a spro. So yeah, make
looking
sure
forward to my spro today.
Make sure you go for your walks. Make sure you go get some good sunlight in. Sadly, no sunlight in Toronto today. And hopefully it doesn't rain during our golf time. S&P 500 and NASDAQ trying to recover a little bit as we're talking about them. And UVXY, man, I'm pretty upset about UVXY today because I took the 14 breakout multiple times and I got stopped out almost every single time, even though I did scalp some profits. I added some size over here and I got stopped out for break even on this trade. I gave up on it. I guess I shouldn't have, because here's UVXY going off to the races, just taking off to the moon over here at the moment. And quickly coming back to NIO, I'm not really seeing that size on NIO right now. So if NIO does go back to my break-even point, then I'm just getting out at break-even on that level, and I'll wait for another signal for me to get long on NIO that will give me a good retracement move all the way back to VWAP. Luca.
Guys, I'm taking a look at AMD. I wonder if we can get that 100 bounce play in action here. Like, look, the range, you know, it touched almost 104. Market's heading lower. We're a ways away from it. We're a ways away. And, you know, AMD is the type of name that, like, if we do get towards, like, 105, as an example, then we're probably going to break. and I wonder where the bounce. See, this is something that I'm working on, is the bounce play, right? And I say to myself, okay, like how close, like if I want like a super tight risk on this, then like how am I going to structure this? Because what I notice is I either get the fill and then I lose, or I don't get the fill. So clearly I'm doing something wrong, but definitely 100, keeping that on watch. You know, I don't know if we see size. That's the one thing I ask myself. Like, we had like the Tesla 740, and I was watching it as Brad was talking. This was before. And we had like a little bit of size, and then it broke, and it didn't really do anything. Then it bounced. So, you know, I'm still trying to identify like what is happening here, right? And I see some size popping on the book on AMD, and it's like the bids are getting filled, the offers are getting filled. So like I think area of interest for me on AMD is the 100 level. Like it's just like kind of play off that psychological level. Like we already had like, you know, like move to the upside 104. If we bounce like 100 area, like you got the 4-point range. I don't know what the ATR on AMD is. It's probably $4 or $5 if I had to guess off the top of my head. So like, I mean, that's like, you know, it doesn't get any better when you're playing these kind of ATR bounce plays where it's like, you know, it already made the high, it's extended ATR, the bottom is potential bottom of the range, and then if you have size there too, like that, it doesn't get any better than that. But again, keep in mind, you know, market down 1.3%, AMD down 1.35, easily we could get to 100 and break. But I think like one thing I'll keep my eye on is like, you know, I think we could get a push towards that level as we're getting lower now, and then potentially see a bounce, right? And, you know, bounce just based on liquidity vacuum, like everybody's selling into the level and then kind of selling stops, and it just like bounces like whatever, 20, 30, 40 cents. So like something I'm keeping my eye on, but maybe we get that in the next 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, market we thought was going up, but that's going to be a negative statement because market instantly went right back to the downside and looks like it wants to struggle at the moment. So S&P 500 does not want to, oh, maybe, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're gonna have to retract that statement one more time, maybe. Let's see how this 5-minute candle closes. So as you guys can see, the last 5-minute candle tried to go higher, but clearly failed on that move and pushed back down. Now we're waiting to see how this 5-minute candle will end up setting up for us, if it can give us a long over there. Sadly, AMC is not really doing anything for me, but thankfully it's also not going to the downside and stopping me out. Let's go check out BlackBerry. My chair is kind of stuck on something, not sure on what. Okay, we're good now. BlackBerry down 5.2% after CO says it's exploring alternative options to sell its patents. So BlackBerry, you know, I was talking about the possible buyout candidate. I'm not sure who will be buying out BlackBerry for their technology, but that's just my idea for the future. If that will ever happen, who knows, right? But BlackBerry today, as I said, forget the future. How does the stock matter today? How does the stock trading today with the catalyst that came out for it? And clearly, it is not working out for itself. The catalyst is almost a good catalyst, I guess. They're looking to sell their patents with other options and so on, which probably means a more influx of money, but also means like, you know, they are giving away their trade secrets that made them so good at one point in the day. So right now, BlackBerry, a Canadian company, I still call them research in motion just for that nostalgic effect, sadly down and forming somewhat of a base near $5.70 or so. As you guys can see right here, multiple daily bottom on $5.70. I guess you could even move that to $5.50 in case you're looking to go long over here. Give it that extra wiggle room of to the downside just to make sure the stocks work for you or doesn't work for you, and then get into the trade appropriately. Right now, market, I don't want to say this as the market most likely will turn back on me and then will not really do what I'm saying it is. But the point is, it looks like the market wants to start going up here slightly, which might just be good for our longs on NIO and AMC. So let's see how those will end up working for us or not. Couple stocks that are in the chats being mentioned right now. Levi back open. What's the news? So Levi just having a share buyback. So Levi halted off of that news, coming back up off the halt, and it looks like it died off on the volume end after the halt. As you guys can see right here, big volume candle, and then almost no volume, no actual reason to take a trade for myself as a day trader.
Guys, maybe we get that AMD 100 bounce right now. I saw there was an iceberg bid that sort of reloaded at 150. Obviously, it broke now, but like, you know, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at this candle. It literally pushes lower, makes the low, and then instantly reclaims. And we got like 20 seconds before the candle closes. Now, guys, I'm not a candlestick trader, but like obviously, candles and candles are showing you kind of like what happened, right? And so it's like you have that push lower and then instantly reclaim, and then maybe we get a move up, right? So like it's unfortunate that I didn't get the fill there. I was just a little bit lower. But look, candle closes kind of in range, and now are we going to make a move up and then retest 101 area? So I was hoping that I would get the fill. Missed the fill, is what it is. Maybe I'll add to it, see how it goes. But obviously this thing is holding trend, like it's pushing lower. So it's like one of the things that I don't want to chase and like ruin my risk on the trade. But yeah, it's unfortunate that I just missed. I think the bottom there was like 120. Like this is literally what I'm talking about. It's like you have your order to get long, let's say like 115, and it only comes down to 120. So you miss it by 5 cents. Like it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Like there's nothing on the book. There's no size. There's no way to know what the bottom is, like what cent it's going to tick to get you in. So it's kind of like discretionary, right? You got to say to yourself like, okay, like, maybe it's best to scale in, and I think I should have scaled in. I should have had orders here. That's kind of a mistake. I should have had like order all the way down. So that's something that I'm working on, but hopefully you guys do better than I do on that one.
Order in the court. Sadly, there is no order in the market. Market will do whatever it wants. Market, what's the quote that Neil always says? It's irrelevant longer than you can stay solvent. So the goal in the game is obviously to make sure you can take the next card. Is that
irrational longer than you can?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I learned it from you, my guy. So what was it again?
Markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent.
Right.
So that's why we're not in the business of being right. We're not. Like I don't care to be right. I do not care. Couldn't care less. All I care about is making money. And it's so weird because it's like the faster you realize that like you don't need to be right to make money, the faster you will make money. So it's kind of like, it's weird. It won't make sense to you now. If you guys are new to trading, it won't make sense. But if there's any like veterans in the chat here who've been trading for like 5 years, like you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's like, let's not spoil it. Let's let everybody figure it out because there's no way for me to explain this to you. You're just gonna have to learn it by getting the reps in and seeing it yourself. And then once it makes sense, you go, light bulb, and then just good things happen, right? So yeah, guys, not in the business of being right. That's why I literally don't care if I'm right or wrong. I'm going to say like, oh, maybe this is the bottom, maybe this is the top. Like that doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. I just want to make money, and I'm going to do the best job that I can to kind of show you what's happening live right now, right? So like that AMD trade was live, didn't get the fill, but it's like, look at that, doesn't get any better than this. And kind of another thing I wanted to touch on is like, I don't know the type of traders that everybody's a different trader. Everybody has a different style, right? But guys, keep in mind that like, these candlesticks, these charts, they're just showing you the past, right? They're showing you the past. Obviously, the level 2 is showing you, it's kind of giving you an indication where could the stock go, where's the demand, where's the supply, and obviously the tape is showing you the current action. Where's trading happening right now, right? So obviously AMD trading is happening right now, 147. That is the current price, right? So, I say to myself this, look, if I traded every single tick on AMD today, which is impossible, but if I traded every single tick, I would not have to look at a chart because I would already know where the volume went off, where the areas of interest, because I was involved in every single tick. But obviously that's impossible, so that's why we need charts, because we take a quick reference, we say to ourselves, okay, look at this. It topped out, it topped out, it topped out. Okay, this is the level of interest. Over, under 103, I'll play this game. Right? But like if you traded every tick, you would not need a chart. So this is why a lot of traders will tell you, especially in the day trading world, that like charts, it's a good visual representation of what's happening, but it's not what's actually happening. Like you can't make decisions based on charts because like this is just a visual representation of what's happening. Like the best way to make decisions, in my opinion, is to kind of gauge the tape, apply context, right? So on this AMD trade, the context is 100 is a psychological level. It is holding above that for a reason. The ATR on AMD is, let's say, $4 or $5. So as this comes down to 100, now look at the tape. Is there size on the bid? Is it reloading? What is the action? Is there a lot of selling? Is there a lot of real selling that's happening into the 100 level? Or has all of the selling already happened and now it's kind of just stalling, doing nothing at the 100 level? So you apply all this context, then you say to yourself, okay, now I like the trade, I will take the trade, right? You don't need a chart to tell you that. Charts just show you the past if you weren't trading every tick. So it's kind of, it's good that like we obviously like we can see this, right? But guys, keep in mind, as a day trader, you want to make decisions based on what's actually happening, and you're probably holding for like a 30-cent, 40-cent, $1 move. So like this isn't something that charts show you areas of interest, but obviously prioritize looking at the level 2, looking at the tape, trying to understand, build that tape read and get the reps in. It's all about screen time, and it does get easier with time. And as I'm saying that, AMD pushing down towards the 100 level, we're seeing a little bit of selling going into that level, so I won't be surprised if this level breaks, but I'm actually gonna watch how it interacts with the level, right? Like we already had the potential bounce play that didn't bounce. Now we come back, we're getting some more selling, so let's see if we get some size there. And Pratt, I don't know if you're looking at anything at the moment.
No, I'm just about to get stopped out of my NIO long here, most likely. And AMC also pushing back to the downside. So it looks like market does not want to bounce at the moment. And we're just going to have to walk away from these trades. AMC, why did my stop not go off? Oh, okay, it did go off. Perfect. Thank you. And now we're just waiting to see what NIO wants to do for us at the moment. But yeah, let's see what the market is doing. MULN, I think, was actually what I wanted to talk about. People mentioned MULN in the chat earlier. I do remember watching MULN yesterday, which was going a little crazy. MULN today still up 8% after that positive catalyst that it had of a good battery test, I believe was the catalyst that it had, and still holding up and not really dying off the second day, because usually we are used to seeing these stocks get pushed up and then die off for the next few days after that. So it looks like buyers still want to prop the stock up above $1, not let it go too much further to the downside. So just waiting patiently today, I guess, to see how the stock trades right now, just trading sideways near VWAP. $1.50 is holding. What was the high yesterday? It looks like $1.60 was the high yesterday. So today, $1.70, I guess, $1.68, $1.70 being the high at the moment. And MULN, just going to keep on watch for the next few days over here. Let's go take a look at what the chat is looking at for the other stocks today. Check out Lowe's, LOW. So let's go check out Lowe's today. Lowe's, obviously another stock that which we were looking at when the earnings report came out. If I can remember exactly what day the earnings report was. I'm just going to punch myself out of this NIO trade here, as NIO just keeps on pushing to the downside. A couple more pennies, and I think I'm going to take that stop on NIO over here and walk away with a pretty bad trade on NIO today. Looks like those longs on the way down just did not want to work for anyone. And here, I'll just show you the stock over here on this screen. So there was some size on the bids there, but now that size got taken out. They did push down below 70s, which is where I was thinking about taking my stop, 10 cents out of the money or so. And looks like they want to find buyers in the pre-market high at the moment, which is exactly what I need them to do. I was leaning on that opportunity in case that they do give me buyers, or buyers do show up in front of pre-market high. Sorry, is what I was talking about, or wanted to say at least. TNXP was good to the rookie trader today. TNXP. Yeah, I guess you could say that, but I don't know if that's a good way to think about it. It was a good stock for anyone who was willing to put the risk on it at the end of the day, because it just kept going straight to the upside from the pre-market levels all the way up to almost $5 here. We saw $4.79 being the high of the day, and looks like that's the max high we'll see on that stock today so far, unless the stock manages to find some buyers around $4 or around VWAP and push back to the north side at some point later on when volume picks back up. It is 12 o'clock now, so obviously since it's 12 o'clock, the volume will slowly start decreasing across the board. As you guys can see, that already started happening on TNXP since 11 o'clock or so, and now we're just patiently waiting for that next volume spike across the board in the market. S&P 500 now down 1.3% on the day. NASDAQ is down 1.16 on the day, and thankfully creating somewhat of a base on NASDAQ near 12,500, because that is helping some stocks such as maybe Apple and AMD not really get pushed too far to the downside. Wow, never mind. AMD is actually below $100 now, and I had the short at 102.50, so I traded that really poorly.
Yeah, guys, AMD below 100, and I'm working on a long here. Now, look, I took small size right here, because I said, okay, maybe I'll try it here. We'll see what happens. but I kind of figured we were going to break the level. We had maybe 200 to 400 lots. And I didn't take the long in front of the 100 level because I obviously already got long here ahead of that level. But guys, I'm being patient. I'm seeing what's happening. But every time bids pop up on this name right now, they are getting smashed. They are getting smashed. But what you tend to see is like, it exhausts. It comes all the way down. The market's making a low, right? It's midday. So you'd say to yourself, like, where's all this volume coming from? Like, is it real? Is it not, right? And we're selling. But keep in mind, we are holding up a bit, right? So this is kind of my scalp play, the way that I'm looking at it. It's like, if we can get back 100, I'll add a little bit more size. Like, I'm not too worried about this first entry. Like, I'm going to let this breathe a little bit. It's like, I don't have a stop in for it. I'm just kind of chilling. I'm waiting. I'm watching the tape. I'm saying to myself, like, look, the fact that we haven't ran down to, we could get to 99.50, right? And then potentially break that level and then test 99. I'll take the L on that. It is what it is, like 1 point loser, no big deal. But like what I'm really looking for right now is, do we get back above the 100 level? We have yet to break back above that 100 level. And like on a level break to the downside, sometimes you see kind of flushes down, comes back up, and then breaks the level to the upside, and then we pop. So that's really what I'm looking for. And like we didn't get that, which tells me like, maybe this does push lower. Maybe we get a 99 test, maybe we don't run back to VWAP. But I would be surprised, because what you tend to see, what we're seeing today is like this market is literally making lows and then reclaiming that low and then going sideways and popping. And so it's like something that I'm looking for right now in AMD is like, we made that low, we did all this volume, and now are we really going to trend 70 cents lower without coming back with a little pop? And so it's something that I'm willing to be patient with. And, obviously holding trend, like I say before, 1 minute, look at the 13 EMA, holding trend, right? So this is a dangerous long, and I understand that, so I'm sized accordingly. And I'm waiting to see, are we going to get the push, and are we going to get like that liquidity vacuum up? If people are continuously reloading the selling, reloading the offer, then it's something I got to say to myself, like, look, this is obviously not going up, like the whole market's going down. But yeah, something I'm looking at, and kind of the way that I structure it, right? Small size initially, let it breathe, and then waiting for that confirmation, are we going to get back above 100? Because if we do, and it doesn't get slammed, then you get that nice push, liquidity vacuum up, maybe hold for like a 50 cent, whatever, 80 cent move. Like I would say, like, I would love to see VWAP's kind of far away, right? 102, so I don't know if we get there. But yeah, we're coming into that level now. And guys, anybody who's watching the tape on this, like, look how this interacts, right? It's like, okay, the bids are popping. Are they getting filled? There's offers there. We're still not breaking back above 100. If we break 100, okay, so I took my second fill here now. Now look at this. We literally break 100. Are we moving up? These are the questions that I'm asking myself in real time. Are we moving higher? Like, we push higher. Now we're above 100, and we're not seeing any slamming. I'm not seeing any slamming at the moment, which tells me I think I'm good here. But, anything can happen. Obviously, bids are reloading, and we're getting that. Okay, so now size comes there. So, yeah, this is in real time, guys. But, yeah, I think we could get a nice push up, hopefully like 20, 40 cents, and hopefully like we get that size that continuously follows it up and doesn't continuously get smashed, because all these bids that are coming up are getting hit. So obviously there is a seller here, so I got to be a little bit careful with the long. But guys, keep in mind, when you add your size, also try to be patient, but gauge the tape, what's happening. Like, these big orders are getting filled, but now it's still holding. So I think we're good. I think we're good for a move up, and market's kind of coming back up. And I wouldn't be surprised if this market makes a push back to 4,090 area or 4,085 area before kind of making a decision. So yeah, let's see where this goes. Definitely keep your eye on this one.
Yeah, market coming back up. Let's see what the market wants to do here. I want to talk about CRM. Salesforce had earnings report, ripped up all the way up to 184 today. That 180 level was in play. Not sure if anyone had the 180 breakout in chat or even on the floor. If you did, I'm pretty sure that was a pretty clean long off of that level. Almost $4 in the money instantly. At least not instantly, in the next 10, 15 minutes over there that the stock offered you. It's sadly, though, the stock is looking very much like the rest of the other stocks that had a good up move today, because the market dump later on has brought the stock right back to the pre-market levels or the opening price, however you want to look at it. We are right back into those levels right now and not able to take advantage of the positive catalyst that these stocks had, such as NIO and CRM and so on, and getting pushed down by the overall market. move that we are watching right now. Thankfully, though, as Luca mentioned, market trying to bounce off the lows over here. We'll see how substantial of a move we'll get off those bottoms over here on NASDAQ and on the S&P 500. CRM bouncing off of looks like 175.50, 176 areas, trying to go back to 180. We'll see if 180 comes back into play today. And if it does, I think, we don't go too much higher than 181, 182, I'm guessing, just because of this lower high that we created later on and where VWAP is. So all factors considered, you could look for a possible long off of these levels right now for a move to 180 or even VWAP, giving you that great risk to reward possibilities of, $1 or 1 unit of risk for a possible move of 3 or 4 units to the upside. So if that's what you're thinking about, go for it. But make sure your risk parameters do fit into that trade over there for you. Right now, NIO pushing right back to the upside, thankfully for me, but still down out of the money, 7 cents on that trade. Waiting patiently to see if this trade can help me out by going right back to $18 and above $18, which would be great because I kind of have somewhat of a decent size on this trade, and I would love for me to be able to turn this stock into a big winner for me on the day.
Yeah, guys, AMD is still kind of fluttering around the 100 level. And this is something that I tell myself, like, look, it breaks the level, it comes back above, bids come up on the book, they instantly get smashed, and now, like, trading is done. Okay, we're probably going to break it. But, I ask myself, like, what's really happening, right? If I'm going for that kind of slow move up, then I have to be patient. If we're going to break lows, then, like, I got to get out of this. So, kind of trying to make a decision here. But, yeah, I was hoping that we would get the pop. I was hoping that we would get the pop to the 50s area. So I had my orders kind of layered up here. We didn't. As soon as we popped above here, we kind of smashed back down. So I think it's unfortunate. I got to take some size off here. Is what it is. But, I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back up and maybe gives me another chance to get back in. But, yeah, definitely keep your eye. I mean, I think level's still in play. But, again, it is, lunch hour. Like, things are a little bit slow. So you got to, have a little bit more patience, maybe take a little bit less size. So, like, whatever works for you. And looking at Apple here, too, it's like Apple's pushing lower, breaks the 148 area, could not get back, right? I mean, that 150, anybody who took the short at the 150 area, like, that was super clean. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen here. Yeah, where is it? Right here. If you had the short there, that was just super clean.
Yeah, the shorts across the board were clean today, no doubt about that. So the market's still paying the short traders, whoever is short, hold on to your shorts, right? AMC still pushing to the downside. That long in front of 13 on AMC did not work out. Looks like we're going to try and push a little bit more, sadly. And market also not really working out on the long over there. Looks like it's going to still reject on the upside over here on S&P 500 and push back lower. So overall, why is my chart stuck? Overall, we are not really. I guess I'm not surprised by it. It's only 12:11, only 11 minutes into lunchtime. It's still no real rise in volume across the board. The market just stagnate over here a little bit more and try to trickle its way to the downside, and then maybe find some volume later on for the longs to come in. But right now, clearly, nothing's going on. Nothing's really happening. Stocks are just hanging out in there at the lows of the days or at the highs of the days or at VWAPs at the moment, and not really giving us a trade that maybe at least not giving me a trade that I want to be a part of, where I closed the YouTube chat by mistake. So let me open the YouTube chat, take a look at what you guys are looking at. SSR on AMC, is it on 10% to the downside? Yes, it is. So that is true. SSR on AMC, good catch on that side. Where are we going to after this one? Let's go over to my trusty Trade Ideas scanner. Thank you, Trade Ideas, for sponsoring us over here and giving us the software. CRM, SIGA. So looks like some of those monkeypox stocks back in play. Maybe surprisingly enough, I haven't really heard that much about monkeypox as much as we did probably the last few weeks ago. So not sure what's going on with that fear and that scare over there. Maybe need to do a little bit more research on that one. But let's go take a look at HSDT, whose relative volume is crazy, 2.3K relative volume with 38 million shares traded overall. And let's go see what the float is on this one also. What was the stock name? HSDT on NASDAQ, I'm guessing it is 38 million, as we already talked about the volume. And the float is 3.4 million. So Helios Medical Technologies, maybe another biotech stock over here coming into play today. Low float's kind of picking back up in volume across the board, so that's good for any of the low float traders. But as Luca mentioned, you know, everything comes in cycles, and summer's coming up, and that's the biggest snooze fest cycle, as most of you already know. And we want the volume in the market that's already depleting, sadly. So not sure what we're gonna do with that one in the summer.
Guys, I'm being very, very patient with this AMD trade, and sorry to go back to the same trade over and over again, but it's something that I'm watching the tape on. Look, I think like the fact that we came back below, but every time there's a lot of size that's reloading on the bid, right? There's a lot of size that's reloading on the bid, and I'm asking myself, like, if this size continuously reloads, like it is getting smashed, but like it's continuously reloading. So I think, you know, maybe we get a double bottom. And, you know, this is something that I'm just going to guess. You guys could let me know. But is AMD, is it famous for double bottoms and double tops? I feel like I see it all the time. Every time I pull up this name, it's always doing the same thing. So, you know, instead of actually getting out, like I'm adding, look at this. Like take the long, goes against me, don't cover, take another long. I think we're going. It kind of feels like we're going. So, like, I mean, we didn't break the 99.50 area. Like, I've seen these breaks before. And like I've never seen people reload the way they're reloading now. Now, mind you, it could be people covering shorts, but like we're seeing like size that is reloading, but it's instantly getting filled. But the fact that we could not break 99.50, like maybe we do, and I'm comfortable taking the loss, but like, you know, I just don't believe it. I mean, are wrong. You have to get out of this. But I'm definitely being patient with this one. Like, you know, I want to be patient around good areas, right? It's like 100 is a good area. I like this trade. You know, I think we could make a push higher. This is where I'm going to be patient. I'm going to try not to be patient on these random kind of trades that I take, like I was explaining to you before, like the Tesla trade. It's like that when I say to myself, okay, look, I don't really like love this one. I'm not going to be patient. And look, we have more size. We have more size that kind of pops up at 112 area. But this time it did not get smashed. This is in real time. Like we're watching somebody reload the bid here on AMD, and they got slammed, I should say, smashed, whatever. And now this time they did not. They did not. So if this is an active buyer, like eventually they're going to have to chase this up if they're wrong, right? So, I mean, this is where we potentially get that push. And hopefully I have the bottom. Hopefully I have the bottom and we do make that move up. And then I can kind of have my orders stacked and whatever, scale out of it. So, yeah, I'll keep my eye on this. We'll see where it goes. I mean, how many times is it going to dance around 100 before it makes a decision? So yeah, it's something I'm keeping my eye on, and hopefully we do get a nice push back to the 101 area. And I see here, Zach Charlie, thank you for the super chat. Thoughts about taking return income to invest in gold instead of savings account with the crappy APR? I mean, you know, whatever works for you. Do whatever works for you. Obviously, you know, like interest rate, like, you know, you have your money in a savings account, it's essentially doing nothing for you. Sorry?
Do both.
Yeah, you could do both. Whatever works for you. I mean, you know, I think somebody said this one time, and I like this quote. They said, I don't know somebody who owns a lot of gold and isn't wealthy. Okay? So I'll leave it there. Somebody told me that. I like that quote. I might write it in a book one day if I write a book of quotes. It's a really good quote there. But yeah, you know, like obviously like inflation is high and like these savings rates, these savings accounts aren't really paying you. So like we need to find returns, right? This is why I'm day trading. We need to find returns. This is why I invest. We need to find returns. This is why people put their money to work, right? You don't want your money just kind of stagnating and not doing anything for you. But at the same time, I'm not going to go as far and say like cash is trash, because obviously you want cash to then deploy into good investments that arise in the future. But for now, like, I mean, whatever works for you, whatever works for you.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to answer that question, honestly. We don't know your situation. We don't We don't know what you might need in the future. Obviously, we don't know the future. So whatever works for you, I think it was the best answer on that one. So we can move off from that one. SIGA trying for $12. So let's go take a look at these monkeypox. Where's my mouse? Hello. Take a look at these monkeypox stocks one more time. SIGA pushing for $12. High day today already at $11.99. So yeah, it's trying to go for that $12 retest. And if you guys can look at the bottom chart over here, where this is the daily chart for SIGA, and it's kind of obvious that this $13, $14 areas have a resistance on the stock. So let's see how the stock behaves on the way towards 13 and 14 today, trying to reclaim 12 right now. So let's see if it can do that in the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Looks like it can very easily do that because volume is still there in the stock, unlike most of the market or unlike most of the stocks across the board where volume has decreased quite a bit. SIGA is still trying to take off over here today with 12 million shares traded. Looks like that's a little bit lighter on the volume end than what we are used to seeing on these monkeypox stocks. But on the relative scale for SIGA, it is actually doing 5 times relative volume, and hence it is getting pushed up to the north side, as you guys can see, with a decent amount of buyers coming in. But I see people in the chat are mentioning that it's not a scare anymore. It's not a real fear. Guys, it's I don't want to get into all the politics of that. All we care about is what the market does and what the stock does for us, at least. Day trading show. We just want to be talking about stocks and day trading over here. Yeah, we sometimes deviate into F1 and sports and whatnot, but you understand what I'm trying to get down to, right? I'm not trying to go into the whole political side of that. So we'll see if the numbers rise up and how that will affect the stock. If the numbers don't rise up, then clearly these stocks were going to get absolutely batted to the downside, Babe Ruthed to the downside over here if that fear is not as big of a fear as we thought it might be.
Guys, look at AMD pushing slowly but surely, making its way back up. Try to be patient with this one. Who knows where it goes? I'm definitely going to cover before anybody else, because I have no patience. But this is something that we see, right? We see these levels, they come into play. They literally come into play. People are bidding. Then as it makes its way back up, you see those. I'm going to make the assumption that's the same people. I make a lot of assumptions. I don't know if I'm right. I don't care if I'm right. It is what it is. But I'm assuming that people are like offering because that's the trade. Everyone's probably doing the same thing. And then as soon as those offers get cleared, then it starts to pick a direction and go, because now there's no liquidity and it kind of trends in the direction that it wants to go. But yeah, guys, something that I saw on the tape that I wasn't able to tell you in real time there is like, look, the bids were reloading, and they were getting smashed, and then eventually they stopped. Nobody would fill the bid, and then one little bit of size comes on the offer and it instantly gets taken. I said to myself, okay, that offer instantly got taken. I think we now flipped. I think we're good. So these are things that I see to myself. It's tough to make a trade after confirmation, because then you get a bad price. So you have to sort of like go into these trades and then say to yourself, like, this is what I want to see. Let me take my trade and let me structure the risk accordingly for myself. That makes sense to me. Then as I see confirmation, I say to myself, okay, I'm going to hold this. Because if you add on confirmation, it's great. Like, obviously, if you're a small cap trader, it's a little bit different. But I like to play levels. And yeah, Russell, Luca talks to himself a lot. Guys, I'm trying to just explain my reasoning in real time for everybody. Maybe it helps you, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But yeah, guys, we're literally watching this live. Hopefully this pushes to 101. I mean, high a day push. Are we getting a V-shaped recovery? Probably not, but maybe, So I guess hold on to the last little piece if you can. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back down to 100, right? And guys, if it gives you multiple times to get in at the same price, then it's not going to be it's not as good of a trade. If this was going to be an amazing trade, it would have went to 100, it would have instantly bounced, you would have had one chance. That's an amazing trade. If it gives you 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tries, then it's going to be a slow mover. It's not going to be amazing, right? So yeah, these are just things that I tell myself. But yeah, maybe we get that push towards the 101 area, and then after that, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen right now, but I'm just hoping that we see a push.
Yeah, market indeed pushing up right now, thankfully. So S&P 500 and NASDAQ moving to the north side, and this is what we were waiting for. And this is why I said, I don't think we actually see 4K today, because that would be a little bit of a bigger move than I guess the market was prepared for. But, what was really standing out to me was yesterday was the Morgan Stanley rebalance, sorry. And it was an absolute nothing burger. It looked like they didn't really buy anything, and Morgan Stanley actually sold off more Apple shares on their rebalancing event instead of buying more Apple shares at the current prices that Apple was at not too long ago. So all factors being considered, and then we start including other factors of inflation and how the Canada raised the interest rates today by 50 basis points, and basically we know that's going to happen on June 15th, July 15th, was it June 15th?
June 15th, yeah,
June
2 weeks.
15th in 2 weeks, and the American side. So all factors being considered, we do know that there's still some reasons for the market to struggle over here and not really have the volume to push back to the upside. But that being said, we're just happy that the market is indeed giving us some longs at the moment off the day's lows for some stocks, such as, obviously you saw Luca's AMD trade. So let's go take a look at, was it Apple or AMD? It was AMD.
AMD bounce, 100 bounce, that was solid.
AMD 100 bounce. So we're now looking at Apple, which is also bouncing off of, looks like 147.67, but we'll just say 148. Apple bouncing off of 148 right now, trying to move back up along with its partner in crime, which is the whole tech market generally. Here's Microsoft trying to bounce off of 270 and doing so successfully. Low a day 270.22. I wish someone had called out Microsoft, because then that would have been a long that I would have for sure pushed on. And as you guys can see, instantly $1 in the money. I don't know how easy it would have been to actually get any fills near 270.20s, because look at that tail of that candle. This is the 5-minute chart, so maybe on the 1-minute chart you'll kind of have a better indication of if it was actually possible to take any fills there. But overall, that was a good long over there to be cherry picking on. I picked NIO. Yeah, I'm still in my NIO long. I took out some of my profits right here. It's not showing up because it partial filled on me. So when the stock does go back up and give me my fill completely, you'll see the candle populate up there, or the triangle populate. Right now, just working with this trade while the market wants to maybe work for me. Not sure if the market will work for me or against me. But so far, we're just being patient, just taking the trades wherever we can, sticking to our rules, sticking to our setups, and adding to the P&L.
That's what it's all about. Day trading is all about adding to the P&L. As a day trader, you want to make money every single day, hopefully. You don't need to make $1 million every day, but, as a day trader, you're looking to hope to add to the P&L every single day. Just slowly chip away, base hits, and add to the P&L. And then some days, things are going to go insane. I was talking to Prad yesterday about this. I was telling him, that DWAC trade, those DWAC days, they don't come around every day. So, you definitely got to enjoy them and cherish them, right? That was insanity, completely different to the market that we're in right now. But yeah, guys, so keeping an eye on this AMD trade, are we building trend? Are we going to move higher, or are we now going to chop? The fact that we could not push, I had orders going all the way up. The fact that we could not break the 65-cent area and just kind of dancing around. I'm sure it's going to give ample opportunity to get out in this area, and I'm trying to still be patient, and it's going to break trend. It's going to give you the fake out. Are we really going to flush down right now back to 100 level after all that selling came in? At this point, this is where you kind of ask yourself, look, how much size did I take? What's my strategy to get out of this trade, right? Am I going to dark pool this so that nobody sees it? Or am I going to just slam any bid that comes up? Or do I have smaller size because I was being more responsible on a low liquid day where I say to myself, I'm going to get out, no problem, is what it is. So guys, these are things that I'm asking myself in real time as I'm in the money. I have a general idea of what I'm doing, but obviously kind of thinking, engaging, and watching the tape and asking myself, okay, what gateways are filling? What's my plan here, right? I think if we get back, as we get closer to the 100 level, I say to myself, I'm not going to hold this. Now that it was a winner, I'm not going to let this go against me, right? And I have a nice average. You see it here, 102.5 40 cents in the money. I mean, if we get back to 100, I wouldn't be surprised if we like break 100, go lower, and then come higher, same thing. But I'll tell you right now, like there's no way that I'm going to hold it. I'm not going to make this difficult on myself, right? This should instantly either go or not. And the fact that, you know, we cannot push above the 180 level, right? And the market's kind of stalling. And again, guys, it is like, it's 12:30, right? It's 12:30. So like, not really like expecting much volume to come through, much follow through. There's going to be selling, there's going to be buying, like is what it is. But yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on trying to manage this trade accordingly and, you know, focus on what works for you. Like if you're not somebody who can trade like 5, 7 things at once, I'll get there slowly but surely. Hopefully I get there. But like definitely trying to look for, you know, focus on doing one thing right and then kind of build off of that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You know, don't have to do all the things at the same time. Focus on the right things and then improve on those right things. Let's see what the chat's looking at. Look like a resistance at 100.65. I'm guessing you're talking about AMD over there. Is the Fed speaking today? I believe they are at 1 o'clock, but it's not like a FOMC meeting or anything. It's just a basic one. I think they are talking though. Bullard, I believe, is talking at 1 o'clock. I forget if it's Bullard. But yeah, there's a couple Feds talking at some random points, and we'll see if the market moves on their when they do come on. Right now, we're watching NIO get pushed back to the downside along with the overall market. So it looks like NIO wants to once again make me struggle for my trade over here, at which one point was in the money and now instantly pushing right back to the downside. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do with this trade over here. I guess if it breaks the low a day, which is around $17.67, 60 cents or so, we are going to take that loss and move on from this trade for the day. Looks like, Luca, we have about 30 seconds. Did you want to say anything before I throw it on to the big TV for Brando?
I'll say it. I say it every time. But, guys, time flies when you're having fun. Didn't even notice the time. That's why I love this job. And that's why day traders love their job, because, you know, you don't even notice the time. Then it's the end of the day, and then you go eat pasta, pizza, is what it is. But, yeah, guys, thanks. You know, always a pleasure coming on here and joining you, Prad.
Yeah, brother. Have a good one. Have a good rest of the day. Let's go check out what Brando has for us at the big TV.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you on how we're doing so far this afternoon. Pretty red, unfortunately. The slide continues. S&P back towards day lows, even as we speak here, 1.2% right now for the S&P, the Dow, and NASDAQ, both more than a full percent in negative territory. Here in Toronto, 0.4 to the downside for the TSX. 0.15 as well for Brazil. You can see the Bitcoin and Ethereum sell-off we were talking about a little bit earlier, also continuing now 4+% for both of them. Some of the stocks related also continuing to the downside. Not much to note as far as positivity if you want to dig into the S&P a little bit. CRM, the only one really standing out at this point as far as positive. On the day, energy stocks as well. On this move, catching a bit of a bid for crude oil, 1.07% there for crude. So you can have a look at energy stocks. Otherwise, pretty broad-based selling as we head into the first afternoon of June. Let's go back over to Ian and Trader Prad.
Yeah, first afternoon of June, and not the greatest start for June so far. Sadly, we start off June with a negative day, so let's see what the rest of the month has in store for us. You have delayed streaming. Yeah, sadly, it is not our fault about the delayed streaming. That's just the nature of latency and how internet works. You know, we are over here in Toronto, Ontario. By the time these packets reach YouTube floor over at Google headquarters, and then they get transferred over through the interwebs and satellites and everything, and they come to you wherever you are in the world, there is a little bit of a latency delay that naturally gets tagged onto that transactions over there on the internet. But that latency is at max maybe 6 to 10 seconds. So there's not too much delay out there. Trust me on that. And it's and if there is, we can't help you without. Because that's just something on YouTube. So we do apologize, but I guess it's not our fault, so I don't even have to apologize on that one. Let's bring it back into the market. So NASDAQ and S&P 500 did push to the downside, but now are pushing. Sorry? Oh, not me.
What are you saying if they refresh the
If they refresh the feed, it gets better, says Sean. So maybe that's something you could do. So yeah, maybe just try refreshing to see if the lag goes away. And you can also click on that little button over here on the show that says live. So as you guys can see, sometimes right here, this little button, sometimes maybe you're behind a little bit, but if you click on the live button, it skips automatically to the most recent time that the video was on. Now, really quickly, let's give a spiel. You know, the YouTube spiel, as all YouTubers have to, not have to, but you know, it's in our tendencies to, right? It's because we like watching our communities grow. We like watching the like button numbers go up there. So let's get this number up to at least 2K. We have 3,500 people watching. We were at 4K not too long ago. We did get to 2K yesterday, so let's see if we can get that number back up. Couple of ways that you can support our community is by joining the community. We have a lot of people who have joined before. Oh, look at that. We got Luca up here. We got Ian up here. Sheesh. These pictures are nice. I didn't even look at the new thumbnail. These pictures are looking nice. So new pictures, as you guys can see. But yeah, you can hit the join button, become a member, or you can also go to the store on our homepage on the YouTube page and buy any of the merchandise that we have in store for you to support us. And for everyone who has already hit the like, subscribe, notification, bought merchandise, and has tweeted to us, we appreciate each and every single one of you every day. What's up, Ian?
How's it going? How's it going? Having a good day so far, or what?
It's going. You know, struggling with my NIO trade here today so far, but let's see how the market will give us a gift or will give us I guess whatever the opposite of a gift is.
A gift horse, maybe?
I guess.
I wanted to actually talk about NIO because, or NIO, because when you were saying that you were in the long, I was hearing you, but I was kind of watching the tape, and then I traded NIO poorly in the morning, and we'll talk about that after, but I kind of just want to talk about this because it's in relation to Prad's trade. But yeah, I saw 18 break down. There was like a lot of size on 18. I wish I could have had it recorded and I could have showed you guys, but yeah, there was like 800 lots on 18, and it broke down, and I immediately kind of punched short and just risking off 18. Then I was just kind of like riding it down. I got about like 10 cents in the money, and then I saw like huge size pop up on 80 cents there, and that didn't break, so I didn't want to like overstay my welcome or anything like that, so I just covered my position there. And I don't know, did you reload the long after that point?
Yeah, I just kept reloading all day.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that when I was watching it, you know, the size kept breaking down eventually, and you know, now it looks like maybe it's bottoming out here at 65 area, but that was like kind of the lows from the pre-market, or the open rather. Yeah, but in the morning, I honestly traded really poorly, so I'm kind of playing catch up on it, but that's okay. I initially took 18 break, but you know, my problem here was I took too much size. And you know, I should have known, because I know that NIO kind of likes to whip around, and you know, even dollar breaks aren't too good on it. So I put my stop like right at 99 and wicked me out like simple. Then I just like, this is a bad trade here. Took a short. You know, I was seeing like these red candles come in, and I was thinking like, oh, this is that same fade move that I've been talking about on NIO, but yeah, no, it didn't really happen. And you know, obviously NIO had some stronger news today with the delivery numbers and whatnot. So you know, I'm not surprised that it had that big push up, and what did it test, like high days like almost $19, right? So that's pretty amazing, a good move from NIO today. But yeah, I'm definitely down on the name. Other than that, I trade CRM. CRM has been pretty good for me, actually. I took a couple breaks early on. I took this, actually I took the 179.50 break. That was kind of the high, like right at market open, and you know, it seemed like there was like some size there, so I took that. But the thing here is that the spread was like, after that broke, the spread kind of opened up, and honestly, I got shook out of this trade for sure, because it kind of broke 180, but then it fell like right below back, and then yeah, I got shook out, and I got some bad fills there, but that was okay. And then I ended up taking 183.50 as well, near high a day. And then again, just kind of like tight risk, a little bit bigger size. And then, you know, these fills here look pretty money, but you know, I scalped out pretty much high a day, which was nice, and then just stopped out the rest of break even. Got a little cheeky here with the shorts. I thought I saw something at 182 after that kind of broke down, and I was just kind of risking off that. But again, I didn't want to overstay my welcome here. But you know, I could have been. I obviously was right here, but it is what it is. And then, obviously CRM being like one of the stronger names of the day with their earnings and whatnot, I tried longing here. Like, so I saw the size, or not size, but I saw like 180 kind of hold up. And then the bounce, right? So I was just kind of like buying the dip in front of that 180, just risking off that. So I added twice there and then kind of scaled out above VWAP. But as soon as it like fell below VWAP, and that was like a lot of momentum to the sell side, I quickly just put my stop at break even for like the last like few bit of my shares, and then stopped out there. But overall, CRM is my best name of the day.
Yeah, CRM, that was a pretty good move on that stock today off of a positive earnings report. So CRM was Salesforce, obviously on the sticky note, also on Sean's sticky note. So for anyone who's not signed up to that side yet, that's free. He posts the sticky notes on his Twitter. All you have to do to sign up is go follow his Twitter. And you can also follow Brandon. You can also follow Neil. You can also follow me if you want to. Just do ! The person you want to follow in the chat, and their links will show up for you to click on them and follow. Something I missed out quite a long time ago, actually. This message was put into our chat about 40 minutes ago about COTY. COTY looks like have got some catalyst behind it for a possible move behind as a reason as to what's going on over here. Wow, okay, maybe people didn't like that catalyst when it dropped at 12 o'clock. Yeah, exactly at 12 o'clock. It looks like they did not like that catalyst, or maybe it moved up, but it moved right back to the downside off of that news. So the news is basically Kim Kardashian launches Skin by Kim, a new line of high-performance skincare in partnership with COTY. So let's see how that name behind, we know her name behind stuff sometimes usually catches fire and then just goes crazy in terms that the stocks or the companies start going elevated to the north side really drastically. We saw that happen with Skims. We saw that happen with a bunch of other companies. So there's a possibility that COTY takes advantage of that brand name that they are now putting on as an ambassador. Another stock over there that kind of had Kim Kardashian behind it was Beyond Meat. So Beyond Meats came out with the recent catalyst that said Kim Kardashian will be their new head chief taste tester or something like that. So, if you didn't like the shorts on Beyond before, if you liked it before, you love it now, right? So let's see how Beyond goes. Obviously down today 4%, almost 5% actually. Still rejecting off that $30 level and pushing right back to the downside. Let's see if support comes back around 25. Today looks like it is trying to form a base around 25. As you guys can see, the low of the day is only 24.72 instead of being like 24.30 or something. And after it fails 25, the next support level will be around $22, and then we have the next one around $18 or $20 to keep an eye out for. AMC not really moving to the north side, but is also not pushing to the downside right now below 13. Low of day being 12.86 on AMC, giving you another opportunity to get back into a long if you're really thinking about the long scalp on AMC, which was previously SSR, now down 9% on the day. Still on SSR, I guess is what I was trying to say, because it was previously down 10%.
Yeah, no, it's interesting about Beyond, just because obviously that news with Kim K, and I see a couple people saying that maybe Kim is she not very much of like a good catalyst, right? And maybe influencers don't mean too much when they join these things, but you can't really defeat down what it is. Like Beyond is clearly like a weak stock, right? And there was that big down day, and then this was the day that the Kim K thing came out, and there was a big gap up, but ever since then, the move has just been faded, right? So obviously, to me, that shows a big sign of weakness for sure. What else do we see here? Nice little rally coming in on the NASDAQ. Yeah, I was kind of like trying to play the 4,100 level on the ES, actually. I thought that was going to be like a little bounce area, but I have a rule where I don't usually try to trade futures intraday, just because futures is very easily to kind of like get chopped up. So lo and behold, that's exactly what happened to me. But I kind of wanted to really like kind of trade that move, because 4,100 is a very key level on the the daily there, or the longer term chart. So as soon as I started getting chopped up on the ES there, I kind of switched to the SPY. Obviously the SPY it follows the ES and the S&P. So I was trying to long it off that like previous low there, and I had some good entries here, and scalped out to like just in front of 411 there. But I was really watching the 41.15 on the ES, and just because Neil had mentioned that was like sort of like the intraday resistance, and obviously the SPY is going to follow that. So as soon as the ES like didn't really like kind of claim that level, and it was kind of turning around like 41.12, I kind of just cut that position. But that was a solid trade. Did we talk about Mullen earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we already talked about Mullen. Gonna breach 100. Futures are great to trade. Overall market movements, yeah, they are great to trade, right? And you can get extended movements and exaggerated movements, right? And that's a thing. Like, since you are kind of trading contracts, the wins can be big, right? But at the same time, if the wins can be big, the losses can be big as well. So that's why you kind of like have to really stick to your rules and stick to your disciplines. I didn't really stick to there, and I took the L, but got it back on the SPY there, and it is what it is. I'm having like a flat day, so it's not bad. After yesterday, I had a decent day at the close there.
Yeah, it looks like a couple stocks in the chat being called out. Let's go take a look at Facebook right now. Facebook sadly pushing lower, new low a day coming in. Looks like market wants to go back to the downside over here, and not the best for my NIO trade once again. So NIO still playing in the same ranges. We'll see what NIO wants to do. Either stop me out on the low a day break, or go back up and make some money for me finally, and stop just hanging out over there shooting some ball by itself. Go get some friends to hang out with. NIO. But Facebook right now, man, Facebook pushing down to 191. I think we see 190 today without a doubt, especially because the market doesn't really have a rally in it, man. Market keeps on trying to go to the upside but fails. Yeah, we're creating higher lows, but we're also creating higher highs at the same time. So this indication is like buyers are coming in. We are trying to go to the upside, but failing at that attempt every single time so far. Just got to be patient to see if the buyers can actually come in for NASDAQ or even for on S&P 500. So as you guys can see, trying to go back to the low a day, and that means Apple, Tesla, Facebook, everything is struggling still. Let's go right back to AMD to see what AMD is doing. Looks like AMD is trying to stay bouncing above 100. Bounce cancel on AMD over here in front of 100 level. Let's see if AMD can continue to stay this way and not get pushed back below 100. But that would also require the market to not keep struggling over here near the bottoms. Kangaroo market, Pratt. I don't know if you would call this a kangaroo market. It's been one directional so far. It's been pushing to the downside all day. Yeah, it pushed up to begin with a little bit slightly initially on the morning side, but later on, as you guys can see, the market was very one directional. It knew exactly what direction the market wanted to go to, and it stuck to that direction. I wouldn't call that a kangaroo market at all. It's an absolute beautiful short day type of market, a bear day type of market. Summer's here, winter's over, bears waking out of hibernation.
It was interesting because we kind of talked about that last night. We were saying how like, oh, today was like, or yesterday was such like a good bounce day. And then, today it seemed like the move was going to get faded. And I think it was Luca actually that mentioned that in our chat there. But, that's exactly what kind of happened. And I wrote it down in my book, in my notes there. And I thought like, oh, maybe if we do kind of touch resistance on some certain stocks, you could fade the move. And we were kind of looking at 150.50 on Apple. That was like kind of the high intraday there, just from the last couple days. And look at what kind of happened, right? It did break out. It gave the move. Right, it gave the move. It gave you like a solid like dollar on the play, right? So if you took that break, then like congratulations, that's a good trade. But this is what I talk about when don't overstay your welcome. Like look at the move back down. Like this is a vicious move back down. And obviously now we're trading even below, like we're trading below 150, below 148.50 now. So clearly it's a little bit weaker on the day. And if Apple's going to be weak on the day, it's going to drag the rest of the market with it, right? FB going to break 190. Let's take a quick look at FB. Obviously, it was kind of in the news a bit. They're changing their name finally to Meta. I thought that was coming a long time ago, but it's finally here. But yeah, it looks like it could potentially test 190. Obviously, that's lower than we're testing lows of the day right now. But I'm going to kind of bring up the daily here just to kind of see what levels can be potentially in play. So yeah, maybe 190 just because it's like a whole number psychological level. But realistically, like the lows, like 175 area, that's when you kind of got to be worried about Facebook there. If it is starting to breach that, obviously we're making new lows on the daily. But overall, there was like a lot of buyers in the 80s, right? So, it could bounce from there. But, we always say like participate, don't anticipate. So, wait for the buyers to actually step up and then, make a move from there. But yeah, today definitely a weaker day for Facebook.
Yeah, weaker day for Facebook. Right now, I'm just looking at some levels on Roku that I have mapped out. So it looks like Roku is still respecting some of the levels that I have thrown out there from back on the earnings day, this earnings day, not even the recent earnings day, so the last quarter one. So currently, Roku still under 100, bouncing between, it looks like $90 or $100 on the upside and $90 on the downside, or even 85 to the downside. Put down 4.8% today on Roku. So let's go take a look at it on this platform to see what the charts look like. Having this earpiece in my ear is it's almost can't hear myself talk. Let's pull that one right out. Awesome, way better now. But so as we were talking about Roku trying to find some buyers above 90 over here. Low a day 89.80. So as you guys can see, that looks like a fail break of 90 to the downside. And I might get stopped out over here on NIO right now. NIO pushing to the downside over here. And yeah, that's going to be a wrap for me on NIO. Market pushing really to the downside over here. So S&P 500, ES/M22CM. There we go. S&P 500 pushing right back to the lower days and about to break the lower days most likely, with the NASDAQ trying to do the same. UVXY here taking out the high day near $14.72. Man, I had the long on 14 and it just burned me on that long, so that kind of sucked to be a part of that one. But look at NIO actually. NIO has about, oh, never mind. That size got taken out real quick. There was about 300,000 shares or so, not 300,000, sorry, 30,000, 50,000 shares or so sitting on the book over there, and instantly got cleaned out on the bids on the move down just now that as we were talking about the stock. So most likely getting stopped over here in the next few seconds. Let's go take a look at AMC. Ooh, I'm typing in the wrong box. AMC NY. Let's go check out what AMC is doing. AMC pushing to the downside once again, below 13. Okay, AMC, I mean, obviously market's struggling, so it makes sense that AMC is also going to get back under $13. So looks like across the board, we're going to start touching lows again. So Apple, AMD, Tesla, everything's going to start touching lows. And 4K is still the question of the game right now. Does 4K actually come into play for the S&P 500 or not today?
NIO has been quite interesting. This 18 we talked about yesterday, and it finally broke out this morning. This 18 is like a serious level, and just the fact that it has kind of like shown weakness below it now, and hasn't been able to claim it. Like, look, I took that short off 18, right, and I probably should have added in front of 18 and just kind of kept risking off that because. Like, look at the move, guys. Like, it's now testing the lows, and someone said, oh, potential gap fill to 1650. Probably not today, but that's like a huge move. But, and obviously, NIO did have good news, right? So, but yeah, obviously a little bit weaker now in the afternoon, and maybe the market is just kind of dragging it down. Clearly, this 4,100 level on the market was pretty big, right? And now we're kind of showing a lot of weakness below. It is what it is, but that's why you got to kind of like, you got to trade the trade and play the proper move, and you can't be kind of like catching a falling knife or trying to buy too many dips, because the dips can definitely keep dipping. So let's take a look at Tesla. I saw someone call that out. Tesla's down almost 3.5% today. Traded below that 750, and now kind of trading below VWAP as well. So again, some weakness coming in here, but look at this move. It's very similar to that Apple move, right? Like, look at Tesla, like kind of this resistance area, 77 or 770, 775, I believe was like the level from the other day, and just totally like rejected, and now it's like just coming off hard and like showing a lot of weakness below VWAP. So it's interesting how a lot of the stocks have given all the charts like kind of given like similar moves, and they're all kind of looking the same. But on a day where the ES is just like completely kind of fading off here and giving back the entire move from the past couple days, it's not a surprise that these charts look this way.
I see people in the chat talking about BABA. So BABA pushing to the downside again, sadly. Not too long ago, we were looking for BABA to get back above 100, but looks like BABA is not going to do anything close to that just yet. We were talking about it back when I believe earnings day not too long ago was sometime around this week. I'm guessing Baidu, Baba, Pinduoduo, and a bunch of other companies came out with decent earnings report, and also Chinese lockdowns fears were looking a little bit less scary back a couple days ago. So I know a new article came out saying that some of those restrictions are still going down. I believe at least that's what I read, and those factors being considered. Oh no, the article I read was a lot. Even though with COVID lockdowns, NIO is able to deliver cars, and same with Li Auto and XPEV. I think that's what I remember reading. So negate what I said earlier. But coming back to here on Baba finding some good support in front of $92. Lower day 91.88. If you were thinking about going long on a stock that's down 4% on the day, I guess you could be going long around 92, giving it the risk of lower day. And if the lower day breaks, you walk out of that trade, and if lower day doesn't break, you hold on to that trade for a possible retracement to $93, $93.50, if that's even possible, if buyers can come in on that stock. NIO broke the lower day over there below 1760 and stopped me out, and now NIO is trying to get back above 1760. The bids are at 1759. Let's see what NIO wants to do for the rest of the day. Clearly has struggled, man. Was up, I believe, 10% at one point maybe, and now only up 1.2%. So NIO clearly struggled for the rest of the day after the first initial move to the north side. S&P 500 finding buyers still at the lower day, and so is NASDAQ. So market doesn't really want to push to the downside, nor does it want to push to the upside. So clearly just rinsing people around these levels, and that's why I always say, there's no point in taking trades around these time of the days. The best thing to do is just hang out, wait for volume to come into the market, and then push your size, push your risk, put your money at the right time of the days where you're able to capitalize on the moves. Right now, there are no moves to capitalize on. Almost every stock is just hanging out at the bottoms or at the lows or at VWAP.
Someone said I missed the AMD long, and that's exactly what I was just going to talk about. I think we all kind of missed it. But, Brad was kind of saying about, or talking about, someone said longing BABA. Why long a stock that's down more on the day as opposed to longing something that's, potentially at a support level and, has a little bit more strength to it, right? So we all see like the ES kind of bouncing here, maybe catching a bid. I'm not saying it's the bottom, but, at the very least, it's bouncing, right? So if we take a quick look at AMD, AMD put in a higher low here, put in a higher low right at 100. And, we've talked about $100 being a level for a lot of days in a row now, right? And it still is, right? So look at it bouncing. It's bouncing about 50 cents in the money now, right? So, look for something that like this, where it's at a support level, a little bit stronger, has a reason to actually bounce, and for bidders to kind of step up and start buying up this stock. I also kind of want to touch back to CRM, because CRM's in a similar kind of setup, right? CRM, if we look here, this was all the pre-market action. Right, so obviously a lot of consolidation around 175 broke, and hasn't looked back since. But look at where we are again now, right? We're testing right around that 175 area. So if it's going to bounce, it's going to bounce around here, right? Obviously, I can't predict the future. I'm not saying it's for sure going to bounce, but if it does, I wouldn't be surprised if it bounced around here, and you can get a big BWAP reversion move or something like that, bounce over like 13 EMA, and start taking back of what it's given back on the day. But as opposed to going long something else, go long on the things that actually have like a positive catalyst and maybe positive news and whatnot, and a little bit stronger on the day. That's the kind of way to like kind of find trades and build trade ideas off that when you do see the market kind of bouncing. Obviously, we already kind of talked about trading the futures or whatever, but that's why I'm saying like move to stocks that are going to move in sympathy and give a similar move, right? And these are solid plays here.
Yeah, I just waiting for the market to do something, honestly. Let's get moving a little bit. So it is about to be 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over here soon, and S&P 500 just still range trading. So let's go take a look at some of the other stocks that the chat's calling out. SIGA, looks like SIGA wants to continue going to the north side. We did get a $12 break on SIGA as we were expecting that. I know the high was 1180 earlier before when we were talking about SIGA. We were expecting a $12 $12 break. We got the $12 break. Now the question is, how high can we go? Can we actually go up to that 14, 13 levels I was talking about that I think I said will come into play sometime this week? Is that going to come in today? Already up 12% on the day with 18 million shares traded so far. And if we actually go to the daily chart, you can see how the volume has actually started coming down a little bit after that big volume candle not too long ago, 2 or 3 days ago. So since the volume candles are not as big as this volume candle, I think we did about 100 million shares that day. Today we're barely even at 50 million at the 3/4 of a day over here, or you know, basically half the day has already elapsed, and we're only looking at 20 mil volume on SIGA, so I don't think we have the volume to actually go up to $14. And even if we did, I tell you right now, there's no breakout coming out of that level unless volume can really pick back up on the stock. So today we're gonna expect the stock to be very much in the yesterday's candle, and later on when the volume will come back into the position, we might see it really take off to the north side or to the downside. Right now, S&P 500 taking off a little bit, but as I mentioned, you know, no reason to get too excited right now because we still have these barriers on the upside and support on the downside. So resistance stopping market from going too much higher and support stopping market from going too much lower. Basically, there is no volume absolutely pushing the market anywhere right now. You're just watching algorithms shake people out multiple times on either directions. The only well, not the only, you know, probably humans are winning right now too at this time of the day, but these are just absolute algorithmic moves, just no volume, light size, no sophisticated order flow, as Ian and Luca always make fun of that. No real big money pushing any size at the moment to make a trade out of.
Yeah, this is kind of like Luca's battlegrounds here, just battling the bots back and forth. But no, this is why we kind of always talk about during this time. It's not always best to kind of put risk on and put bigger positions on because there's not a lot of people trading during these times, right? So it's like really you like man versus machine type of thing, and you know it's an easy way to get like super chopped. Someone said here a funny comment: AMC stock cheaper than a movie ticket. Is that a bad thing? I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, but you know AMC obviously has been considerably weak after that news about Top Gun over the weekend there. Obviously, you know, it's great to hear that a movie like Top Gun can, you know, boost up AMC's sales and revenue and whatnot, and, you know, obviously had a good opening weekend. But look at the move. It's just like faded the entire move, basically. And we're right back at where we kind of started back last week, right? Obviously, still kind of looking at this 10 level, right? As soon as this 10 breaks down, if it does break down, then you know it's going to be a different story. But until then, you know AMC, it's in a decent spot here. Obviously, you know not nearly close to the highs as it was before, but it is what it is. And you know maybe this is like a higher low rather, and you know we do get a more momentum play and a bigger bounce into the summer. But you know time will tell. Obviously, it's SSR now, so you know it's not really kind of selling off like it was, but it didn't really sell off too aggressively today at all. It kind of just like faded the entire move and eventually just crept down to be SSR. But you see, as soon as it was SSR, it kind of like plateaued a bit, right? And it just so happens to be around this 13 level, which you know obviously a whole number. It could be a psychological number as well. But I don't know about a bounce here, but maybe it's kind of done selling off for the day, especially since the market is kind of consolidating right now midday. What else we got here? Algo's battling the retail apes. Yeah, you know, Prad just mentioned it, right? Like right now, it's just Algo's trading. That's why things are kind of trading within such a tight range, right? Algos can go back and forth like cents at a time, right? Whereas myself or like a human trader, it's very hard to kind of punch out those orders like super quick, get them in like in and out like within cents. So it is what it is. But yeah, what is SSR? So that means short sell restricted. Short sell restricted basically means that you can't slam the bids to get short. So you basically have to wait on the offer. So you have to post your order on the offer and wait to get filled that way. So it's essentially harder to get short in these stocks, but it's essentially supposed to make sure that the stock doesn't end up being like down like 50% on the day, something like that.
Bullard's coming up, right? Yeah, most likely coming up soon. Just gotta wait to see what he's gonna say on that one. What's that?
Sean's comment.
Sean's comment, right. Right now, NIO waking up a little bit off the looks like the opening print itself. So 1760, 1755s coming in for some buyers. Market waking up also. So here's the S&P 500 going right back to the high of that range. Let's see if buyers can come in and actually push the market even more higher than that. I might actually even take a quick little trade on the futures. Actually, no, I'm not going to do anything over here. I'm just going to sit down and just watch the market move because I don't believe in the market at the moment. So I'm not going to push that trade, but for anyone interested, make sure your risk parameters allow you to make that trade over there. You can build a trading, you can build a trading bot. Yeah, sure. SIGA in consolidation. As I said earlier, SIGA's not going to have the volume to be able to do what everyone expecting it to do. So with not even achieving 20 million, with 3 hours left, 2 hours left in the market so far, 3 hours left in the market, that's not a good indication because the last time it did a move like that, it had over 100 million shares transacting on that stock. So not really excited about SIGA today. Yeah, it's up 11%, but I'm not looking forward to be taking execution in the middle of yesterday's range. Clearly, yesterday's range was a lot bigger than today, and if we're not able to do the similar move of yesterday with the same amount of volume as yesterday almost, then I'm not really looking forward to taking that execution just yet. I'll be patient. I'll come back to it tomorrow or another day, whenever the day that the stock gets to my areas of trading. People are talking about Snapchat. Let's go take a look at Snapchat right now. Snapchat, it's under $14 and negative on the day. We do remember that Snapchat is on the earnings day. It got pushed down quite a bit, and ever since then has been stuck in a range of $16 and $12. And you're seeing the same trade play out once again. Just short Snapchat every time it goes up to 16, and go long every time it goes below 13 or even closer to 13 or 12, giving it the dollar range of either side for yourself on your trades over there if you are willing to give a stock $1 worth of leeway room, that is. So Snapchat down again on the day 2%, and you're probably going to see the stock go right back to $12 over the coming span of this week and so, to find if there are actually any buyers around those $12.55s, $13 and so on. Low a day, $13.50 today.
I want to talk about SoFi. Someone asked, what do we think about SoFi at these levels? SoFi is actually in not like a bad place. Like obviously it's down like 6% today, so considerably weak today. But they had their little like earnings mishap, earnings leak, whatever you want to call it. It was trading below 5, and at that point, it looked pretty weak. But as soon as that earnings leak happened, it hasn't really looked back since. Like I remember, after that there was like huge size on the bid at 5, and it never really tested it again. And look at the move since then, right? So if you're looking at like the broader scale move here, it's up $2 since then, which is solid. Like that's like what, like a 40% increase, right, from that day. So it's in a decent spot. Is this the bottom? Potentially, maybe, I don't know. But we're putting in higher lows on the daily, and let's see where this can kind of go. Sean mentioned he's taking 101 long on AMD. I actually kind of like that trade just because the market is kind of bouncing here, and we already kind of talked about how AMD is at this 100 level, right? So if that 101 does break, which looks like it was like the little high there, if it does break, it could test VWAP, which would be like about 50-60 cents, and if it breaks out above that, then you got something really strong in your hands, and it can move, right? So let's see where it goes. Obviously, we need the market to kind of like bounce or get some action to come into the market. Maybe after everyone returns from lunch and we get some more volume in. But yeah, no, it's interesting today. Like it's just kind of plateauing here. I know Luca kind of mentioned like the V-shaped recovery move, and usually that happens like around it's been happening around like 11:30. But ever since then, the market just continued to fade and not really show like weakness, but it hasn't showed strength. That's for sure.
Yeah, market struggling, man. I don't know what else to say besides that. I've been saying that for a while now, but looks like market might just be able to take out the highs here. But you know what? We're not going to predict. We're not going to keep on guessing. When it does, we will talk about it when it does. So let's go see what stocks you guys are talking about. Any thoughts on CCL? CCL on New York, Caribbean Cruise Line, Carnival Cruise Liner. Carnival Cruise Line. So not too long ago, all airliners and cruise liners got pushed down with the same fear of monkeypox. You know, not too long ago we had the COVID fear, the height of COVID fear, which was you know, we got shutdowns and everything. So the fear of monkeypox a little bit brought down all travel stocks in general, such as airliners and even cruise liners. And today that looks like it's continuing a little bit more in that direction. We did get a nice pop of 3 days in a row, as you guys can see in the bottom chart. These are the daily candles. We did get a nice little pop on the 25th to 27th, but the last few days were red, and looks like we're trying to go back and test supports near 12.50s or even $12 on the way down. Currently, CCL, as mentioned, down 4.5% with the high of 14.20, 1420, 420, 420. Hey man, someone's playing games over there. But 13.50 on the low end, $13 coming in for support. Who hit that 420 emoji? That's pretty cool. Don't worry about it, said Luca. But yeah, that was a little cool little emoji. Thank you, Luca, for supporting us. You know, he's too busy hitting emojis on that side instead of making emojis for us. And yeah, how about you give us emojis, my friend, to spam ourselves over here, Lucas? How about we get that blotter, Lucas? It's not him, he says. Now he's got excuses and everything. No, all fun and games. It is not him. We're waiting for Mark to program that level for us. I think it's Mark, right? I don't know. Anyways, IMPP popping, gas price catalyst on fire. Yeah, we know what's going on with the gas prices for quite a bit now. So gas prices have been on absolute, well, I guess fire is the best way to put it. They got up and smoked over there. So IMPP on New York, I believe, or NASDAQ. NASDAQ right back under $1 on IMPP. Not too long ago, actually. We've been under $1 for a while now, if I remember correctly. Let's go see what the chart looks like. Yeah, we've been under $1 for a while now. 32 million shares today, not really doing much, sadly, on the negative side for IMPP, but a good little volume candle coming in and pushing the stock to the north side from the lows of the days. We can also go take a look at Oxy, Occidental, CVX, and some of the other stocks. So here's Oxy right now. What is Oxy doing? Let me see the chart, Oxy. Here's the Oxy chart. Oxy's actually flat on the day, looks like. The chart also looks very similar to IMPP's chart, and for the most part, all of their charts will look exactly alike. And if you want to keep track of all stocks at the same time in that sector, you can just quickly go over to the XLE sector, which is your energy ETF. Holds Oxy, holds CVX, and holds your big even XOM and so on. Holds your big name energy stocks in there. And as you guys can see, the energy ETF today up 1.35%. S&P 500 finally getting ready to move north here along with NASDAQ. So ES going long, NASDAQ going long, and finally breaking out of that range that we were talking about. So now that the range is gone, let's see how much of a move can we get here on AMD longs and on Apple longs, Tesla longs, and so on. NIO is actually moving back from exactly where we got stopped out. So that's just the story of my life.
Yeah, I just tossed on AMD long there just in front of 101. I want to kind of see if it can break out there and kind of show some strength as I saw the market kind of pushing up here. So, you know, if AMD is going to go, it can go with the market. So I kind of like this trade here. I'm going to risk off just like the 150 area just because that's kind of where the bounce was. You know, so again, just kind of risking off like a higher low and kind of see where it goes. But yeah, no, I just put that trade on. Let's see where it goes and see if we can get a push to VWAP. 50 cents midday play would be solid, but yeah, it's not really working for me right now. But I want to really see buyers come up and show up above 101 to kind of see that move go right. Obviously, you know, it's kind of trying to break out right now, but if it does, and it looks like it is here, so let's keep it going. Let's keep the bulls maybe start to come in the market, and the market's starting to wake up now. What else is moving? Apple. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Apple just because, you know, I did put that trade on. So, you know, obviously Apple's the big barometer. Apple looks like it's making a push up too, right? Could test back 150, 149.50 is where VWAP's sitting around, but looks like it's kind of plateaued around 148, and, you know, maybe that's a bottom. And, you know, Apple can kind of carry up the market with it. and push my AMD trade along with it. So hopefully this works. Obviously, I don't like to use hope too much, but this is a good, I think, a good trade here, a good long, just since the market looks like it's kind of bouncing here.
Yeah, market indeed moving up. I did say I wasn't going to take a futures long, but then, when the opportunity shows up, we talked about this last show, I believe. It's part of their job to take those trades. So I got into a long near 40.95 and risking the back through of 40.90. So if we go back below 40.90, I take my exit, I take my loss, and I move on from it. Let's see if we can get a nice little long over here going for us. Nice little long here going for us on the S&P 500 futures. Maybe at least a VWAP or so. I would like a 2 VWAP, but I think we're probably going to see some rejection coming in near 41.10 or so, which is around the first consolidation area that we had between 4100 and 4110 over here on the S&P 500 futures. But thankfully, we are actually moving to the north side, as you guys can see. Now only down 0.95% instead of being 1.2, 1.3% on the S&P 500 futures, and NASDAQ down still 0.9%. But looking a little stronger, maybe not really. They're pretty much the exact same today. And there goes futures to the downside. Stopping me out slightly, but we're right back to 40.90, so not sure what's going on over here. We're just gonna move on from it. Like I did mention, I didn't like the long. I took a small stab at it. The stab didn't work out. We're gonna walk away from it. Not interested in taking the trade anymore.
Yeah, let's be clear. This is a position that I kind of like the long, and I'm trying to play the bounce here in the market, so I picked AMD to do that. But this is a small position, right? I'm not risking my whole day or anything like this. I'm keeping a tight risk on it. Obviously, I'm watching the futures here, and kind of watching Apple as well. If the futures really starts to kind of pull back, and this is kind of like a fake bounce, and we're not going to test 41.10 at all, I'll pull the position, I'll cut my loss, and I'll move on from the trade, right? But for now, I think the trade is okay. So let's kind of see where it goes. I'm not sure if Sean hit that. Sean's away from his desk right now as well. But yeah, someone said AMC is kind of bouncing. And again, we're kind of holding this 13 level, right? So I don't think we've kind of tested below it at all. Obviously, it did break below. But ever since then, it's kind of holding some strength here. Obviously, it's SSR, right? So it's going to be harder to kind of hit the bids and really push this down to the short side. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe it could revert back to VWAP. And hopefully, the market does as well and helps out my AMD position. Someone wanted to talk about Rivian as well, so let me quickly bring that up. Obviously, the other EVs, the China EVs, were kind of in play today just because of their delivery numbers. But yeah, Rivian making a weaker move, similar to like a lot of the tech stocks today, right? So it's funny how all these charts, I'll say it again, all these charts kind of look very similar, right? They push up to some sort of resistance level and kind of just fade the entire move, right? Obviously trying to bounce here. We're giving a little bearish correction here. So if that kind of starts to break down, then maybe we're headed lower. But yeah, for now, looking pretty weak on that end.
So someone in the chat, Ali, what is SSR? So let's go check out a stock that might be on SSR. For example, AMC, which is SSR is basically a market mechanic it's designed to stop people from piling in on one side, especially to the downside on any given stock on a given day. So AMC today, and so how that mechanism gets triggered, I guess, would be every time it goes below 10% on the stock for the day, it goes on SSR for one day and also the next day after that, the next business day. And the only way you can short the stock is by actually waiting for the stock to go up on the stock price, and by you sitting on the ask instead of just taking off the size off the bids, which is what most people you do sometimes, and that's called the aggressive fills and so on. So SSR AMC today, since it hit 10% to the downside at one point, and that SSR is going to be carried over to tomorrow also. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, SSR carries on 2 days, right? So you get the first day, it will be SSR, and I'll quickly kind of show you what it looks like. So I'll make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. Well, it didn't get that much bigger, but SSR just shows a little Y there, and that's what it means, yes, right? So SSR, yes. Tomorrow it'll be a C, which will be continued. So, you won't be able to slam the bids tomorrow again. But yeah, hopefully it makes a bounce move, and the bidders start kind of stepping up in AMC. AMD is it's just kind of like bouncing around. I've been trying to watch the tape and be patient with it. Obviously, I'm risking to that 50 cents, and I think that's decent risk for this trade. But yeah, I haven't really seen buyers step up here in like the 80s and the 90s, and obviously above 101. So the trade's not looking too hot right now, but the market is trying to bounce. So again, just gonna kind of be patient with this. I know my RR in this trade, and let's see where it goes. Right, I don't want to like cut it too early or something like that, and then the trade runs without me. Obviously, you want to follow your plan, follow your strategy, follow your rules. That's for sure.
Yeah, rules are good. You gotta stick to them. That's a good point over there. Really nice uptrends on CVX, Oxy, and XOMs. Looks like XLE in general. So let's just go over to XLE. And yeah, you're not wrong about that. XLE continuing to go higher today. Up 1.8% now with 15 million shares traded on the overall sector. Looks like it just wants to keep on ripping, man. Energy can't stop, won't stop. And let's go take a quick look at crude, because I know crude yesterday was coming off N22NM. Crude yesterday was coming off around this time of the day, but still didn't really go negative if I remember correctly. Today, crude up 2 full percent and right back to those same levels and higher than those levels from yesterday. So another day, another big move on oil side of stocks in general. Banks too, JPM, Goldman Sachs. So let's go check out XLF over here then. Let's go see what XLF is doing overall as a basket of stocks. And XLF looks like having a nice little push up over here to VWAP, but sadly the financial sector has been a little bit weaker today compared to the energy sector. Financial sector down 1.7% on whole, and that means JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs are probably down around the same number or a little bit more on the day today. So let's go over to JP Morgan, down 1.9%, but having that same green candle that we were talking about earlier. Goldman Sachs down 2.5%, but pretty much the exact same charts across the board, and we can keep on doing this till the cows come home. So we'll move on from this one. Airlines, UAL, final recovering. Looks like you're just tracking all the ETFs right now. Not a bad way to go about it. So let's go take a look at the airlines ETF also. Jets ETF. Today, Jets ETF, we looked at cruise liners not too long ago, and cruise liners were obviously to the downside, and airliners will usually look the exact same way. So here's Jets ETF down 3%, and that's because American Airlines and everything else has been weak today. Markets trying to go back up, but really failing to show us some buyers over here. So NIO pushing right back to the downside from 1780 areas, XPEB pushing back from 23, Apple most likely pushing back from 150, 149 actually, didn't even get to 140, and most stocks are getting ready to, okay, maybe not, market's actually trying to go up, but I don't know if there's if it has enough strength to go right back to VWAP over here on the S&P 500, which would be around 4110.
I'm trying to get we asked if my positions can be up on my screen here, so I'm just trying to do that for you guys. So give me a second while I kind of work it out, and I'll bring it up.
Yeah, no problem. Is that where we're going to next? DWAC being called out. Oddly enough, I tweeted out, or not tweeted out, I Instagram storied my DWAC day, and that was a pretty good memory. So I said, bring back DWAC. Obviously, that's a long way out right now. We've yet to see what happens with Truth Social Media and so on. We're also waiting to see what happens with the Twitter acquisition. So all the variables that are out there that people are waiting on, just got to be patient. No volume on DWAC today, sadly. Only 300,000 shares traded. Would love to see a lot more volume on this trade. SSR is garbage. GME's on SSR today, and what did it help this morning? Absolute garbage. Okay. I'm not sure what your point is on that side, but let's go take a look at GME. You're saying SSR is garbage. GME is on SSR today, and what did it help this morning? SSR is generally supposed to stop stocks from going too much further to the downside, but that doesn't mean that you cannot short the stock, right? So SSR is a very important rule in the market, and it's without that rule, the stock that's only down 4% today would be down maybe 100% today. So you got to understand that that rule is protecting people such as yourself. If you're long on GME or AMC or any stock across the board that you're long on, that rule is protecting you. Big time protecting you. So maybe want to reconsider that ideology a little bit. I don't know. DWAC, that was a fantastic day. Yeah, that was a big day. Yet to see a day like that in the market. But let's talk about what's happening right now and not reminisce in the past over there, because the market is indeed waking up over here. S&P 500 going to the north side, and so is NASDAQ. So it looks like the longs are coming in a little bit. Apple most likely pushing up along with it, and 4,100 about to be tested right now on the way up. Only 3 points away from 4,100 on the S&P 500 futures. Bitcoin will be down 100%. Fair enough. Why are people loud behind you? It's a floor. They're allowed to be loud. They're allowed to do whatever they want. They don't work for the Trader TV umbrella. They work for themselves, technically. So I have no right in telling them to shut up. It's that they have all the right to be as loud as they want. They have all the right to yell when they're winning. They have all the right to cry when they're losing.
That's what makes the floor exciting, yeah. And then obviously, it's a little loud now. I think we kind of just all came back from lunch, but yeah, no, that's what makes the floor exciting, and that's why it's good to be on the floor. I brought my positions up here so you guys can see that I'm long AMD. And it looks like it can't really get above that 101 area, in which I really kind of wanted to see that. But if it breaks, I'll keep my stop there. If it breaks 101.50 or 150, I'm out. And it looks like I'm probably going to get stopped out. But it is what it is. Like I said, I'm not risking too much on this, and we'll kind of go from there. Is that like what it kind of looks like, or
Hide that.
Hide which one?
Just hide the whole thing.
Hide the whole thing?
Yeah. We'll deal with it later. Just
okay, yeah. Okay, no worries.
You don't have to worry now. We'll deal with it tomorrow or after stream.
Sure.
Yeah. But market is indeed going up. We can just mention what stocks you're in. I can see you're only in one stock right now, yeah. AMD long. 100, what's that, 93?
Yeah.
So we can just mention it for today. We'll get it ready for tomorrow, though.
Sounds good.
Prad, as a listener, it is loud and can barely hear you guys. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I can't help it. We work at a trader floor. I have no right in telling them to be quiet. I just don't. And I'm not going to do it. Because I've been in that position before where I'm in a trade and I'm talking to my friends, and maybe I was too loud back then, and you guys were probably mentioning Neil and Sean about it, but the answer is the answer. We cannot help it. The floors, they're working out there, man. They're grinding. They're grinding. They're hustling. But let's get back into the market right now, man. S&P 500 looks like it tickled the 50-period EMA, the 4,100 level, and just pushed right back to the downside. So market might get pushed over here all the way to lower days, or do we find some buyers right at 41.87, 40.87, 40.85 or so, and then get pushed back to the VWAP areas, or even 41.10. I think Ian mentioned that. I mentioned it too. So I think we are waiting for that 41.10 test on the S&P 500 futures, but right now clearly struggling on the way up right now as we're talking about it.
More noise equals more money. I don't know about the correlation between that one. Maybe we have to kind of back test it, but no, this is what a trading floor is all about, right? Like I wouldn't want to work on a trading floor if it was like dead quiet, like a library or something like that. It's fun because we also call out tickers and call out levels all the time, right? And we kind of work together in that sense. But are you ready to rumble? Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe Tony can say that next time he rings the bell. That would be kind of funny. But yeah, trader floor excitement. This is what it's all about, right? And hopefully, we do kind of get this noise that you guys can kind of hear, or at least witness on a day-to-day like this. Just because this is what a trading floor is about, and we're kind of trying to bring that experience to you guys, and show you what it's like, and try to share it with you guys, because it's a lot of fun, and obviously we all really enjoy it here on the floor. What else you guys want to look at?
I can answer a question
go for
here.
it.
So, Prad, maybe I don't understand exactly. It was still being pushed down on ticks. I'm aware that it's supposed to help, but my confidence in the SEC is very low. Your confidence in the SEC doesn't matter to the market, doesn't matter to the SEC, my friend. SEC does not care if you trust them. SEC does not care if you don't trust them, right? This is the best way to think about it. This is a casino, right? The casino always wins. The house always wins. And when the house loses, they rewrite the rules to make sure that they end up winning over there. So when your question is, I don't trust the SEC, you don't need to trust the SEC to have a winning trade. You don't need to trust the SEC to make money. You just look for the right opportunities and you make money. Now coming back to the SSR topic, right? Back when COVID-19 was at the height of its fear of COVID-19, and the stock market opened up into a halt. If the stock market didn't open up into a halt, every stock across the board would have been beaten down to pulp and gone to zero, because nobody wants to buy stocks on a day like that. Nobody wants to buy stocks. Everyone wants to dump, right? So the only people at that point who can dump that stock are the people who are already long, and not the people who are punching short and pushing the stock down. So what you're seeing right now on the SSR, technically, the people who are punching the bids are the longs, the apes, right? The apes, or even maybe hedge fund traders, or maybe other traders who are scared of their long day trade, or they're scared of their long swing trade or their investment. They're the ones punching the bids on the way down, along with some shorts who are getting picked up when the stock is going higher, right? So if it wasn't for that mechanic that is not allowing those short sellers to punch it, and then the people who are long, they're scared of their position and they're punching it, all of those punches together is just going to get bundled up together and just plummeted to the ground. That rule is really saving people's accounts over here, because if it wasn't for that rule, the market that we saw crashing not too long ago, and almost every single stock was on SSR on the earnings season that came out recently, those moves would have been way more drastic. Instead of just being down 10%, you would have seen 30% moves on stocks. GPS, which was down 10%, the reason why that trade on GPS was good is because it was on SSR. The size on the bid was not punchable by normal people. Only people who were long could punch it. Luca called it out if you want to rewind it. So SSR is a very important mechanic that's actually saving accounts to the downside.
I want to show you a live look at AMD here, just because oh man, we just missed it. There was about 300 lots at 80, and it got taken out. So hopefully that means that buyers are going to step up. If there starts to be buyers above 80, then it could be good for my position. But it looks like it's kind of fading off that. I kind of want to touch back to something that I saw here. Kung Fu Trading said, "Trust yourself." Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Like Pratt is saying, don't rely on other things, other factors to make trades work for you. Trust yourself, trust your strategy, trust your plan, right? Trust your practice and your research and your studying, right? And build trades off that, and build your strategy off that, and become a better trader that way, right? Don't rely on something else to kind of steer your trades, right? Yeah, I was thinking about adding to the AMD trade in front of 50, but I kind of missed it. But we'll kind of see where it goes. Looks like 80 kind of got taken, and it could help my position up. What else is Bullard talking today? A lot of people are mentioning it. Yeah. Do you know when he's talking?
It's supposed to be at 1 o'clock, so it's been like already 28 minutes or so.
Okay, yeah. So maybe it's like a nothing burger then. There hasn't really been, like, maybe we are getting like a little bit of a bounce, but it is really muted. Obviously, we've already talked about how the market's like pretty weak today. But if buyers do kind of step up, and we do get a push into the power hour there, it could be exciting for end of the day.
Yeah, so obviously, whenever Fed talks, people are obviously worried about that, no doubt about it. And we'll just have to wait and see. But I think, they're not going to be stupid about it, and they're not going to say something earlier, because we only have about 2 weeks from now before the FOMC meeting comes out, or the minutes, the rate hike comes out, and so on. They might say something along the words like, oh, I know someone in the chat put it that he said the inflation's like 1970s. Well, duh, you literally printed money for everybody and expected nothing to go bad. I think I saw a meme on Instagram. It's like you guys accepted $3,200 paychecks just to watch the stock market go to crap. right? So the whole idea over there is basically, I mean, yeah, we needed money. The government was helping out people. Businesses were going bankrupt. People were losing jobs. So that relief was needed. But overall, when you're just printing free money like that and interest rates are at all-time lows, I think Greg was telling me the story about back in his height when his parents were buying the houses and so on. The interest rates were like what, 8% or something? Ian, maybe you know? Was it? What was it when higher?
It was higher than this?
Yeah. So it was so in the teens. Yeah. That was a long time ago. Yeah, so I was just talking to Neil over there. Neil was talking about back when his parents were getting. So obviously when inflation is this crazy right now and interest rates are like almost zero, something's going wrong and we need to fix that.
Yeah,
game.
it's crazy because like we've been in this kind of situation or this environment for a few years now.
Yeah.
Where interest rates have kind of hovered around zero and now everything's kind of getting boosted and raised, and everyone's kind of panicking, right? But you know, we just heard it there. Like it was higher, much higher. Before
when inflation was lower.
When inflation was lower,
yeah,
right?
Now inflation's higher. We're like, screw it. We'll just raise it by half a BP every now and then.
And then everyone's freaking out, right? So obviously, it's a big change, in considering, like I said, like the environment recently. But you know, deal with it as it comes, and you know, we'll kind of see where it goes. Yeah, I just got stopped out of the AMD trade there. I was thinking about adding in front of 150, but a lot of weakness just kind of came in, and I thought to myself, I better just kind of hold this and see if I get stopped out, let my orders work for me, as opposed to kind of like going against my plan and whatnot. So I got stopped out. It is what it is. Small loss. It's not really going to phase me too much. Prices are not inflation. I don't really understand what that means. Red to green, you heard it here first. I hope you're right. Red to green, that would be quite the move. Obviously, no V-shaped recovery here for the market. Maybe like a huge U-shape. Did we go green at the beginning of the day?
For what?
For the market, like
yeah,
overall.
It was green.
Yeah, I think it was like slightly green or whatever, but then obviously, you know, faded and gave us the move here. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe into power hour. CRM, yeah, we talked about CRM a lot already.
Real quick, I just want to go to my
it.
screen, show this meme, and then we can go over to CRM.
Yeah.
So let's go to my screen real quick, boys. So this is basically how the Fed is dealing with inflation right here. Don't ask me again. Enter BP 0.25, achievement unlocked, inflation defeated, right? So 0.25. This is how the government's dealing with the inflation over here, and that's just the meme that came to my head while we were talking about the interest rates earlier. Now heading back to CRM through Ian.
Yeah, no, someone said here 1984 interest rate 18%. Yeah, I'll believe you on that one. Neil just kind of said that they were pretty high back then. So yeah, it's interesting. You know, obviously if you're, I recently bought a property with my girlfriend, and you know we chose variable rates. So now that rates are kind of heading up, but you know we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, no, back to CRM. CRM looks like it's kind of plateaued around that 175 area as well, and making a bounce, right? Hopefully we can kind of break out this high here. It looks like 177 was kind of like a resistance point, but now we're kind of trading above 13 EMA, and you know it could push up and you know trend up, right? Obviously CRM was really strong this morning. CRM, I remember talking in the morning meeting with the guys. I initially wanted 175 break, right? 175 looked like this pre-market level. That broke out in pre-market, so you know I'm not going to take a big size trade on a breakout in pre-market. Then I was looking at 177, that broke out. Looking at 178, that broke out. Ended up taking 179.50, right? And it worked out in the end, but yeah, looks like CRM is kind of bouncing off these levels, and you know maybe it can make a move back to the upside. The dumbest thing to do is go get variable. Yeah, you know what? I don't disagree with that. You know, it worked out at the time with the way we were kind of the way we were kind of structuring our deal and whatnot. But Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. We can always like renegotiate our interest rates for sure.
Just make more money. That's the answer.
Oh
right?
yeah, well that's
Just
the thing,
make more
right?
money.
Make more money, you win more trades, then it doesn't matter what the interest rates
None of it
are.
matter. Just make more money at the end of the day. All your complaints are in the trash at that point. But what is going into the trash right now? Well, not trash, but it's coming to the downside is UVXY. UVXY on Amex coming right back to VWAP after the crazy move that we had off the $14 level. Looks like 1410/VWAP/100 period EMA might just end up being a support area. I do mention that, you know, technicals on UVXY don't really matter that much, but it's always good to have them on the watch. Something that I do want to mention for when you're watching UVXY is to keep an eye over the overall VIX to see what it's doing. S&P 500 moving right back to 4,100 right now. Let's see if we can get a break of 4,100, which happens to be the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart over here, and get that move up to 4110, which also is the 100 and the VWAP at the moment on the 5-minute chart. So since market is clearly waking up, I'm guessing your long on AMD is paying you.
Well, no, it stopped me out.
It stopped
It
you
stopped
out.
me out,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
It is what it is. You know, you gotta live with it. You gotta live with your stops. That's probably the worst thing is to move your stops, move your stops down, because like we kind of already explained, the dip can keep dipping. You know, I probably should have stuck with the original trade idea, which was the 101 break. The reason why I kind of didn't is just because usually breakouts aren't too great on AMD, and I was trying to play like off the support level. It didn't quite work out the way I wanted to, but you know, it is what it is. You move on and try to find the next trade.
Yeah, so that was AMD. Apple also holding 148 pretty well. I know it says the low is 141.56, but ignore that. That's just a dark pool candle. That trade could have happened yesterday. It's like a 24-hour time period that dark pools have to be reported by. So not really sure if that trade was today or yesterday. And from the looks of it, for sure not today, right? There's no way the stock, someone traded at 141.50 and was instantly in the money, $7 or something. That being said, though, Apple trying to move up along with the overall market. S&P 500 finally at 4,100 right now. Let's go see what stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. Stop loss raid. That's a good one. I think I might have to steal that.
Yeah, maybe I got hunted there.
That.
You know, you're probably not wrong. You know, it is what it is, right? Maybe my stop was a little bit obvious, but that's why you kind of have to structure your trades accordingly and you know, plan for them in a bigger picture sort of sense, and not take the obvious trade, right? The obvious thing was maybe my stop was a little bit too obvious, and that's why I got hunted. Obviously, you know, the market's not specifically trying to hunt my stops.
I say obviously a lot. We say obviously a lot.
It's funny because nothing is like super obvious in the market.
Nothing is obvious.
Nothing is obvious, but we say it a lot.
Only thing obvious is debt and taxes.
And taxes, yeah, and taxes. Those are the things for sure. But yeah, no, just kind of, yeah. Well, I don't know what I was even saying at this point.
I just heard obvious, and my brain just went, why do we say obvious so much? It just, my brain just went off. But I think you were talking about your CRM, I think?
No, like, oh yeah, I was talking about AMD and getting kind of stop hunted or whatever. But yeah, don't put your stops in obvious places, obviously, right? Anyone know what's the next Fed rate hike? I think they're coming in, what is it, like,
it's
July?
June 15th, and we're expecting another half a basis point. Like anything more than a half is scary. Anything less than a half is what the heck are you doing over there? So if it's in line with that, we're good. If it's not in line with that, then get ready for more banger trades coming in on June 15th at 2 o'clock. You know, we'll be here. We'll actually even be throwing to Sean and Neil and Brendan about 30 seconds to a minute earlier on that day. So stay tuned for that day. Be prepared, and you know, don't take random shots like right now if there's no trade to be taking. Be patient. What was it yesterday? We were all outside for Greg's birthday, and Saj was like mentioning how if there is no trade to be taken, just don't take that trade. Just sit, just don't take that trade. So basically, that's.
He was also kind of basically saying how like if you don't lose on a day, it's okay, right? If you end up flat, like that's okay too, right? So don't get too down on yourself if you didn't make money today, or you know, if you're flat on the day. Like I'm pretty much flat on the day. I'm ending up with like a small loss here. But I'm not mad about it, right? Like obviously, you know, there's better opportunities to be had, and you gotta make sure that you're alive for those opportunities, right? Like if I was just to kind of risk my entire day and like maybe like put on too much risk on a particular trade and get like shut down or something like that, get shut down like really badly, I'm potentially jeopardizing my career, right? Like for what? For what, right? Like, so, you know, you wait for the big trades to come around, and when they come around, you smash them.
Indeed, Hulk smash, baby. Sean said his trade of the day is NIO, and it'll be at 2:05. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And while you are staying tuned, make sure you're smashing that like button, boys and girls, and what other species, whoever is watching, some Martians maybe, whatever species are watching at the moment. Smash that like button. We're at 1.8K. I'm about to inceptionize this frame, so we'll just close this one. Please, please, please smash that like button. 3,000 viewers still watching us. Let's get it up to 2K before we throw it on the closing show, which is in the next 20 minutes, and then you guys get to see the best trade of the day so far. Or sorry, I think it's just called trade of the day. It happens to be my worst stock of the day, NIO. Pokemons?
Someone says today was a tough day. Need mucho discipline to sit through that chop.
Mucho discipline.
Mucho discipline. Phil, but luckily it was pretty good in the morning, so took some paper cuts. Yeah, you know what? That's okay, man. That's okay. You're not alone. I'm sure there's more. There's a lot of people that thought today was tough. We kind of said, it gave that move in the morning, pushed up, and then just rejected, right? So like if you were caught on the wrong side of that move, you were going to be out of the money, right? So you know it's okay to kind of take paper cuts, but the good thing is that you're kind of staying disciplined and you're stopping yourself before the losses get any bigger, right? You don't want paper cuts to turn into big losses and big L's, because those are obviously harder to overcome.
The Prad close-up? What'd you guys do over there, man? These guys playing games over there? Oh, man, these guys have way too much fun. What in the...
Oh.
Whoa. Hey, man, don't show my unibrow, bro. Come on, man. What are you doing over there? Sitting on your hands sometimes is good. Yeah, no, sitting on your hands. I think this camera needs to move a little bit this way, guys. Lucas and... I think this camera needs to go a little bit over here. But... do that camera angle again. No camera angles, please. But let's go back to the market.
Trimmer, Brad. They're picking on you now.
Yo, see, this is why back
Brad's
there.
Poor cam.
No, this is exactly why I liked my corner back there. It was one camera, right? And if I wanted to hide it, I just did this. If I wanted to hide that camera, I just put a sticky note over it, call it a day, right? And then I don't have to have these annoying kids in that corner troubling me when I'm trying to make some money, right? But no,
more
all
cameras,
fun and games.
more possibilities, cooler camera angles.
Listen, the production quality did go up though, so I am enjoying the production quality.
Went way up.
Yeah.
It's been cool. It's been cool.
And let's go take a look. Look at the shadow. Yeah, there's a good amount of shadow over there. It looks like some lights screwing up. Maybe it's the monitor. Let's go back into the market, guys. We don't have much time here, 20 minutes. Let's go talk about Redbox. Redbox, for some reason, has woken up over here like a zombie out of the grave, just waking up from the $5 level, running to $6 right now, as you guys can see it in front of us. Now only down 12%. I think we were down more than 12. I think 18%. I remember it was down 18%. But clearly looks like it was down 20% at one point, and that already puts the stock on SSR at 10. SSR today and tomorrow for RDBX Redbox, and just gotta wait to see what happens for this stock in the near future. My opinion is this will become the next blockbuster, because if Netflix can't make money by renting out movies online, or not make money, if Netflix is struggling right now with the user base by renting out online movies, how bad is Redbox gonna be? Because I know the core of their business was actually going into like a Sobeys and renting out movies from a box over there, even though now they have a streaming service, I guess.
Here's a great example of a no, I wouldn't say a bad trade. I don't think it was a bad trade, but you know, this is a bad trade. It's a bad trade. Basically, you know, go long, get stopped out. Does the move that you were expecting goes in your favor, right? And now it's kind of pushing VWAP. Obviously, the market was like slowly grinding up, and maybe AMD was a little bit weaker. So, you know, a lot of the time we talk about picking stocks, and maybe, you know, AMD wasn't the right stock to pick for a bounce play, right? And you know, it is what it is. You kind of take away what you can from it. Here, I think my takeaway from this is I wasn't patient enough, right? I wasn't patient enough. We mentioned talking about taking like 101 break long. I didn't wait for that, and there was no buyers above 101 anyways, right? But, you know, a better play would have been buying the dip closer to this 100 level, right? really, I need to risk off 100 or maybe even a bit lower than that. I think 150 was a little too ambitious for my stop, but I put it there because I didn't want to risk too much, right? So essentially, that's like my takeaway from that. It is what it is. AMC, let's take a quick look at that. Obviously, it was struggling with that 13 level. It looks like it's just hovering around there again. Like it briefly broke it again, but now it's kind of above it. AMC is kind of not really doing anything. It hasn't really done anything since it's went SSR, right? So obviously after SSR, it's much harder to kind of short the stock, so that's why you're not getting extended moves to the downside. But no bounce coming in either, and it's not really following the market.
Yeah, SSR, man. I remember I used to be pretty annoyed off that rule, like you were, Crypto Rocketeer. I was like, yo, but my reason to be annoyed off that rule is a little bit different than your reason. My reason is just allow me to smash the stock to the ground. This company sucks, and let me just go short to the ground over here, right? But oh, what happened over there? Oh, that's because I disconnected my headphones. Anyways, so besides that SSR rule, that was my beef with it. But clearly, as you now understand, right? If it wasn't for that rule, people like me would just be smashing all the way to the downside. Redbox has a pretty decent short float on it, 30% short float Redbox according to Trade Ideas. You guys know that I like to use more than one source. So Trade Ideas says 30%. Let's go over to Finviz to see what Finviz is saying. Finviz.
Floatchecker.com.
That's just checks float. Does it check short float also? Yeah. Okay. Floatchecker.com. I don't know, it checks short flow too. That's sick. What stock were we talking about? RDBX. So Redbox. Oh yeah. So look at that. Finviz 33%, 32 on Yahoo. The 33 across the board is what we're seeing, and then we know already. Might have to do this because I have a dark reader on. So as you guys can see across the board, it says 30% short flow, and that makes the perfect sense to me that the stock wants to start squeezing some shorts here today at least. Maybe some of this move over here is just shorts covering and then some buyers came in afterwards. So Redbox obviously, MOASS for Redbox, eh? So it looks like people are abandoned ship on AMC for the MOAS and are now jump ship onto Redbox. Unfaithful, not loyal at all.
People are asking what software we trade on. Yeah, we trade on pPro 8. That's the software for all of Daytrade the world, and it's great. It's great because we have direct market access, right? Like when we send orders, it goes straight to New York, straight to the NASDAQ, and the orders obviously get filled lightning quick, and the benefit is we don't pay as much fees as well. So a lot of benefits by using the software and trading here at Daytrade the World. I kind of want to bring up Apple again, just because the market is kind of slowly grinding up, right? Slowly grinding up. It's about to test that 4110 that we've been kind of mentioning. But look at Apple, guys. Apple hasn't really kind of pushed up as well. Like it is kind of maybe making like a little like swooping like a up move here, but it's not really like getting that like big momentum to the upside that you probably want to see if the dip is actually gonna stop dipping, and if this is gonna be like a true bounce, right? We talk about Apple kind of pulling the market up, and right now it's just kind of lagging, right? So maybe that's why my AMD long didn't really work out, but it's interesting to see. Maybe like Prav was saying, maybe this is just kind of shorts covering and some buyers kind of stepping in, but is it real buying? I guess we're yet to find out.
Yeah, yet to find out. Only time will tell. Let's go see where we're going on next from this. What price can NASDAQ end today? Can end the day today? Punkage, I think you're asking me what NASDAQ closes at? That's anybody's guess, my friend. Anybody can guess that, and then if you got that right, then you're just lucky to get that right. Right, so anybody can just throw a number out there. Nobody really knows where the market's gonna end. Not even the market maker moving the stock itself is gonna know where that stock's gonna end. So no answer on that, my friend. Off mic? Mike? I'm good? Okay. Just called out rug pull incoming. Looks like you're expecting a possible rug pull on the futures in general or on Redbox, whatever it is that you're expecting. Let's see if that rug pull comes into play. Obviously, S&P 500 tried to get up to 4110, but now we're pushing back down maybe. Let's see if it can actually push right back to the lower days, in which case the market is obviously struggling on the day today. Yesterday was was a buy on the financial juice number, if you remember.
I believe it was.
Financial juice number, I think, was a 300 mil buy. Yeah.
It wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so 300 mil buy yesterday. So I'm expecting today to maybe come out a sell, because with MSCI coming in and people not really, or Morgan not really buying the stocks that I thought they would be, I'm expecting the market to be a little bit more weak. And I think really now the bottom that I thought the MSCI imbalance, the rebalance would put in, might now have to wait for the S&P 500 rebalance, which is on the quarterly sometime this month. I think end of this month or sometime this month, the S&P 500, the overall S&P 500 index will get rebalanced. So third Friday, so that's going to be quad witching.
Yeah.
That's going to be quad witching third Friday. That's going to be a big one, a big juicy mama one. We're going to get a good one out of that one.
Yeah, yesterday was kind of a nothing burger. I think we were.
I enjoyed that nothing burger.
Yeah, you like it? Well, you know what? We could save on calories that way.
I was so full off that nothing burger.
It is what it is, right? I think we maybe hyped it up a little bit too much. We got a little bit too excited about it, but it is what it is. You live to tell the tale, and you move on. And you look forward to new opportunities, right? That's the beauty of the stock market, and we talk about it all the time, right? Like we come every day. And even Sean mentions it, like he comes to the casino every day, right? You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what kind of opportunities are going to come up. But that's why you show up, right? You show up just in case that big opportunity is there. You take it and you smash it. If it turns out to be a great win, then amazing, right? Amazing. Always, the thing is though, is always like obviously manage your risk and know what you're getting yourself into. That's for sure.
I'm just trying to, I have this bad habit of looking at all the messages that are deleted by our mod.
Yeah.
So I'm just going up there, just clicking on like show message, just to read what the deleted messages were. And Bears versus Bull. If I could stand up right now, and if I wasn't lazy, I would stand up and give a hats off, standing ovation to you, because you're putting in some hard work over there, my friend. Thank you for all the hard work you're putting in. Smash that like button for your moderator in the chat. Bears versus Bull. Wish you guys would stop calling it a casino. Call it how it is. If you don't want it to be called a casino, then you call it, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But that doesn't change the nature of the game that we're playing at the moment, right? And the overall SEC comments comes into that too. It's like the house always wins, and when the house doesn't win, they rewrite the rules. So you just got to know the game you're playing, play the game according to their rules, and try to win on that side. And that's all it all comes down to. Possible run on Snapchat. Let's go check out this possible run on Snapchat. Yeah, I don't know if it's possible, I'll be honest. $14 VWAP, 100 period EMA, and the 50 period EMA. All of them so close to each other. Overall day down 2%, all clearly. If we do get a move, maybe you get a 20-cent pop to $14. What? Bitcoin dropped even more? It's down 5% on the day. Yeah, so this was only down like 3%, 2% earlier. Bitcoin now pushing back to 30K, looks like. And Cardano, which was up 10% yesterday, we're down 10% today. Pretty much gave back the whole yesterday's move on Cardano and Dogecoin, Shiba, everything getting pushed right back to the downside after I was getting ready for that relief on cryptocurrencies. So sadly, cryptocurrencies don't really want to do anything fun for us at the time being. We have a super chat from Rolando Vergara. So you're saying Redbox has more of a chance to squeeze than AMC. We all know you hate AMC, homie. Thanks for the show. I don't hate AMC. I just don't like the way that the game got morphed into by just a couple articles here and there. So I don't have nothing against AMC. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against AMC. Nothing against GME. It's just things that took place that made me annoyed from that setup. Overall, though, people, you're asking me if Redbox has a bigger potential to squeeze? Yes. I would say 100% Redbox has a way bigger potential to squeeze just because Redbox has a bigger short flow percentage, and because Redbox's flow overall is only 10 mil flow, whereas AMC's flow is like, what, 200 something mil? 500 mil, and the short float is 21%. So 21% of 500 mil versus 30% of 8 mil or 10 mil. Float. So I think Redbox
I'm bad at simple math.
Yeah, I think Redbox is has a bigger potential to squeeze if that squeeze was to come into play. And if you want my opinion, GME and AMC already squoze. Right, GMC went from
maybe
$4 to $70.
You know, that if that's not a squeeze, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
But to kind of revisit that, like I don't think hate is the proper word, and I wouldn't use hate in the stock market either. Like you can't hate something
unless
so
you're
much.
talking about Peloton. I think you could use that in that terminology.
Okay, maybe there's certain companies we will not mention, but no. The point I'm trying to make is like don't go in with like a bias, right? Like let's say you like really don't like AMC, like you want to short it to the ground, whatever. You want to see it go to zero, but like you know, if you just have that one bias, you can get burnt. You can get burned like super quick. Obviously, you know, AMC is like one of those ones that can kind of squeeze up and you know give huge moves to the upside. But that's why we say like you know have an open mind, come to the market each day, and just trade the trade, right? Just trade what it gives you. Trust your strategy, trust your plan, and go from there, right? Don't be so married to one particular bias.
So Evil E in the chat is trying to go through the same sort of ordeal that Neil and Sean went through when we used the word squoze. So here's Merriam-Webster since 1828, buddy. Can we get a screen on there? 1828. Dialectical. Okay, I can't even say that word. Dialectal past tense of squeeze.
Dialectical.
Dialectical. I said it right the first time then. Cool. Dialectical past tense of squeeze. Okay, buddy? So, ta-da! Squoze is a word, my friend. It is in the dictionary.
We knew it was a word before we said it.
Yeah, we're smart.
We knew.
Listen, we got an English major here, man. This is rambunctious.
I'm not a major in English.
We got an English major here, man. Come on. All right, all jokes aside, we only have about a couple minutes over here, 4 minutes or so left in the market. 2:05, you guys get to see NIO trade of the day from Sean, I believe, or was it Neil? Not sure which one it is. Who's doing the trade? Huh?
No, I'm not an English
no,
major.
You got it.
I study finance, and then I said I like doing essays and like I don't know, I like English and stuff like that. I don't know. This guy's putting words in my mouth.
I'm just putting words in his mouth, just making fun over here. Check out the big brain on Pratt. No, there's no big brain over here, man. Just living the life, just living the life.
Another day in the life, as
Luca always says that. That's right. Let's see what you got anything?
Fake out before the takeout, yeah, that's kind of funny.
Fake out before the takeout.
I don't know about that, but yeah, the market's making kind of a bounce, and we are kind of pushing off these lows. But it hasn't broken that 41.10 at all. We didn't even get close to testing it, right? So like, if we don't really test that, if buyers don't really step up, then you know what? Maybe it is just kind of shorts covering from earlier in the day, right? And this move might be a little bit muted. Only time will tell, right? Like we'll find out soon enough. Obviously, the market's going to close soon, and we're going to push to the closing show, and they're going to have some exciting trades for you there.
Canada cross-country train only takes 2 weeks. Yeah, I've been wanting to go through that.
I kind of want to drive across like Canada.
I want to go the train route at least once. I've never been in the cross Canada train, whatever it's called, Via Rail maybe. I don't even know what it's called. Via Rail. Never been on there. Never actually seen anything outside of Brampton and Toronto.
It'd probably get a little bit boring though through like the prairies and whatnot. Yeah. There's not much going on over
Trust
there.
me, you'll probably be better.
Going like Brampton,
Yeah. Yeah. Like all I've seen is Brampton.
You probably see way more on that route than you
Yeah.
would going through the prairies. But.
Yeah. But no, that should be fun. I sneezed or I snosed. Okay, now that's a good question.
You're pushing it with that.
No,
I don't know about that one. I don't have to be an
snosed.
English major to know that one.
You snosed it. You snosed it.
A wise man once said, "He whose woes has squoze."
Okay. We're getting out of hand here. We're getting out of hand
It's a little overhand. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Yeah, that's a little tongue twisters coming in over here. Okay, but market's actually waking up once again. We're going right back to VWAP. 41.10 coming into play. Let's see if going into the closing show with Neil, Sean, Brendan around 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, what does the market do during that time period? Does it miraculously go back to being positive out of nowhere where that, I guess, what is that shape you guys call it? The smiley U-shape recovery period?
Yeah, the smiley U-shape, smiley face recovery.
Yeah, so if that ends up coming, then, go all the way straight back to high a day, but that would require some really positive statements from Bullard that maybe got leaked, or some real good catalyst that comes out of nowhere that turns this market all the way to the high a day. So watching patiently, we got about a minute over here. Ian, you're looking at anything to wrap off the last minute?
Someone said Microsoft, and I want to kind of bring it up again just because it is kind of one of those stocks that pulls up the market, similar to Apple, right? And obviously a heavily weighted stock. It looks like it kind of made lows around this 270 level. I believe that's like kind of resistance, just kind of looking at the daily, support. Yeah, making a nice bounce move, potentially. Obviously, the market is just kind of slowly grinding up, and with that, Microsoft is slowly grinding up, similar to Apple. Did Bullard already speak? I think we already mentioned that he spoke at 1, right?
Yeah, not public though.
Not public, but yeah, maybe his comments and stuff will come out soon enough, and we'll maybe take a trade off that. Who knows, right? But yeah,
I feel like we're like those quintessential white girls in a movie. Obviously, like every 2 seconds, is that what?
Yeah, maybe I need to expand my vocabulary a little bit more.
We both of us. I say obviously way too much. You say obviously too much. But obviously, in actual reality, obvious right now, we're gonna send you over to the closing show. Take it over, Brando.
All right, thanks, guys. Welcome in. Yeah, a couple hours left in a pretty exciting day here. Trying to bounce for the overall market, but we are stalling out a little bit at this point, coming off from the morning sell-off that we saw. But we are trying to get back into the right direction here. Here's a look at how things stand right now. 0.69 for the S&P, 0.6 for the Dow, the NASDAQ about 0.75. Another positive day for crude oil, back to the upside, 1.4. Yeah, Bitcoin, not good today, 5% for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Back in negative territory. The slide continues. Here's a look at a pretty red board, although there are a few areas of green starting to show up. HPQ, we mentioned this morning, CRM now 10%. It was up more than 12. Initially, that 1+% move in crude oil, though, helping this group here. Energy stocks, basically the entire positive sector here for the overall market. TSCO and Amazon. I wanted to talk about Amazon. We'll get to that in a little bit here, but coming up on Friday, you can't see that, but trust me, it's under the position board. Coming up on Friday, we'll get the split, finally, for AMZN Friday morning. We'll talk a little bit about how to prepare for that. Travel names up here having a tough time today, specifically the airlines here, UAL, Dow, AAL, and Alaskan. 3 to 4+%. Remember, Delta came out in the pre-market and increased their June quarter sales and booking guidance for the summer months. So here's the cruise lines down here as well. NCL, HRCL, CCL, all about 5% to the downside. Healthcare stocks really dragging on the overall market as well. Paramount with some negative talk as well for their forecast. So I mean, it's a mixed board. We are negative, but only about 0.7 at this point. So still plenty of day left to get moving back in the right direction. Hope your afternoon is going well. Welcome in again. Under 2 hours to go on a pretty eventful Wednesday here. Yeah, the guys were making some comments there on Bullard. There were a few comments that came out of that at 1 o'clock. Nothing that was terribly significant as far as market moving anyways, so we will move on and hope for the best as far as the remainder of the afternoon. We'll get into a few of the names we were looking at in the pre-market here, talk a little bit about how they were traded, how you could have maybe done better for tomorrow. So let's jump into one of Sean's trades from today.
Hey traders, welcome to another trade of the day. And look, the number one thing to trade is catalyst, right? You need to have a reason to be into a name. Today, NIO, we got some Chinese EV monthly sales data come through and NIO beat. So we instantly were automatically looking for longs. But the problem with NIO is we've been doing this for too long to understand that it has crazy moves off the open, included on market on open imbalances and whatnot. So what I was trying to do was not take a break early, but look for a level that actually made a little bit of sense. So as we can see here for NIO, and again, look where we open up today. We open up around this $17 mark, actually $17.40. If we check out This is 929, so 930. Look at the levels that we're at right here, right? You're at 1760. Let me step to this side. So now we're at here around 1760, some of these bottoms. When you look over here on a 20-minute chart, you're kind of stuck in the middle that we've already visited this area. We have some support from yesterday around that 1740 area. But for me, my initial thought here on the sticky note was that if we got to pull back in to this area, that's where we wanted to buy it. And again, why are we looking long? It had nothing to do with the NASDAQ or anything like that. We're looking long because of the May sales data beat. So we already knew we went long. We wanted to go long. So we were looking for an area. And I just thought into here, 17 was pretty good. All right. But unfortunately, as the market opens up, we don't get that typical NEO dip. I was actually waiting at 17 and a quarter. The lowest it goes is just shy of 1750. So maybe 1740, something like that. So missed the long, but that's okay. And then we just sort of let it go, right? But look what happens right away. It just shoots up. And then after 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes or so, it finally rips up to this 18 level. Normally we don't like breakouts, but again, if you look back and where we found it was right here on the 20-minute. You can see the line going right back. It's actually the high from the 19th. So we were bouncing around that level. Boom, we got it. And as soon as that happened, then it was off to the races. So there's our fill right there. It's the same line extended onto both charts. This is a 1-minute chart. Forget about VWAP, forget about everything else, okay? Boom, to the upside. Here we go. So it comes in, and then we just start taking it out. 18, 20, I mean, right into here. The problem was when we get it, it actually comes back down and retests like 1780 into VWAP. We were going to get out if it came back into this area, so it wasn't too big of a problem. Then all the way to the upside, these are small outs. Then we really start getting some out at 1820, 1830. To the upside, comes out 1850, we're all out. We missed this move to the upside. That's really where Brendan started this segment by saying maybe we can get better. I think that's what we need to do next time. We need to wait and hold on to something in case we get that upsize move. But again, if you look back here, 18 had already been the top. So we took more shares than we're comfortable with in order to do this. So it's always about like, plan your trade, you know, and then trade your plan. So once I'm in it, I'm taking more shares and getting out. Then we had it pull back down, boom. We noticed this 18 long. We start taking, we found a level again. So we take some longs into that. We should have reloaded there. More stuff was happening, but that could have been a reload there against 18. And again, use this same 18 level, right? We take the long out, 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 out. Don't get out at the max again, waiting for that. Comes back in, hold one last piece until we finally break down through 18. So NEO for me was a great trade. And the reason why, it's one entry. So we knew, forget about this, but we knew that we wanted to get 18 long. Why? Because we had this level there. Another reason why, we had some consolidation yesterday. Yesterday was just an inside day. Everything traded inside. You have like one little dip down there. Don't know what that was about. Maybe that's wrong, but back and forth inside day. Then today we explode past this inside day and make that new high. So again, $19, a big level again. So we can check that out tomorrow if we get going, but it's the same thing as that 18. You got to be patient. I use more shares. Take it out quickly. It was a good trade for me. It's NEO, and it's your trade of the day.
Yeah, great moves for NIO and XPeng this morning coming off May delivery numbers. Both cases, yeah, really better than expected across the board. So great look. Make sure you're joining us every single morning in the pre-market at 8:30. We walk you through everything you need to know and get you ready for the open. A couple of things. That's the watch list, by the way, guys. You can use the QR code. You can grab the address for that. We'll have that in the chat. Couple of things you need to know right off the bat here. I saw a couple of pictures of what is apparently the iPhone 14 floating around on Twitter this afternoon. Apple not really doing anything right now, almost dead flat on the session. That's Apple. Flip over to Tesla. Looks very similar, down a little bit more, but also not really doing anything this afternoon. This note just coming out, Tesla delaying deliveries for long-range models in the U.S. Supply chain issues coming through once again for Tesla, as we saw there, though. Not much doing, a lot doing. For CRM today, Salesforce was super strong. Right out of the gate was up more than 8%, even 9% before we got to the open this morning on a better than expected report and forecast. If you guys want to look at Tesla as well, we're starting to tick down on that. But again, delays for long-range models in the U.S. just coming out.
Yeah, I mean, the damage for Tesla and the rest of the market had already happened, I think, into that news. So, this was a case here with Tesla, like many other names at the open, set up at a key price level for a pretty interesting looking break. It got above that 760. I'll go to the 15 minutes so you can really get an idea of what was going on here. Like, you had a nice consolidation right at that 760 level, a good key level in the morning yesterday, and it picked that it was going to make a rally, at least initially, to the top side. And then you had this breakout at 760. Looks like everything was all good to go. Heading toward that 780 area. It scalped in 65, 70s. And then 10 o'clock hit, and really, you had the economic number come through and turn the entire market. Now, this was a wick off top at 770 at the exact moment that we had the PPI release. So you're taking out a high, running stops to the upside, then the number comes out and turns the market to the downside, and the vacuum just opened up. And it didn't matter what you were long, you pretty much just had to get out of it because all the breaks, everything that was looking strong, it turned on a dime, and then it turned into a short trade. I missed the short there, got it in XPeng, but I was already sitting in an XPeng. So it's more just happened to be fortunate to be sitting in a short when it happened, and it couldn't even catch it in Tesla. 735 was yesterday's bottom. It tried to bounce off that once, tiny scalp trade, and now you're holding above. So I feel like the damage was done. That's why you're not seeing a huge reaction to that news. If anything, with this market here, you're getting a bounce off of yesterday's support, or at least holding that general price area. So as long as Tesla can do that, maybe we'll make a run, but we're still below that 41.15 level on the ES, which has been resistance since that turn at 10 o'clock.
And I like the long so much, I'm long TQQ right now. So let's see if that goes in. You want to talk, you started the day with CRM. Let's go, man. Let's hit the money sign for CRM right now. Now let's do this. It's a nice day outside, so we'll wear some of that. But there it is, man. Look where we're long, 175. It's at 177. CRM right now, $2.30 in the money. We just waited for it to come in. I mean, that's really all that happened. We started to base out. It came back into the levels that we liked. We've written this down. We talked about this on the sticky note. We wanted to get long CRM into some of this pre-market move. What a great move it was early. We missed it. We talked about that again. This is 9:30 right here where the volume started to come in. So it just took off the open up to 184. But then all of a sudden, it was just like, okay, let's start playing this again. It came in right to these levels, and I just went long. I got long a little early, 175. It's crazy because I have a 174. Where's my bid? 174.05. So we missed that by 30 cents. But we take the long. We get out for flat because we're like, I'm not sure if it works. We got out of a third, then we got out of another third for $1 right there. That's 176.44, so that's more than $1. And then as we're coming up right now to 178, I think we can retrace to VWAP. I mean, they were a great quarter. If the NASDAQ gets going, which I don't know if it's going to or not right now. I am in the TQQs, but that's just fluctuating. But why not? Why can't we revisit this VWAP of around 180, 179 and change? So right now, we're going to stay long CRM. Look, if the market falls down, we have our outs. It's not going to be a problem. But we'll stay long this name, a strong name with good earnings. And I talked about it on the trade of the day that you really want to be trading catalysts, right? And I think that NIO had one with the delivery. You just talked about Tesla a little bit. Catalysts every day. It seems like Brendan just brought us the supply chain issues. And then here we go for CRM earnings, right? So, trade, and I know Bulls versus Bears said this, and I know it's kind of just one of those cliches, but it really is like have a plan and then just trade it. And if it doesn't work out for you, you can revisit. I mean, that's why we make the sticky note. That's why I take notes and do all these things. I have little Post-it notes all over. I mean, if you guys have a top shot here or something like that, I can show, we have these Post-it notes, we have things like that, like right here, I Post-it note here, Post-it note here, more notes down here, more notes. Don't focus in too much on those notes there, but just playing around. So we're just, have an idea and go for it. I mean, that's, I think, is a great plan there. As Neil reviewing his notes. What does it say, like, buy beer?
No, it's not mine. I use the iPad because...
Oh, that's a room? That's...
No, so when Tony was here on Friday...
Tony's.
You guys know Toronto Tony was here last week. Tequila Tony, whatever Tony we're calling him. No, but I didn't even notice this till now. He actually made some notes himself and put them up on my monitor. I'll go through them when I have a chance to read it. I don't want to...
No, but are they stories?
No, a couple of them are stories, but a few things look like they're stock stuff.
Yeah, Subway analogy there.
Now I'm curious what the Subway analogy is because I wasn't here.
I told Tony he's got to come with some heat that day, so he
But this says cat food, so he was talking about cat food on Friday.
Oh, yeah, he wanted to say that he's eating cat food. Like, I told this guy that he has to slow down on some of that, like... You know, he's like, oh, if you're like me and you're eating cat food because all my investments are the worst things ever. It's like,
I mean, you don't want to make that joke because, hey,
Come
man, there's people in the world that have had to resort to that in certain times.
That's
but
Toronto Tony.
The important thing for that entire rant was have a plan.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's what we were generally getting at, Brendan.
Valid. That's it. We're done.
I was waiting for the rest of that story. I was getting into it.
I was going to read it.
Oh, Tony. SIGA just popping up here a little bit, guys. Watch GOVX as well. The World Health Organization. I mean, it's, wow. They basically said monkeypox could get worse over the summer, but they're not sure. So, right, Greg?
Oh, damn it.
Well, Greg has monkeypox?
No, Greg does not have monkeypox.
Okay, good.
Let's continue along. We talked about NIO, XPeng as well out with deliveries, but I wanted to highlight some relative weakness here. Sean did a great job explaining NIO to us, but here's XPeng down 2% on the day, so relative strength.
Huh? Did you say relative strength?
Man, no, okay, first of all, I don't mean to. So prevails bear here. That was so funny. What's up? So you were definitely watching on Friday when Neil was breaking his back there camping. Tony left notes on how to take out high interest loans. So you have no idea. You don't even know the stories.
I clearly have no clue.
No, man. The guy was.
Well, you got to tell me now.
I will. Okay. I have to regroup. So Tony was taking out loans on his credit card to buy stock. So I'll leave it at that, just so you know. So I had to have a one-on-one with the guy afterwards, and I said, "Hey, Tony."
Like in the past, he doesn't do that now.
No, like currently doing it. And yeah, and so I told him that, "Hey, Tony, like instead of paying 23% or whatever to MasterCard, that I'd gladly lend him something at a low rate of like 17%." Something like that. I'm there. Look, people's trader, people's banker. I mean, I'm willing to do that. But I don't know what collateral I could take from him. That would be one problem.
Like, we're laughing here, but like that's not a good. That's
Burgers.
probably not a good idea.
Yeah, beers at the Sky Dome. I mean, we
don't get the man fired.
We ate.
Oh,
by the way, shout out to the trainees. I apologize his name, but he crushed the beers for us that day.
Yeah, rub it in.
And Tony.
Yeah.
Well, no, not that day. At the game.
Oh, at the game. Oh, yeah.
At the game. And
I thought you meant on Friday.
Yeah, Tony got like the biggest tip in Rogers Center history.
As he deserves.
Like so as he deserves. So there you go. Sheesh, as the market is going upside. Okay.
The only situation to take out a loan, and you probably shouldn't,
do not
to buy stock. Like you'd have to see like you have to
I have one reason.
Like a once in a lifetime.
Right.
Oh my goodness,
Right.
bottom. Which trust me, like you have not seen that kind of a move to the downside.
You have.
Right now?
No.
In 08 you did.
No, I was going to say
in
oil.
the COVID oil. Okay,
you could have done that when that went
negative. Could have done that with oil when it went negative. Yeah. That said, that was even a tricky trade too.
I still don't recommend doing it. I'm just saying.
No, it's a crazy thing to do. But if you see a once in a lifetime opportunity and you're young and you got whatever, like just don't do it. Actually, what are we even talking about? Don't do it. But XPeng had relative weakness, and I said I was gonna kind of by fluke in it when 10 o'clock hit. That's simply because when Neil was breaking out, we're both looking at that long trade on NIO, and it was going, and Tesla was breaking, and XPeng, which had equally good numbers, was failing at the high of the day. And when everything was back at fresh highs, and the market was looking like it was going to go, XPeng was right back in front of 24, looking like it wanted to roll over. And I was actually scalping this trade because it felt like it was a bull flag. And this is me scalping out of it because at 10 o'clock in the rug pull, it's like anything you had on the bid got filled. And hopefully you had something to hold on to. But XPeng's still relatively weak. It's now breaking back out above 23. So some signs of strength in. I have a bit of a Neo long that will... Actually, I can just go to it right now because why not? NIO did make a good bottom itself at the morning low at 1750. I did get long the first consolidation back, which was 1765. I'm just sitting in it right now to see if it can get back maybe to VWAP. If the market goes, I think Neo can get back to VWAP on those good numbers. But yeah, it was a crazy rug pull over there on XPeng. It just never had the juice. Like Neo was just consistently breaking out and making fresh highs, and XPeng wouldn't go. So relative strength, relative weakness. You short one, and to me, it was easy to be sitting in the short on XPeng, and then it was fluke that at 10 o'clock that number came and tanked the market.
So if anybody wants to get, what are we talking about? Chinese EVs? Okay, we already did that. Yeah. Memes fade. Okay, we can do that in a minute. But if anyone can guess which way I think the market's going, look at this. Long Apple right now. Long AMD right now. Long CRM. This is going to be nasty for me. Long Facebook here. and long the triple Qs. So, we're above it right now. The reason why we did all of this, honestly, Apple just turned positive on the day. I mean, now it's back, but it's flashing around. I feel like you might have missed the bottom there. Maybe there's some room to the upside now. And then if you look at the triple Qs, see how we've been this is just the NASDAQ, so this is the triple Qs. We've kind of resisted these dips. So in the past, we've hit this 50 period and continued to go. It's been shallow dips. So I'm starting right now, and mind you, look, we're $3. Well, we just were $3 in the money on CRM, now $2. We're $1.80 in the money on Facebook, right? That was just $2.50 in the money. So we're starting to build a little bit of positions. Obviously, the market could dance here, and we're going to have our outs if that does come through. So we are. That's why I'm trying to talk about this. We are willing to hold this a little bit through this break because it's broken before and came right back. So let's see if the NASDAQ wants to turn green today. That's sort of what I'm thinking about, especially if we hold this. So I think that's still possible to get back to green. It's not that far. We still have 2 hours in this market. So to say that this move is done, I'm going to say no on that. So let's wait to see if we can get back to green. We do want to average in a little bit. We're waiting to average in on Apple as well. But again, if Apple can't hold this one, I mean, it's the same line here on Apple, right? Look at this Apple chart. It's the same, basically the same thing as the futures. You get a dip down there, a dip down there. Now we're holding. So if this breaks 148.50 or so, I think that's going to be enough for me to get out. So we'll average back into this. If it comes into the 70s, we'll hold it about 30 or 40 cents against us. And then if it breaks, then we're out. So we're not going to be sitting here married to these longs, but I do prefer the long now as long as we can hold above this 50 period. So just a quick update there for you guys.
Yeah, looks good for some of the tech stocks today. AMC, guys, I was just noting, I mean, trying to tick lower a little bit on volume coming back below 13 here, down 9.5%. On the day. We were wondering if we were going to get any kind of rebound after yesterday got sold a little bit off of the weekend hype from Top Gun. GME as well, also negative today ahead of earnings aftermarket.
Yes, sir, and that should be wild tomorrow. I'm expecting GameStop is not going to be plus or minus 3.5% like it is right now. I think that's a safe bet. But I only liked one level, and it was at 120. The 120 breakout from last week, and then you had support yesterday at 120. So there was a chance to go long at 9:30, and there was a little bit of a dip in 121. We could have had it, but I wanted it in front of 120, didn't get that. And then the market reversed. So I took one long in front of 20s. It got up to VWAP at 123, but I did miss this. And I said I was shorting the breakdown. However, if I'm not actually at my desk, we had a meeting. I'm not taking a breakout or breakdown trade if you're not sitting at your desk because it's a scalp trade. But it did break that 120 to the downside. There was a nice little $2 or $3 move. It was one big flush candle. Better to see it on the 3-minute chart here, guys. You can see like just a huge flush. In about 10 minutes, it was done. And now we're trying to recover. Now I want to see it pick a direction off of this level, break back above 121 or VWAP, or break down and hold below 120. Instead, we're essentially barcoding. But this is the one I want to watch going into the close because obviously they do have the catalyst. AMC's been a great stock to trade. This is not necessarily a meme stock. Well, I guess it's a squeeze stock, so I'm just going to quickly talk about Redbox because I am in it, and you mentioned that it is moving to the upside. Twice it got to this 6 even level. I was in it the first time. It went $1 from the bottom here and then got to 6. I shorted in front of 6. It stopped out. It then failed it again, so I just wicked top, jumped right back into the short. Now it's back to 560, so ring the register on that one. And I'm in HUSA, but that's more of the the bounce in oil caused that to come back up a little bit. So much like yesterday, I'm fading HUSA in the afternoon.
Oh, memes fade. Okay, yeah. Okay, so first of all, just to regroup here, the market's now bouncing back up, so look at AMD Go. We do have an offer here at 19 on AMD, just ahead of 20. And again, I kind of just sometimes randomly pick these prices, so it's not like there's any magic into this, and then I get mad when I miss it, like as if that means anything. So we'll see there. There it is. Okay, nice little out there at 19, sorry, as there goes AMD back up to the upside. We did get, like I said, we're trying to be a little cheeky with these. Like, it dropped back down. We got another piece out when it hit there because again it's still 30-cent winner when we broke the 50 period, but here you go back up to the upside. There goes Apple starting to work a little bit for us now. That's a big bump, so we'll take a piece out for Apple, and then right now we'll do this for our boy Sharif right now, and let's spin this one more time. So we'll spin the cash on that Apple trade. We didn't even get filled, so I don't know what happened there, so we'll put out another offer to get filled because hey, it's more in the money now than it was 2 seconds ago, and there it is. Yes sir, a nice little 50-cent win on Apple. And adios amigos, I just reviewed reviewed why I liked the long. So here you go. TQQ, 50 cents in the money. Facebook, 250 in the money. CRM, 250 in the money. AMD, 80 cents in the money. Apple, 60 cents in the money. That's what it is. It's a chicken dinner winner. Yesterday we had beautiful, well, it's because I cooked it, but very, very good boneless, skinless chicken thighs. We did it up.
Good.
We actually ran out of jerk chicken. We have this great jerk chicken sauce that we get from this place in the Junction, and it's fantastic.
Should be a rub.
It's been. Yeah, it's not a rub, but it's amazing, trust me. But okay, here we go. We're starting to get ready to rock and roll here as Apple right now, Rip City back to VWAP right now. So that's going to be a good trade, man. We just put that one on. Let's see how high we can fly on this. 150 maybe coming into play one more time for AAPL. Let's hold out for that as there it goes, man, to the upside. Oh yeah, memes, my bad. Okay, let's go back over to that. AMC really could have been destroyed a lot more than it was, but it was still fine because, again, we were waiting for 1350. We talked about the best trade that we had for today. I wanted the long here around 13. That wouldn't have worked because it broke back down to 1280. So again, in a week, what was a weak market? What was GME? Neil talked about that a little bit. We just hit this 1350 short. It tried to go. We saw yesterday. It kept on going to the downside. My best outs here, 1330, 1320, things like that before we got our last piece out, the last 10% or 5% out above 50, and then it just kept on falling. So AMC, definitely a positive name for me today. So yeah, all is well, man. I'm just watching these stocks go absolutely nuts here. AMD, I mean, we're now above VWAP. I got to take another piece out right there. We'll get 58s. Thank you so much again for that as we'll spin the cash. If you just, you know, it doesn't take a lot of trades, man, to make some money, so, or to lose. And I think that Ian was saying that as well on the show. It's like, understand what you're doing and make sure that you get your money in when you believe in something. I just explained to you why I thought the NASDAQ was going to go up. So that's why I have 5 longs, you know, including a triple NASDAQ. So sometimes you got to go for it, and we just did that. So, you know, we'll Barry Horowitz ourselves, pat ourselves on the back a little bit, and hopefully this can continue. But we are getting lighter on these positions.
Let's go to Mullen here. MULN. I was just watching AMC, tried to hold 13, back to the upside as well. MULN, we were talking a little bit this morning as well. I mean, the news was yesterday, but what a couple of days here. Not really doing anything here, guys, but definitely holding some key levels once again. Positive continuation, I guess, for Mullen.
Well, it was holding a key level. I don't know why I got back into this one. Like, it was a great breakout trade. It got to like 165. We were able to get out right in front of the high of the day. And then I decided I wanted to get back in on the consolidation, which just, it's now given it up. It's actually taken out the low in the midst of this market rally. So, you know, it had the nice move the last couple of sessions. It looks like it ran into steam shy of that $2, at least temporarily. There's always a chance that you look back to that 135 that we liked in the afternoon yesterday, and maybe you can find a consolidation there. But it tried to off 145 and has actually failed. So, you know, the morning was the move in Mullen when it broke out, and it was yesterday's high of 155. There was a dip buy at 151, 150 that you could have had in there that we took, and it just never gave you that extension. Like, I think everyone was watching for $2 thinking that was the next logical space, and even I thought that too. Instead, it might just have to find a lengthier consolidation before it makes a second salvo. And realistically, it's only the second day here. Like, if you look at it, this has had long consolidations before, and really, if this thing holds above that 135, 140, that's not a bad jump-off point for it, right? Like, above a buck is good, but it had a long consolidation in this range, you know, pretty much the greater part of a month when it eventually failed, and we've only been up here for one day. So it still has a chance to go. The volume doesn't seem like it's going to be today, however, but the morning break was fantastic.
Amazon. Oh, Mullen, yeah. So Mullen, it's a positive stock for us. We got out where we said we would, man, on a 148 break. We just took it into the pre-market levels. We already hit this. You guys saw me trade this, man. We got out at 68. We had the long at 155. Boom, boom, boom. Great. We held that 10%. You can literally, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. probably missed one there, but so that's the last 10% there out for about a 10-cent hit. So, there's 10 cents right there. So it's pretty good. There is, sorry, that's 56.67. That's 11 cents. So that's 10. So, definitely made the money on Mullen. Not as much as we could have, because we could have held for some more here, but we did get a decent amount out there. Remember, it was just bouncing around 60, came back. That's why we took that out again at 60, but now Mullen's come back in. I still believe this name has wings, man. So just get ready for this. Remember the Mullen, and I think, wasn't it Mullen that the CEO came out and said that, like, get ready for like a deal with somebody or something like that? I feel like that he obviously shouldn't be allowed to say that, but I'm wondering if he kind of wasn't it Mullen, or am I thinking about something else? Let me see the one-day chart. I'm pretty sure it was, man, like when all this volume was going crazy, I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about a big player stepping up with Mullen. You guys, if anybody in the chat there, I'm seeing and nobody's saying anything, so maybe it's wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a story about that. So if there is some truth to that, they just got the positive battery. I don't own any Mullen shares, but they just got the positive battery news. So that would make sense to me that if you are holding out for something, then yeah, boom, you could get that move, especially if I don't want to say a buyout or anything like that, because whenever you're predicting that kind of stuff, most of the time that does not happen, as TQQ is going nicely upside right now. But what I want to get at was maybe a partnership deal, a licensing deal.
It says it was a big order by a Fortune 500 company.
Okay, perfect. Boom. So that's exactly right. So, wow, sometimes, don't tell my wife that I actually remember things every once in a while, because I use that as an excuse.
Because then suddenly you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you have to remember.
What? I don't remember anything. And, like, it was my birthday yesterday. No, but I did
just remember the name of the kids, and then you're good
exactly.
And the birthdays
again. But anyways, yeah. So good to know there on Mullen. So yeah, you know what? Again, not to talk about I don't own shares, so I'm not one of those other YouTubers that will remain nameless, but I don't have any shares there. I just think that it makes sense. And I was talking about that when it was sub $1. Remember we had Holy Grail or God Pill, was started to tweet about this, or in Super Chat us the other day about it when it was sub $1 or around $1. And I said I like that play, and I should have put my own money on that. But right now, Mullen up to 144. No position for me, but I do like the story, Brendo.
It's March 30th, it looks like, when that story came out, and nothing since. So we'll see. For Mullen, lots of positive catalysts, though. I put Amazon on the board this afternoon, guys, for a couple of reasons. One, the way the daily chart looks right now, and two, a ton of people asking about what on earth to do with this on Friday when it becomes, I guess it'll be what, like 125-ish? After the split on Friday. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days in a row into the split to the upside.
Yeah, the market's
we did a video about that.
Yeah, the market is going up into this move. So it's not like it's been a little bit stronger, but I don't think it's gone too crazy. There was, obviously, you said 125 because it's at that, or close to that 2,500 level, which that was gorgeous this morning. Got to 2503. And then did the reversal. And if you had that one on, we had a few shorts on, but that's one that we definitely missed out. It was trying to take out 25 and couldn't get there. I don't know that it's going to be too crazy. I think the problem is, like, the stronger the rally gets before it goes into it, the closer you're going to get back to some resistance in the overall market, which could cause some trouble. Like, you want there to be room to run, for there to be extension on Friday, and maybe the first day post split. But I can see a bit of a sell the news event start to happen after it if we go too parabolic here. Because it's already giving you a 20% bounce off the lows, which is a great recovery already, still 50% from its all-time highs. I think it's likely to be a bit of a nothing burger given how much of a move we had. So relative to that move, it could be a little bit tiny. As for what we're watching today, maybe we see 2,500 again. I feel like I've already missed that chance to trade off the 2,500 level, but anything can change. Like, we're back above. And I still have the channels drawn that Arun gave me this morning if we were talking about these levels. And, like, where did we bounce off of in the morning? That 41.15. Where did it try to bounce and then fail on the way down? 41.15. Like, now we're actually getting back above that. That's why, some of the longs really starting to work when we extended through that price level. And if we can hold a bit above it, no reason why you can't extend higher. There's not a heck of a lot of resistance sort of between this level and the next. But it still has to hold that 41.15. And we're only a couple of points above it on the futures, which is nothing in the overall scheme of things. But I'll be watching 2,500 on Amazon today. We'll see if we can get back there.
So when the NASDAQ was down 0.7 when we started the show, and I just put in the chat there, I was like, I feel like this market's going to go green. Well, I'm pretty sure we just either got there or pretty close to that just a couple seconds ago, as now we're down 0.13. We're getting there. We're getting there. The only problem is now that I see, and you look at it, is we came close, but we rejected this level right again here at 12,660. So that was the rejection there. We started to get going, then we faded, then we really got going at about 10:30 here, and we hit that level one more time and fell down. And I feel like we're basically doing that again, give or take 10 points. I mean, it's right at this level one more time. So we're going to watch out as I think we could go green, and then we really have to watch out for that level there at 12,660. And when I talk about the market, I only look at the NASDAQ. So the S&P 500 is still down 1/4 point. But there we go. We're getting ready to go green right now. And this is how much we believed in it. We went triple long down here, the Qs. And there it is, a nice little blow up to the upside. Now 75 cents in the money on this trade, $1 in the money on Apple. And again, look, all the charts I'm about to show you are going to look like this. So maybe might as well just zoom in. So there's Apple long there, 148.80. They're out for the dollar, and we'll hold one last piece. A third, we'll hold another third. Check the AMD trade, the same thing. This one we had more shares. We love trading AMD. You guys know that. So we got stopped out there, got back in, and then boom, 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 boom. To the upside, you're going to see me taking a piece out of AMD. You're going to see CRM. No pieces out on this one. I only have a third left. And the reason why we're not getting out of this is because we have an order at 179.50 or so. If it goes up there, we'll get out at VWAP and call that a day. So CRM, maybe we don't even put an order there and we'll just watch it. But that's my target right there. I don't have an order out. Let's see if it goes. Look what it's doing on the 50 period. Just climbing the 50 period, right? So that's a good one. Facebook. Again, this is another name that it's positive. It's more than the market. Let's see if Facebook wants to go. I really want to hold this one. Other than that, that's all my positions. That's 5 of them. We have 80 cents, $1.50, a $2.50, $2.70, $3 now for Facebook, and 75 cents for the TQQ. So as far as Amazon is concerned, we talked about that. Apple was up something like 35% in the month heading into their split. Amazon has headwinds and tailwinds with the market. So if it was a calmer market, I believe Amazon would have been much higher than that. With that being said, and I know, and this is me talking up my book, but not on purpose, it's just that Google is the next one. And I've told you that I'm in Google and been in this one for days. And it doesn't, and for days, I mean years. But Google, again, I am expecting a very, very similar ramp up into the close of their split, which is going to happen, I believe it's July 17th or something like that. But there it is. It's a nice move up on the announcement. This is when they announced it back in February, their last quarter. We bumped all the way to 3,000 on that move. They also had a great quarter. But then since then, it's getting real beat down. And then like Amazon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so days in a row on a bounce. I expect Google to be at least at 2,500, if not higher than that, with days to go before the split. So I feel like this is a great buy here heading into the split. And remember, the split doesn't change anything in the stock. All it does, it's going to get Google into the Dow. I don't know about Amazon, but Google will go into the Dow, which is great. And it's going to give more options. So there's going to be people, not more options, but option eligible to trade. It is option eligible now, but it's a monster deal because we've seen AMD move a little bit more than the other ones because it's cheaper and they know that they can get the stock moving by buying calls or the other way around, right? And so you got to watch out for those plays. I think that's what's going to happen to Google and Amazon, all of these names, and there's reasons why they're splitting, man. And I feel like that's the majority of the reason why.
It's for the potential gamma squeeze, man. Look what it did to Tesla.
Yeah.
Like you can say whatever you want about Tesla, but let's be real for a second, man. Like the real squeeze on Tesla from the original 350. Well, at 350, they had a lot of debt that it was convertible at $350, and that's why it broke out from that price. But really, overall, it was all about the gamma squeeze to the upside. And wait till you see it happen the first time on Google. It'll be crazy when it does. And I think a lot of people might be, if you're not thinking about it, you might not be prepared for it. We're going to get back into things here because obviously we're down the rundown, but still barcoding is Neo. Like it's given you like 1760 to 1780 to 1785. Now the market's broken a couple of levels since then. And yet we're not breaking back out to view up. So yes, it's working off this higher low where we broke out from in the morning, but you're not getting that second leg to the upside. I did jump into GameStop. I talked about that 120 level that I liked, and it finally picked a direction off that 120 level. It broke out to the upside. I did miss the break. it's spread, like, GameStop spread when it gets a little bit slower can be like 40 to 50 cents. So on the breakout, if you don't want to pay much, you better wait for it to pull back in. So I ended up doing so. I didn't want to take the 121 break and get 121.50. So I just sat there at 121.21. And the weird thing, I had a conversation about where you price breakouts. And I think it might have been Ian. He's like, I like 15 on things like Tesla. I'm like, I like to price to 21 for whatever reason. But I'm now long in GameStop. I might have to take off NEO because I'm a little bit not pissed off, but surprised that it's still barcoding, only giving 20 cents when XPeng, which was relatively weak, is all the way back at VWAP. So suddenly NEO is the weak one. So it might be in the money right now, but I can't ignore the fact that it is not as strong as what I'm seeing over here in XPeng, which I was thinking fade if XPeng got to 23.50, and it's only 20 cents away.
Okay, better to buy stocks. So what's up, Juan? Better to buy stock splits before or after? Before, easy one. We did fix hold my beer. We have a video on stock splits. I don't know if Bears versus Bulls can find that, or maybe Brendan can find it. Normally, Miss V would be finding it. On that note, also, guys, if we understand that we are looking for another host. So if you do have any interest in becoming a host for us to replace Miss V, obviously we would prefer Canadian residents. So if you guys do have that, or anybody that's interested in sitting beside Brendan, maybe possibly, not just learn. I mean, you could learn about trading because we're here, but ultimately it would be a broadcast role. So if you are interested in that and you want to join the Trader TV Live team, marketing at tradertv. There it is, .live, right on the show there. So thank you for that. But we do have a video about splits. So if you did want to find out about that with some stats and everything like that involved in there. So if you were really interested in it, I like Google just because it's Google, and I think that it's like a never-ending story. So for me, I'm supporting that, and I'm buying it anyways. It doesn't matter about for me, it's just cherry on top is the split.
Yeah, a good answer to that would be you buy the stock when you think it's a good value to buy the stock, and not necessarily because of the split. If you're thinking long-term, it shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, I think...
you like the stock, you like the stock, you like the story, you like the price.
If you guys, there's lots of stuff that we could sit here and recommend based on like short-term bumps and stuff like that, but I think Google gets that at some point. Okay, we're almost getting out of this. So a lot of these stocks are sort of starting to pull back a little bit here as the NASDAQ, as I said, look where we failed, like right at that level, right? I mean, it literally went basically to exactly where I was talking about, and then it fell off. So there it comes, coming back in right now. So on that note, we obviously have outs. We've talked about that. You break through VWAP right here. We're going to get out of that trade. CRM, I don't even want to look at it. I'd rather not look at Facebook because I really like this stock here. But you know what? If we break, I don't want to be foolish and say that this market does not have the potential to drop here. I mean, it could easily retrace back down in. And honestly, if I don't have trades on, fine. I mean, I'm here to make money. I'm also here to manage risk and things like that and try to make the best decisions I possibly can. So for right now, I feel like we're barcoding here. If we break above 194, giddy up. I'm all over that. We'll take a long through 194. But at the same time, if we break below this, 193.50, then I'm going to get out of what I have. So we're already long. I mean, it's going to be a $3 winner regardless here. So hopefully, $2.50 if it breaks, $3 if it breaks up here. But right now we are in the money, $3, and I feel like we could almost just get out of this right now. If it takes, let's just do that. So if it takes 194, I'm talking myself in and out of these trades, which is fine. I'm glad to do this. So to me, if I get out right here in the 80s, like high 80s, right, and we take 194, I go long again, and I'm only giving up 13 cents or whatever. I put my order in 88 or 87 there. So I think we could get out instead of worrying about breaking this bottom. So let's get out now in the 80s, or even just right now. What do I even care about this? All right, let's just get out right here at 7. All right, we're out, so let's go. We'll drop down the money. That's good. We like money. And then now we're going to regroup on this trade. So we're going to take a 194 break. The reason why I just got out there, we could have held it. It's because if it breaks down, I'm getting out anyways. So on a breakdown, I'd get out at 40.50s, let's just say, right? So I'd have given up now 30 cents because we just got out at 80. So we'd have given up 30 cents on the downside. If this starts to rip up, I'm going long more shares than I had through 194. So to me, I like that risk to reward here for Facebook. So we'll dump those shares and we'll do some analysis elsewhere, but we're now out of Facebook for that exact reason. If it wants to go, I'm here anyways at 194. So that's the reason why. I hope this doesn't eventually burn me, but those are my levels there for Facebook, and I want to stick to them.
It actually feels like we're trying to bounce back. I say this having just reloaded. Like, I didn't get a bid on NEO because it never pulled back. I'm holding GameStop because I like the level at 120, but the ES just held that 41.15. It pulled back on that break, got to about 41, 21, 22, pulled back, bounced right off of that 15 level. So that support is kind of back to being support. Now, I did reload Uber because Uber's been relatively weak, and I said that's the name I want to be sitting in the short. That was right at VWAP, right at some previous key levels from yesterday at 23 and change, 23.15-ish. So that's the reload on Uber. It's one of the weaker names in the market. If a firm had popped higher, I probably would have gone over there, but it didn't, so I'm not. So that's probably the only short that's not a small cap that I'll be in, unless something crazy happens to a firm. I'm still looking for NEO to break this channel here, and it needs to get above about 17.9. Perfectly solid if it wants to put in a higher low here, consolidate, then give another leg to the upside, then we can always take that. But I just see what's going on in Tesla, XPeng as well. Just both of them a little bit stronger. Now, I think NEO should play catch up here. Like, Tesla's down on the day and trying to make a bit of a bounce here, but I think NEO should be able to play some catch up with that news that it had. And when the bulls start coming in, it's a name that gets lifted anyway, so I think we can definitely go here. Tesla breaking, or at least attempting to break 750 is a good sign. I just rang the Reggie on some of my GameStop. I'll hit that one because, I mean, it's the closest thing we have to it, so why not? Use some of the fun graphics here. It did give this consolidation above the 120 level. I'm on the bid to get more shares tighter to 120 anyways, but I'm trying to hold out for 23, 24. Basically the high that we put in this morning. So if we can get $2-3 out of the GameStop trade, we'll go for that. I do suspect that, I don't think we're going to go sideways up to 350 on GameStop, but I would be at least a little bit wary that they could pull the rug here. If the market were to start to come back in, I feel like this is one that could fall faster than others. But we'll take a little bit of a register ring here on GameStop, and now NEO is finally breaking out.
Yeah, I really like that NEO trade, and there's Facebook again, so we'll spin the money because it is taking out that 194 to the upside. Obviously, what's up, Sharif? Obviously, we could easily get...
good, man.
What is that, anyways? Oh, chicken and mixed vegetables. We have these great noodle places around here, so Sharif crushing it in front of us here, behind there. But all right, so here goes Facebook. We did take another long, obviously, into this trade, like we said, through 194. So we did give up a little bit there. We got out 78, 76, whatever it was, just to make sure that this happened. So now we're long again through 194. Who knows if that was going to be the right call, but again, we took more shares. I like the long. So now we're going to hold this until we break this level back to the downside. So, hey, if it goes down, it goes down. I mean, what are we supposed to do? We already took out a little bit there in the 20s when it ripped up the first time, but we will, respect that bottom right there in case that comes through. The NASDAQ is one more time at this level, so you're either going to break it or not. I mean, again, we're just bouncing off of this, but as you notice, we have now extended. This is pretty much the furthest away from the 50 period that we've been all day, despite obviously first thing in the morning, but this is starting to extend a little bit, and that's why I like the long. I feel like we could push higher here. Let's see what these futures want to do. I don't know, man. We have our stops and we're ready to rock and roll just in case something goes awry. CRM, AMD, Apple, they're all cruising. Right now, we just have a Facebook issue because it is coming back to the downside. So we're going to watch out for 193.40. If that breaks, we're gone. To me, it's worth the risk. I thought the NASDAQ could go, so that's why I'm long Facebook. It's the name I want. So, if this one fails, it fails. But AMD right now still $1.30 in the money and trying to make moves. But it doesn't look so good for that last Facebook trade. Let's hold out a little bit for it, man. 179.40 break. We're getting out of this one.
We actually had a conversation with a couple of traders, grabbing a coffee while I was grabbing my water. But it was about when you're expressing a turn in the market, sometimes you just like a basket. There's a former trader on the floor that there'd be like 5 or 6, and you go, it might be the Qs, and it might be some Apple, and it might be some, and you take 5 or 6 stocks with a basket order when he saw his entry price, as opposed to just picking one thing or the other. And it's not a bad way to play things, and a lot of day traders do it. You can do it manually by picking stocks off individual levels, but basket orders aren't a bad idea as well. Brendo, you got a mover for us.
Yeah, a couple of little ones, guys. Energy or energy related. One is a construction company, but they were up huge anyways today. This is EFOI. Big spike to the downside there on volume, coming off a little bit. Also, LPI, which is another, I think it's natural gas actually. LPI on a huge day, 21% here at day highs.
Yeah, that's a spicy one there. And if we always talk about like parabolic moves, and I say that a lot, and linear moves are way more powerful, right? Like if you see a stock that is doing this, it is just sliding and gliding, no pullbacks, no crazy parabolic wicks. It is just being slowly grounded. That is a super, super strong chart. Two really, really big parabolic moves tend to have greater pullbacks, right? Like you've seen that before, but LPI just is absolutely cruising here. Come on, daily chart. Like, that was on New York. This should be on New York too. Maybe my 15. Nope, I only have my 3-minute working. Anyways, super strong move. I always say you don't short non-parabolic movers unless they get to redonkulous levels. So, count me out of standing in front of something like this. It's just entirely too strong. If you're going to short on weakness, make sure that you get the right name. I said XPeng was relatively weak this morning. It just got to VWAP, so yes, NEO did get up to 1790. It's turning in front of 18, but XPeng making a bit of a turn here in front of VWAP. So I'm going to jump in. I took a reload in Uber. The other name that we had short this morning was XPeng. So if I'm going to stick to the rules, it's like these are the names that have worked in these directions. So I'm going to go back to them and go back to that well. Never really got what we wanted out of the reload on NIO. I thought there maybe be a chance that we'd get like somewhere in the 65s or 70s again, and at least get back into VWAP. But that's not happening. It's not a hedge. It's just XPeng sets up for a reversal when the market was turning, and it's been weak. So I'm going to jump into the XPeng short. I expect it's going to be a scalp trade either way. If NEO comes all the way back down to 1760, I'll try one more time to buy that dip.
Oh man. Okay, so I say, oh man, I gotta relook at these stop orders here because I was just thinking I have so many stop orders. Okay, so Apple, we already have that planned out. We can watch that. We're gonna get out if that breaks through 40 right now. And I just gotta make sure I have the right ones here for Facebook as we are long back into Facebook, and that's coming down. We just average into that one. Watch out for these futures. For me, Facebook's not bouncing. I didn't expect it to come down like this based on the futures doing nothing. So that's a little bit of a worry spot for me right now, which is why I'm not panicking here. I'm just trying to make sure that I have all my stop orders out right now. We don't have to worry about the TQQ. That's rocking and rolling. That's now above 33 or close enough to it as well. We don't have to worry about our CRM either. The only real position that's of any worry for me is this Facebook because, again, whoops, that's Mullen, is Facebook because it's not like the NASDAQ's not doing much right now, but Facebook, if you see that, this name here, it's pulling back quite a bit. So, this, yeah, there it goes. So there we go. We just got out. So it broke a little bit lower there, noticing that it was just relatively weak. I don't know. That could have been a stop hunt, but not too worried. It did break the level that we were worried about. So again, we'll go fail on that trade. We tried to break it through 194. We did. I mean, we did get it. Our best outs is 20 or 18 or something up there. So we did wind up making 20 cents on a piece, but then it came back in, and that's gone through there. Okay, so we tried, man. The market got to what, 0.4, 0.6, something like that. Now it's come back in. So we're out of our Apple. So that was a siren alert. That was a good trade there. Our Apple long, we are now out of it a third. And again, we got it at the high. We got out some really early, and then we got out some on a technical breakdown. So we're pretty happy with that one. The TQQ right now, our level is 80. I should have a stop for that, although I just canceled it, remember? So that could be a good one there as well. Breaking through, here it goes. I'm just going to get out myself right there. So it is out and out. So there it is. So that's going to be a good trade as well. We'll go smoke and fire on that one. And then the only ones we have left right now, AMD, which I'm fine holding. I don't mind this one. I actually want to reload AMD, I think, a little bit. So we'll hold on to that. And then CRM is still $2.50 in the money, but you are breaking lower. So this is a little concerning to me. Maybe a break of 177 or something on CRM we can get out. We're long right here, 175. So it's a nice trade. We're $3 in the money, but we were higher than that. So CRM right now trying to make moves back in, and I just don't trust the longs here on some of these names.
I mean, the key thing is CRM had the good earnings and is still up on the day. So relative strength. Like play your long side trades either off ridiculously key levels or off some actual strength. Now we're in the midst of this rollover. Like I said, jump back to XPeng, and XPeng had good results. Actually, their delivery numbers were better than NEO's, and it's not always about the news. Sometimes it's about how the market reacts or how the stock reacts to the news. And it was a sell event here for XPeng, and we've seen this before when they have a delivery number. I'm going to scalp some of this out because we're at that 41.15 level. So on this pullback, on this pullback we're seeing in the ES, if it holds that level, you could get a little bit of a bounce here. So I do want to have trimmed at least something, even if it's only a small piece of some of these shorts that we just put on. So I'm going to try and ring the register here on some of that XPeng, but it's about how the market reacts. And it told you this morning that they wanted to buy Tesla at the open and they wanted to buy NIO at the open. They were breaking out, showing strength. And XPeng, despite the good numbers, they didn't want to buy it up. It was just selling. Every bid was met with selling. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can read the report all you want and look at the fundamentals, but if the market, if you come in and you see more sellers than buyers, then it doesn't really matter what you read or what you think of the fundamentals there. So good numbers for XPeng, but just relative weakness abound, and that's why you're seeing it fall. I'm still in this HUSA trade, and it's just absolutely barcoding. Like, this looked really good when it had this consolidation under 425 here. It then popped down to 410. I thought it's about to hit the low of the day. I wasn't bidding. I was looking for it to break. Now it's barcoding in the same range. So now I'm bidding inside of this range with a stop at the top. Because if it's not going to go, then I just want to manage it inside of this range. And if it can't go, then I don't want to have to worry about it. It's just, if it's not moving, we talk about this all the time. Power hour is in 5 minutes. You want to be in something that has a chance to go. That's why I'm going back to the well with Uber off VWAP. I think this, if the market were to continue to the downside, can definitely retrace toward the low because it's been so weak recently. And that's why you stick to that kind of a name. As far as GameStop goes, I'm just thinking there's no chance to go sideways for here for the rest of the day. So if we're above that 120, which we climbed above, I want to play the long, scalp some out, try to hold some into the close. If we break down below it, we'd probably have to hold 119.50 for me to stick with the long side of the trade. You break down below it, I'll give up that long. But for now, I still like the GameStop long. Just want to give it a shot. I actually haven't had a short on this today. Only gone long off the 120 twice.
All right, 148. Yeah, just looking here at, I want to make sure I have the right amount of shares here because I just bought Apple, some shares there. So, okay, yeah, there we go. So Apple's come in right now. You know, we sold it. This is why. Hopefully, we're going to buy this back ahead of this 149. You know, this was part of the break that we were waiting for to begin with. The market's come down into the 50 period. So is Apple. Apple's come into the 50 period as well. Apple's still positive. Market's not. So let's see if the market does bounce off here. We should get a nice rebound in AAPL. You can see the average price. I mean, I should have just waited for 20. Our average price is 23, so no big deal on this one. I think we get VWAP is 50, so let's put an order around there. Like I said, using more shares maybe than we're used to, and just trying to scalp out as much as we can when the market decides to go. So, you know, that's part of the strategy here for me on this name for Apple and for what's been happening for a while. You guys can see we don't have a problem YOLOing things, obviously, with AMD and Apple and all these names that we've been holding multiple dollars in the money for this, including CRM. We just held Facebook all the way from here, 190 all the way up to 194. So that was a good trade for us. Obviously now, damn you, Facebook. We just took that hit, but good thing we got out because it cranked below and almost touched 193. So our out there at 193.40 seems to be pretty good. And there goes Apple. We just got that out right there, 40s. So good out there at 40 for Apple. Is only 20 cents. But like I said, you got to trade your own book. Like, we don't share sort of the share sizes that we have, but like I was saying to you, we're trying to scalp in and out as much as we can here, take a little bit less risk. I know Neil said power hours coming up. To me, you know, you definitely want to have something on, but it's not like 3 to 4 has been like a blow up time for us. We do have the imbalances coming out, so that's something that we always look out for. But I'm going to stick with the longs I have, man. Apple, AMD, and CRM for now. My ZEO and XLE right now is rocking as XLE, it's near all-time highs of 90, I believe, down to 88. You can see oil today starting to bounce back a little bit. Not recently, but oil now 115, still up 0.6. We did get up to 117. Remember, the continuous contract, it needs to see like 125, 128 or so to get back to recent highs. So I still like oil. I like XLE. That's starting to work here again today. Nice movement up for oil in the last little while. This is just a 20-minute chart, so it's been a nice move upside. But yeah, lots to celebrate here today. The market is pulling back, so watch out. This Apple trade, we're in it, but it won't be for very long if we take down 149.
I always thought that I had I don't know where it is, but I don't have the I shouldn't hit the car crash for an Uber trade. We have the Uber graphic thing, and it's not on my board for some reason. But we have the Uber. There it is.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, driving around there, and look, it rolled over just now. I took the first out in front of 23, like we said we would. The other thing that just happened is that 41.15 level did get taken out on the ES, which it makes it tricky because this is exactly, Uber's going to start to work in the money, and so is XPeng. Those are the short trades that we just put on. But NEO, which I wanted to buy the dip from, I was kind of thinking we'd be sitting at this level, the higher low that we were buying earlier this afternoon. While you're holding that 41.15, now you're below that support level. So jumping back in at the same price, I don't like it. Not if we're not going to hold that key price. So if we're closer to 4,100 and still maybe holding this level, like you get an extension another 5 or 10 handles down, then maybe that's okay because it doesn't want to seem to break that level. Otherwise, I'll hold off on adding to the NEO position and just sort of work with the shorts. GameStop really, for some reason, isn't doing anything. And anytime I'm trading any EV name, I care what's happening with Tesla. That got to 750 pretty much exactly and started to roll over, but it's showing some signs of relative strength. It's holding up. I just showed you the NEO chart. It's a little bit closer to that low. NEO's a bit closer to that low, and Tesla's showing some better signs of strength. So it's closer into VWAP here. It's still a chance we can get that bounce, but I want to see us reclaiming 41.15 before I'm getting or adding to any long trades. I think that's what you got to see. I want to bounce off this level. Otherwise, we got to that point, went 5 to 10 handles, and then rejected it. That can set you up for a bit of a rug pull. So I'd rather, it's weird to say, but sometimes you'd rather be buying at the higher price because that just means that the market held up better as opposed to, oh yeah, but you can get a great price down here. Well, no, I want to sort of holding above this line and then thinking we're going to get a breakout into the high because we've reclaimed support. So that's what I'm waiting out for. We have plenty of time for that to work. That's why I put on a couple shorts in weak names that we understood had the opportunity to sort of track this market to the downside, and we're less likely to rip our faces off. That's why I jumped into XPeng here. I should get another bid out because it's at 23 right now, so I want to make sure that we're actually getting said profit that we just talked about. If it breaks 23, I'm looking for 22.75 to 22.80. That'd be the next level to the downside here on XPeng.
23 and me. Okay, so we actually just went long on Tesla right now against that 742. So we'll see if that's, again, 742 is right here. The top, a little bit of a breakout situation happened right there. So we are now long Tesla, and it is $1 in the money. So we'll wait to see how high that wants to go. I think we have a stuck bats there, I guess. Let me just refresh that there. There it is. So now it goes back up to the upside. So we'll see what happens now. $1. We're holding this $2 against us. So if this breaks, and this is going to be a small trade. Honestly, we're just trying to play momentum. If the NASDAQ goes back up, and I know this is what Neil was just saying, but I'm just going to repeat it because just to let you guys know why we're not in this for very long. If it takes down this 742, then we're going to be out of this. So that's my level, and that's that. So we could take a $2 hit on Tesla. And again, it's all about managing, right? I understand the risk I have. I know exactly how much this will cost me minus some slippage on getting out, and that's what slippage is. So if I put my order to get out at 742, I can understand that it might slip down to 741.80 or something like that, right? So you got to understand slippage in your particular stock. And on Tesla, it's pretty easy. It could be $1, could be a little bit more, especially if some sort of news hits. You got to watch out for that. But you get caught in a news story,
Not much you can do.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine losing that. Hopefully that doesn't happen. All right, back over to Apple. So, we're long this name. We have our outs. We have our ins. Let's see if Apple can start to go back up to the upside. We're long here at 18. Again, the 50 period sucks on this thing because it's right here at 28. So I do have an offer to get out there for 5% or something. Sometimes I just do these little outs because I have plans to reload it and stuff like that. So I always feel like I can get a better price. We don't need to get any out right now. Let's see if the market wants to go back up to the upside. And if it does, there it is. We'll take another piece out and then we'll continue this ride northbound on Apple as there it goes. Yeah, let's go Tesla up to 746, 747. So my offer is right before VWAP here, 747.50 or so. I think we can get a little bit lower than that. Let's go to 746.90 to see if we can take, remember our risk is $2, so let's take $2.90 or so on the first bit if we can, and then we'll hold out the rest for that, possible break of 750.
And the condition got met we're back to 41.15 on the ES, and we're still holding that high, or so that low on NEO, that 17.65, the higher low. So I did add back into it. I'll even take another piece. I'll take 71s here as well. But again, it's just holding that higher level support. The future's getting back to that level, so we waited patiently just for that. End up getting the exact same price we would have 2 minutes earlier, but it's just about sort of meeting our conditions there. Brendo?
Just going through a couple of big movers on the day, guys. I can show you the list here of lithium stocks. There's PLL, there's LTHM, ALB, LAC as well. All down huge again today, 2 days in a row to the downside. LTHM 15%. Goldman out yesterday saying the rally in lithium-related stocks is over for now. That seems to have kicked off a bit of a sell-off here for these ones.
Thanks
the
a lot.
rally in lithium stocks is over? Okay, let's see. LAC, right? I think that's
I still have some LAC, actually.
that's a big one there. It's a new. I put in NASDAQ. I guess it's a New York stock.
It's
yeah.
dual listed, though. It's on
Oh,
Toronto.
yeah, it's on Toronto for sure. But here we go, LAC right now. The rally is over. It looked like it was over a long time ago, but right now down to 22 is not a great sign there for any LAC holders. And look, we didn't get greedy at all, but it looks like we will have to pay the piper here. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Tesla just dumped down there again, and we didn't. Unfortunately, the rally didn't continue there, right? And so now I don't. I know you're doing rug pull, but I don't think this is not really a rug pull. But we'll see what happens here with Tesla coming back in right now. So we have our targets. I might as well just cancel my 46. We were like, basically, we made $2 on this trade. We just didn't take it. It went to 746.30 right there. We're long at 744.30. So we had the 1-to-1 there, but we didn't take it. So, all right, that's fine. On Tesla, no problem. You can get a little bit greedy if that ever happens. Again, Apple dropped down, so we got some out there, and then we got out again. And I don't want to keep going back and forth with this. Honestly, if the market's going to fade out, we've already called the rally and we cashed in on that. So, now we don't need to give it back just because we're wrong on that call. So let's just wait on it now because we've already been right. It's just, it dipped down, so we had to get out of that. Let's see if Tesla can save us a bit here and get back over this 745, test 746 again, and then we'll see if we can take the $2 clean and then hold the rest for a much, much bigger move. Microsoft is outsized move today, actually.
Microsoft pretty strong. Before we go back to that, I think I just wanted to quickly pull up LIT, which is the lithium ETF. Like, it's actually closer to its highs. LAC is not really. They're very volatile and probably a little bit weaker, and their balance sheet might be an issue. But I think the ETF is also a better indication. And there had been a bit of a rally off the lows that only really just turned around the last couple of days. I think that's probably what they're talking about. It's actually above the 50-period moving average, showing some signs of strength. I swapped to actually holding some of this with some of the LAC gains, although I didn't completely get out of it. And I think it was Goldman was talking about this. If you want to hold on to something for the long term, sometimes it's just easier to grab an ETF if you like it. I took another leg out of Uber, and I'm probably going to regret the fact that I did it because it'll happen. Like I talked about, wanting to get back into some shares of NEO there in front of that 65 level, and then of course, the ES gets back to that key level. I'm like, okay, if I'm getting back into some of the long, I should trim some of the short, and I do it, and then all of a sudden it looks like we're making another leg down. And the second I got out, it broke 23 and looked like it's now going to be putting in another couple of red candles and maybe getting down towards that 22.90-ish area. So we'll see if it ended up being the right call. My guess is I should have been willing to hold this. It's relatively weak. That's why we got into it in the first place on that curl. And then we still have that NEO that we just got into. It's still around the same level. If anything, we just put a wick off bottom through that 1765 level. Like it tried to take out the bottom, and now it's trying to get back to the upside. I'm going to get right on the offer in front of 80s because there were sellers there the first couple of times, and it couldn't get past 1790 as well. So might as well take advantage of the range inside. We're not really breaking out. Since we got to that 4100 and then took the next 20 handles on the ES, we're not really breaking out. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the ES or the NASDAQ, it's been the same story. Once we broke back out of the bottom channel, you're just in the morning higher low channel, right? Like you're just sort of sitting in here. We haven't really come back below that 12.56 in the NASDAQ, and you haven't retaken the high. So for some of these names, until we get to 350 or maybe for the rest of the day, if you got a good support level, you might as well take your profit off of it and not think that every single move is going to be the one that takes it back to VWAP or takes it back to the high of the day, because you just might not get it when there's profit to be had in the middle.
Apple, man. We should have had a big winner there. But again, it breaks and violates, and we got out there. So unfortunately, we got out at 90 on that 90 break. We talked about 149. It just ripped right back up to that 50 period again. The other thing about it is, though, I don't care. Why? Because we got into softy. We just said, okay, you know what? We have this 273 level. It's below. It's much stronger than Apple today. Not much stronger, but, triple strength. Apple's up 0.2. Microsoft, the big daddy of them all. And this is my number one stock anyways since the inception of the show. I'm pretty sure that would be an interesting thing to run somehow. We should get Tony Analytics on that to figure that out. But a nice little move to the upside right now, 273.80. We just got a piece out. So we did run Microsoft back up to the upside there. So as you can see, nice little done. 32, our best out right now, 70. And there it goes up, 76, 78, 79, 80. Let's keep this pumping up higher. And like I said, yes, Microsoft, yes. There it goes again. I gotta get over on this one. As Microsoft's starting to extend higher now, we are long 273.32. Let's take another piece out at 75 right now if we can get it. There it is, another one out. So good job on that. And we are waiting, and I'm just saying good job to the NASDAQ. Hopefully we'll be able to get out of Tesla now for that $2 clean. We want to only get out of half, right? It's come all the way back. I feel like it just touched 746. You know what? Let's just put an offer at 746, because if it bumps up again, like we could have got out there and we didn't. So let's put another offer there. I'll feel so bad if the market tanks here, because we have a winner on Tesla and we're just not taking it. So let's sort of slow down,
the itch.
take a little bit out, and then see what happens, because we're still long everything, AMD, CRM, and softies. So Tesla is definitely the slipperiest one out of all of these. Quickly over to Brendo.
WBD just popping up, guys. Apparently they've just confirmed that their chairman will step down. So a little bit of volume back to the upside here. Still down on the day, though.
All right.
Okay, chairman stepping down. Yeah,
Chairman
still
of the
down
board,
there.
was he Vince McMahon?
Hey, Vince.
WWE.
He has one of the better entrances, man. Like
I love Vince McMahon.
You gotta love him.
Him and Shane O'Mac.
Shane O'Mac too. Are you kidding me? Like,
Family
now we're getting
goals.
back. Like that's a fun.
And then Triple H marries into the family.
It's one of those things where like the golden age was, I think, whatever usually when you got into something. Like for me, like the golden age was right around that time. Even though I grew up, like Hogan and Hulkamaniacs in the 80s. But it's all about the Shane O'Mac. Like I love the swagger, Vince, all that kind of stuff. I know it's fake, but we have a lot of fun with it. You mentioned just there that
It's fake.
I know, but it's still fun. You can have fun with it, even though who cares? If it's
no chance in hell. It's
entertainment
fake.
is entertainment. And I think, realistically, I know people hate on it, but it's entertaining. I'm not as into it as I used to be. But I saw in the chat just now, and Brennan mentioned oil at the very beginning of the show, at least the afternoon show here, how strong it was. Well, Oxy triple top here right about $71. And there was a huge move that happened like right before we came on air, and I had the short consolidation, tried to get it to work, and then it stopped out. I had a bit of a long, and I'm like, that's way too tight to the high of the day to grab that long. Should have waited for VWAP, obviously. But now you are having a chance to break back out here. So just so you get a look at what it is. Like this morning, huge resistance in front of 71. And you're about to get to that same price. Any kind of a curl, I'll take a shot at it. But the reason I actually care, whether I trade it or not, here comes HUSA. Like I'm sitting in a consolidation on one of the weaker small cap names.
Oh, come on.
But my stop is set. If we get above 430, I'm just out of HUSA. But Oxy is trying to take out these tops. I'm looking for that 71. It's 71.10 is the high of the day. I'm looking for a curl at 71. A late day breakout definitely can be in play. It looks like the market wants to hold above that key level on the ES. So Power Hour has a chance to go. I'm getting close to trying to reload that NEO. I'm not there yet. I want to see one more push to the upside on the ES.
Oh, come on. I thought I just got it, but I got something else. I got softy. Let's go, Tesla. Like, we're right here, man. We're $1.50 here in the money. Hopefully we can make this Oh, it keeps on bouncing off to 75.50, man, which is only $1.30 in the money. We're trying to get this up to 746 so we can take out a piece of this, but I don't know. It keeps resisting. Like, why is Tesla stuck in this channel right now? Oh, yeah, because the market's not doing anything. So hopefully we get a little bit of a bump up here on the NASDAQ. We just need to take this out, like one more push, and we'll be able to get out of a little bit of this Tesla. Remember, the liquidity here, each one of these is a 1. The spread is 40 cents. So you got to be very, very careful with this trade. The problem is I'm going to get out. Like, if I just put an offer, I'll get out, and then it will rip up, and then I'll be peed off. But maybe that's what we should just be doing now on Tesla anyways. I mean, we're here to trade it, but at the same time, like my eyes are watching these futures. I'm not even watching Tesla right now, but I guess there's not much happening. So I don't know. Imagine I had like 10-second charts, how crazy I would be going right now.
You'd be losing your mind.
I'd be losing my mind. So all right, let's just hold out. We'll hold out on Tesla. I'm somewhere here offering. I am very close. I am basically on the offer as we speak and cannot. Bang! We get filled right there. So there it is right there. Nice little win there. We go. Congratulations on a $2 win there. And I know it's nothing. I don't mean to like be happy about a $2 win on Tesla, but we're making money. We're starting to make a move now. Microsoft is rallying for me. CRM is now $3. $3. What's up, Ms. V? $3 in the money right now. And that's still starting to go upside. And let's go Tesla. Now I can sit back, relax, because at least I know that I'm out of half. The risk to reward is 1-to-1. And we're all good on this one. It breaks below this 42 and we're gone. We were almost out there, so that's why we're happy, man. And there it goes, right through 746, all good. We took our trade. Now let's see if we can climb. The only misstep for me right there, and it's not really because, it is, but we had our level. It broke it. We got out at 149, so Crimea River, Apple, we could be rocking, but we still are. Really having fun today. I hope you guys are as well. So that was good, man. There it goes. We're pretty happy with it on that Tesla trade. Trust me when I tell you.
Yeah, and 750, you got to watch out for that one. If it can get back there, like obviously I'll be in NEO, and if it breaks this level, I think I'll be considering taking out NEO if we cannot get through that 750. And it's not to say that it's the EV futures, but it is kind of the EV futures. You got to watch out for it anytime it's on that move. I did get into Oxy, tight stop off the high of the day. Going to play off these levels every single chance we get. And if you got to keep price level, just keep going back to the well. That's why I'm in that consolidation. It's worked every single time off of this price since making the bottom on NIO. And I'm kind of expecting we'll see exactly the same thing here again. You mentioned Microsoft there, and I said we'd check back in on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, I really did expect if we were this strong in the market, like this kind of a pullback, that we'd see a shot at that 2,500 on Amazon, and maybe there'd be a trade to be had. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. Like Amazon, I mean, it's barely back to that 24.74 where we were when we actually started the show here. So I don't know what's up there. I guess it's running out of, it's up 3%, so it's not bad. It's actually outpacing the overall market. Shouldn't be complaining about it because it's got relative strength. But I really did think we'd be a heck of a lot closer to 2,500 as opposed to what we're seeing now. And it's similar with GameStop. I feel like they're just, they're running out of juice here. I was on the bid in front of 120 to get more shares, and it bounced essentially like 2 pennies off of my level, didn't give me the fill. So like you with Tesla, I didn't get the reload. No chance at scalping another $1 because I didn't get the fill, but I'll still wait in front of it. If we're above 120, I'll take another shot, Brendo.
Nothing big on the news side of things, it would appear, for this, but Harley Davidson just popping up on a volume scanner. You can see down here. No, you can't see down there. Trust me. There we go. You can see why. Lots of red bars coming into the sell side here, 3.5%. There was an investigation into a accident that happened with Ryder yesterday that was announced, but 2 days in a row we've had kind of this late day sell-off for Hog here on heavy volume.
Oh, that's ugly.
Harley, and we're going to do this right now because I don't know if copyright, I don't know how long we're allowed to have this on here, but here comes the money with Shane O'Mac, the best guy here. Love when he dances. He's got the Air Force Ones on. He's got the Jordans. He's celebrating it. So we go, here comes the money right now with Shane O'Mac and friends right there. So shout out to all of y'all. There goes Microsoft. Here comes the money. Bang on that one right there. $3. Oh, yeah. How's Tesla right now? $5 in the money. Tesla now, new highs. Let's go, baby. Well, not new highs on the day, but we're trying to take out this 750. It's happening for us. Oh, it's real. It's happening. It's right now. So let's just keep on going to the upside right now. Like, look at these trades. AMD, $1.70 in the money. Hi. CRM, 350 in the money. I've got you. Microsoft, we just put this trade on. Bang, to the upside right there. And then Tesla, 5 bills right now, upside. $5 in the money. Let's just keep on going, man. We're touching 750 right now. I mean, I might just get that out right now at 750. It's been a nice move up for the NASDAQ. And we started the show talking about the NASDAQ being down 0.7, 0.8. We called it green. We put our neck out on the line right there. We had 6 longs. There it is, NASDAQ pumping, and here comes the money. So good power hour there, Neil. You're right, some nice moves happening, and it's a bang city right here for power hour. Let's take out $1. We just put this on Softy. It's go time, baby.
Yeah, Tesla, I want to see that 750 go. Obviously, that's a monster level for Tesla. 760 does remain upside resistance. It just put in a bit of a wick high, so it did get through 50 just now, technically speaking. I didn't see what it looks like it got to like the quarters, maybe even the 50s, and then put in a bit of a wick high. That, if I see that and I'm in a related name, I'm going to at least trim a little bit of NEO, which I just did, because I don't want to see it get to the top of the range, pull right back in, and then fail, and then just managing on the other side of the trade. Yeah, like this is the reason why I'm in XPeng. Tesla trying to break back out, the market trying to break back out. This isn't even where it was 30 minutes ago. It's actually still below our entry price, which, given the strength you just saw in the market, you know, XPeng's still being treated as relatively weak. That's why I want to sit in it. A lot of times, oil has been negatively correlated to the market. I think we all understand that. So as the market got back to the highs, oil was at that 71 level. We waited for the top to get made. Now into the short trade on Occidental. Now you could have traded, I mean, like whatever. You can pick your poison. I'm just going to get off the bid here and actually get out manually because like, who cares about 2 or 3 extra cents? I just saw a bit of a bid in the 65 range, so I got in front of it at 71. But it's about finding something that's at a key price level. Like if I think we're about to make a bounce and we're negatively correlated on oil futures, I want the stock that's at the resistance point. So instead of getting it back here at 70.60, we waited for it to get to 71, and now we're going to take this a little bit of a turn on Oxy. So it's about the process, like knowing what stock you want to go to in advance. I hear a move in oil. I'm tracking Occidental usually. Obviously, this is going to mean that HUSA hasn't quite stopped me out yet, but I think it's getting close anyways. And this doesn't have to always follow oil futures or Oxy, it doesn't really make a difference. And it was so weak anyways. My stop's just sitting there at 430. I should have taken the profit on this when I had the chance at 1-to-1. I didn't, and sometimes you end up paying the cost for it. Thankfully, we'll make it back with the Occidental trade because that one does seem to be working out for us. I don't know if you're not in AMC, are you?
AMC, no.
No, okay. So GameStop, which is barcoding, well, it's not really barcoding. I mean, it's bouncing off the 120 level. The exact same thing is happening here in AMC at $13. So if you're watching Memeville, AMC did bounce off about a 10% move to the downside, so it bounced off SSR. Well, it has a chance, if the market were to turn here, might be worth watching AMC off those lows at that same SSR mark. I have to pay attention to it because I think if it takes out a bottom and I'm still long GameStop, I'll just get out, knowing that you can have a bit of a pullback. One is related to the other a lot of times. So you can have a bit of a pullback, and I don't want to get wrapped up into it. If it's not moving right now, which GameStop really isn't, then you don't want to get caught in a trap. And as a matter of fact, having seen that, I'm not reloading GameStop anymore. You know, they're just too weak. There's no bounce. There's no juice there. The move is in energy. The move is in some of the NASDAQ names. It doesn't seem to be with the memes here today. So I'll be happy that we got out of this with a couple of wins to the long side on GameStop. And if it doesn't want to do anything more for us, then we don't have to trade it.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I'm thinking right now for Tesla. I mean, I completely missed that wick. Like, I didn't even realize we went above 750. You hate seeing these when you're trading because, generally speaking, that's an exhausted candle there. So maybe, guys, can I somehow show this? Hold on a second. Let me just move this. Okay, that's fine, actually. Right there. So what happens sometimes is you get the biggest candle here on the volume in the last hour or so was that wick off top. So sometimes the buyers kind of get exhausted up there, right? And then it just fell right back down. That's like a doji star right there on a candle. So generally that's not a good sign. It does signal a retracement back down. I am at 749.50 right now. I don't know. I mean, maybe we don't maybe we just hold this and go for like a real big play through 750 right now. Brendan did mention that there was some talk about some supply chain issues. Obviously, you're down 1.4% and the market's flat today. So that's not a great sign for Tesla. But we're kind of holding out upside right now. We do have that 745 right there we can use to get out if we really did want to. But I'm just thinking like ahead of that 750 right now, it's not horrible right there. Guilty Amber Heard? Is that Johnny Depp stuff? Like,
Apparently.
honestly, guilty of what? Like, aren't they just suing each other for defamation or something like that?
Look, man, you know, I probably understand.
Trader Prad knows all about that.
I understand
so,
the least of anyone here, so like,
gotta
don't
ask
even look at me. Like, I really don't know. So
Yeah, so
Sorry.
no, a star is a good sign. No, I don't think so, Sven. I
Sorry?
think that star is a bad sign for me to go
For the
long.
long.
Yeah, so I think that's wrong, Sven. I think that's a bad sign for me. So, anyways, I'm gonna get out if it goes back to 750. So I've already kind of decided that. So I do hope that it does go back up there, and maybe we do wick higher than this 750.50. And if it does, then yeah, that's great for everybody. I know there's probably more longs out there than shorts. So we'll watch out for Tesla. $2 more higher, and we'll get out of this one right now. So that's that right here. There's 50 million on the line in that case. What?
50 million. Oh.
Maybe, it's a divorce, maybe settlement?
I don't know.
Okay, anyways, it has nothing to do with the market, so let's just keep on going. Microsoft, again, we missed that wick high there for sure. They all happened together. So we should have been sitting here at that high for Microsoft at 734.40. So a couple mistakes that I've been doing here. Hopefully it doesn't turn out to haunt me, but the NASDAQ is right now retaking some of those highs. So Tesla, man, I mean, just go up another $1. We'll get out. We'll ring the register on 5 and change on that one, and then hopefully be able to look back and say we made the right call. But the NASDAQ's still dancing. Oh, we haven't even talked about the imbalances. If anybody knows what we're at right now, that would be nice.
Yeah, actually, not sure what the early look is. Now, obviously, if I had to wager a guess, I mean, I would be guessing that it's to the upside. That's just because of the move that we recently put in here. But I'm not going to ignore the fact that our support level in NEO, like, when Tesla pushed 750, you were barely getting off the hump here. And when that happens to you, you know, the smart move is I'm just literally taking it out right now. I'm getting out flat. This worked several times, and I didn't take it out at 1790, which I probably should have done here. But NIO just feels too relatively weak. If it's going to make a move, if we're going to get a move to the upside, it's likely to be in other places, especially in the EV space. I still hold the Xpeng short because, quite frankly, it just hasn't been invalidated. If it breaks out here at the high, 2330, we'll just get out. But otherwise, if the market pulls back, this is at least something which is going to expectations, unlike NIO. And somehow I'm still in HUSA. My stop is in place. I have no idea why that isn't just taking me out. I guess the spread, yeah, it's got like a 2 or 3 cent spread at times. Oxy's still working to that downside, but I want to make sure we're not breaking that high of the day. Once we're through there, you want to watch out for a bit of a jailbreak. I know oil futures are closed, but they're still trading electronically, so you can get some late day spikes, and you can definitely find, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of one of those late day spikes. I said if the market bounced, I'd look at a firm just to prove I'm a man of my word. The only reason I'm not in it, it is just for being the weakest name in the overall market, you'd think that it would have caught a bounce, at least a bigger bounce off of these lows. It's still down 13%. Like, it basically bounced $1 after dropping 5, so it never really gave an entry point, but that's going to be a bit of a miss because should almost be trying to trade this one every single day while it's this good. That was a miss for me, but I'm not rushing into the trades. Worth noting, and I'm going to watch this tomorrow, 25 has been huge resistance the entire afternoon on a firm. Like, it's bounced off this 3 times and can't get through, and that's with a screaming market back to the upside. If people wanted to buy this, you'd think that would be a good price. Clearly, there are sellers galore at 25, so I'm going to mark that one down for tomorrow as my starting point for a firm.
All right, everything's kind of coming down here except really AMD. AMD's kind of still staying up to the high side, so this could be a name that does just come through right now. It looks like it's a buy side imbalance. I don't know if anybody knows what it is, but someone was saying high. I know 600, something like that. But we'll see what happens if that does come through. I just want to obviously. Tesla's come back in, so there it is, a big red candle, man. You got to watch out for that. As I said, that was a sort of a death sign right there. But yeah, we'll wait. We still have our offer, man. It breaks through 742. We're out. So then it'll be 1-to-1. And there's no more money for Tesla if it breaks down below. But hey, we took the shot. It started to go. We thought it could have a chance there. All right, just to recap our Microsoft trade, it's pulled back in. I still like a 73 print here. That's as low as we got right there. And if we broke that we can get out a little bit lower. But that's a level that we were a little bit concerned with. So down into there. If it comes anywhere closer back to 273 for Microsoft, hopefully it just keeps on climbing. We don't have to worry about it. But I'm going to put a bid around 273. I mean, realistically, I think we got to get out around here, 80s or so. So let's put a bid around 273 flat. I don't know if that's going to come into play. Hopefully it doesn't, to be honest with you. But if it does, we want to sit there and at least take it for a possible flush and then another bump. We do have our out right there. We saw how aggressive Microsoft got to the upside. Unfortunately, we did miss some of those wicks to the upside. So we are sitting here in Microsoft. If it ever comes back in to 274 or so, we can get another piece out right there. So that's what we're waiting for. Other than that, Tesla's still $2 in the money. Oh, an update. Okay, hopefully this doesn't look bad right now, but I forgot to go over this, so we'll go because CRM was a big stock for me today. We only have one trade. It was right here, the long on this dip in. It only went against us about 70 or so cents, and we just wind up taking there about $3. So it broke back down below. As soon as this was broken there, it broke as well right there, but we were ignoring it for some reason. And then when we almost touched new highs on this move, on that pullback, we got out. So a nice little break of 178. We're out right there, 177.85 to conclude that trade. So there it is, CRM. We are now done with that as it's only 3:27 right now. 30 minutes more until we close out the first day of June.
Yeah, first day of June. I closed out RDBX. It gave the flush that we're looking for, but just a couple of shekels away from that 550. I held on to the final piece, but it was not moving. I was able to get out break even. This is actually setting up Redbox here for a chance at a break. And I don't know if we have the juice to get there here today, but $6, which was a bit of a thing this morning. You can see it really fell apart a second time off of 6 even. It's now a couple of times here, tested 6, added a couple of shorts, some success, then more success with the second one. If we can get through this, maybe the volume picks up, a chance at a late day runner, oftentimes this late in the day, sometimes you get that break and it's a 4 o'clock type event, so not much we can do about it. But Redbox, I'm now starting to think the other direction. If the volume can pick up, I'm going to like a chance at a $6 break just because it has some room to slide up. It would have to be a quick one because we only have 20 minutes till the imbalances. Time is running short, so even Uber here I'm looking to get out of. We got some out in front of 23. I had a wick bottom. It retested the high without stopping me out. I didn't reload into it because the ES was still above that support level, which meant I didn't want to reload any shorts if the ES was above that level. But I am going to have to get out here thinking this is no longer the move that it was this morning. I still think it's on the ish list. As long as it's below 24, I want to be playing the shorts on Uber. But this far away from that 24 level, it has to be a scalp trade. Just running out of juice here as the market really isn't picking much of a direction. Since we had that breakout from 4,100 on the ES or
it's
12.5,
yeah.
Like it's really just sort of consolidating in this range. So you got to take the trades and take the profit inside of the range while it's there for you.
Yeah, I feel like it wants to go long. I mean, obviously I started the show with 6 longs, but quickly, there's Microsoft. So that's what I was looking for right there. It came back all the way back to 274 there. That was our target area. We talked about that. So there's another piece out on Microsoft. Let's see if it now takes out. Oh, good out right there. Wow, as it just falls back down right there. How far did Tesla get on that? Did something just crack? I don't know if something just happened right there, but the NASDAQ is giving everything up right now. Back down to the downside right here goes the NASDAQ. That just went to 744. It was just at 747. So obviously Brendo's over there if something just happened.
Like I just put a bid in.
Here we go. U.S. plans to sell 4 long-range Gray Eagle drones to Ukraine. Okay, so that's not good, man. You don't. Ukraine's going to have long-range missile drones right now. If they ever do anything to Russia, you might as well say RIP to Ukraine. So I don't. That's not good right now. So that's going to definitely send this market into a little bit of a tizzy right now. Sheryl Sandberg is stepping down also as Meta's COO. That's not good. Right now, Sheryl Sandberg. There goes Facebook. That's what it was. Facebook to the downside right now. Facebook cracking. Bye-bye, Sheryl Sandberg. Big move to the downside. 187 coming in for Facebook. So I loaded it up. Yeah, right there. Big move down for Facebook, down to 186. That's not good. She's been there from the beginning, man. That is Mark Zuckerberg's right-hand woman. So good sign or not, but there goes Sheryl Sandberg stepping down as COO of Facebook. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, it's the Facebook news, guys. The S&P not really moving on that, but you mentioned it, Sean.
Yeah, so wow, big move down there.
Yeah.
Glad we found that for you. Obviously, that's going to create some havoc here on some of these NASDAQ names. But hey, I mean, that's why you deal with news. And I said, like, if you're ever stuck in a position, there's nothing you could do. So we're not in Facebook, but there it goes. Not great news for Facebook right there. Sheryl Sandberg's been with them forever. Made some missteps as well, but definitely helped Zuck out on Capitol Hill, things like that. That's not good. There goes Sheryl Sandberg, and there goes Facebook to the downside. I don't want to touch this. Normally, I'd be in a long here off of that, but, you know, I mean, we can zoom in a little bit.
I zoomed out. I thought 185, but it never quite got there. So
Well,
on the
close enough, man,
on the first spike, like you had to be on the bid. I wasn't there fast enough because like all of a sudden all the bids started
got
hitting.
186.
Like if you're short, a bunch of bids just started hitting, and then you said by the time you had said the news, you maybe I flipped to it a little bit late, pulling it up. So 186 maybe you could have had. I don't know if I want to fade this. I think you'd have to fade it off 190. Even then, it gets tricky. And when you're playing this, when I say fade it off 190, this is what I mean. Like previous support, maybe that turns into your next resistance, going by that theory. But I'll let this one play back out. It's the only level outside of 85 that I think I would try, and it would be that 190. And it doesn't even seem like it wants to get there.
Yeah, there goes Facebook, man. All the way to the downside. We're just going to tweet this out for you guys so you can see the news. But there it is. Downside pressure here on Facebook. Still cracking lower, lower, lower. So not a great news story here for them. We'll find out why. Hopefully it's a nothing burger, right? It's just like she's fine, everything's fine. But that's not a good sign when that's happening. But who knows? Could be getting poached somewhere else. I don't want to think that this is completely negative for Facebook, but when you lose a leader like that, it's not great. So she's helped them.
The market's hating it. Right?
You know, the market. Oh, the market's fine. I think.
No,
it's just,
I mean,
hating Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook. I don't mean the market.
To the downside. Yeah. So some nice moves here. This may give us an advantage to buy something that has nothing to do with this, which is why I just went over right now to Microsoft, but that didn't dip down enough for me to get spicy with it. So we'll wait to see on that one. I almost think this is worth buying a little bit more Tesla here on this news, guys.
Oh, I went ahead and tried it because why not? I should have gone the first time off of that 85 level. I end up going the second time, technically even the third time. And this is a pretty shallow bounce, man. Like you can't even get past. This is ridiculous. This bounce is weak. Like you'd think after 185 bounce, you'd be able to get to 87s, 88s there. That got to 186 and just turned on a dime. So I even got the quarters. Like, oh, there we go. This gave you 186 again.
Yeah, it's gonna rip.
Yeah, but it goes above 186. It's there for a split second, and it's right back to the lows.
Yeah, that's Facebook, man.
Yeah, like there's just a lot of sellers here, so I'm going to let it play out. Like either it breaks 185 and I'm out, or we're going to actually get this 186. But that was the scalp trade there. Yep. 185 was the only level. If it had come to 190, I'd have traded off the short to 190, but I mean, you can see that clearly didn't come anywhere close to it. As a matter of fact, it's still challenging this 185 bottom. It's crazy. Like it might take this level out. Like where could we even go if we take out 185? Like.
I mean, just further. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really too many levels to worry about right now on this name, but there it is, the 186, 187. I mean, there it goes, right? I mean, it was never really. Again, like we don't know enough about these stories, which is why I kind of stay away from it. But yeah, I mean, to get in there, that was a good take down there at 185. We'll try it again if it comes near that 185, but then a break lower, then you got to get out.
Oh, I should say this too, by the way. Like the second you said the thing about the actual long-range missile thing,
that's not good.
I dumped my Oxy short. And it ended up being the wrong call because, I mean, I don't know, it's getting dragged down with it, but I don't care. Like, I heard that headline. I mean, this is a stock that was strong. I was just going to take it out, but it is also dumping with the rest of the market. And Facebook, wow, Meta, I don't know which one we're supposed to call. Like, this is the amount of volume going on down here is crazy. It's churning at this 85 level. I feel like I should be just back into it off 185.
I'm trying. I'm bidding there, so hopefully it can come back in. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, we did take that opportunity to get some more Facebook or some more Tesla, but it looks like Tesla's just fading anyways with it. So, if this takes out, we're very close to getting out of this one. We talked about the risk to reward on Tesla. We don't want to give back, everything that we've made or anything like that. So we still do have our Tesla ready to go on a 742 break. So if that breaks lower, then we will get out of Tesla. I mean, this could easily, which not easily, it's doing it right now. We'll get out if it breaks through 741.50 or so. We'll just downsize this a little bit here on our Tesla trade just because of the whippiness of that headline. So we'll wait to see. We'll give this 150 more cents. It'll be a loser obviously if this comes down in, but we didn't expect that, right? So she's COO, so Chief Operating Officer there. Sheryl Sandberg stepping down from Facebook. So that's going to be a problem for them. And it's funny, days before they change over to Meta, maybe she's not a big fan of that ticker. Let's hope that that's what the problem is. And here we go. I don't think so, but
no,
right back.
Yeah,
we're just playing. There it goes back up to the upside. I'm going to watch this. We do have that 186 area that you can now play off of. It's held that a little bit as well now. So let's see what happens to Facebook. A long ways back here for FB. I would honestly say you might.
There's buyers in front of 186 now.
We sort of have a policy that we're not going to get in there and buy shares or anything while we're on the air because we don't want to be known as doing that. But this could be an options play here because it's so far down. It'll probably retrace. Let's see what the story is. I feel like it doesn't. This is too big of a move. It's 4%'s not that big of a move, but that's pretty dramatic. It looks crazy on a daily. On a minute chart. Let's have a quick look at what it looks like.
Well, it's 10% from
where it was.
The morning. It got to 200 today.
Yeah,
so it's not really 10%. It's close enough, I guess. But that's a big move. This was at $200. It was at $200. They're almost at $200.
We call it 10%. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
But here on a daily chart, it's not. This is what I sort of was getting at here. It's not like that dramatic here on a daily chart. So I feel like if this was really, really horrible, this should be down a lot more than that. So let's wait to see on this. A nice little take there back up to 187. And there goes Tesla. We are now long 744. It's back up to 745. Let's see if we can take advantage of a little bit of a bump here in the NASDAQ and get out of some Tesla right now. In the money, $1 again. So, hey, if we want it, let's get some 746s one more time out on Tesla. If we can, we'll take that out, 746. Otherwise, if this takes out 741.50 or so, we're going to be out of this name, Tesla.
Yeah, I just stepped away from the 185, which I said I didn't feel great about doing. But there was a buyer. Sorry, I should say there is some buying that's happening on Facebook at 186 now. So it just stepped up $1. So if it worked the first time, I don't know, try it like the second time through as well. There comes 187. Like, why not? Like, I might just take it out, that 187. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth and just basically rinse and repeat. 85 up to 86, 86 up to 87. I don't know where it's going to go, but it feels like with 10 minutes to go till the imbalances come through, it does want to retest those highs. There'd be a point at which I don't think you really want to have the short if it got back to 190. Because what will happen is we don't know the full story. Well, people might start getting wind of the full story. Maybe we haven't even heard it yet, and you might actually see some buying going in, and you don't want to be trading blind. It's one thing to just trade off an even dollar level when you see like an iceberg you see somebody buying that price. Like essentially it got to 186. There was an iceberg one time, and then there was like 1,000 share, 2,000 share lots at 11, at 14, just buyers in front of the levels. So you jump in front of that in the quarters and then play it to the next dollar higher. That's essentially what happened at 185. So the same thing happened at 186. Nothing greedy about it, just sort of in, out, and scalp it. I'm not going to sit there holding it because, again, I don't really know the full story either. So it's hard for me to say if it's a nothing burger or not. You like to think it isn't, because if it's a nothing burger, then we all just missed a big chance to get Facebook at 185.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine eventually. We're going to up our shares. Well, we did that because we averaged in, but we'll up our out here. We now have $1 plus in the money here for Tesla. So this is where we were just sitting here, right here to get out. We bumped it up a little bit. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a higher bid here from Tesla through 746. Here we go. $2 now in the money. It's just bouncing off 746 again. We just got into that area, man. Let's put an offer now, 747. I think that's probably our best bet here near that 747 area. So let's go 746, like 80 or something like that. And we'll see if we can get a bump. $1 more will be nice, and we'll take that if we can get it. But let's go over to Brendan with more.
So this is coming, guys, from a post directly from Sheryl Sandberg. I can show you said post right now. There's a lot of very nice talk in this between her and Mark. Like, she talks about Zuckerberg a lot in this. There's nothing in regards to why she is leaving. It's just all niceties, it would appear anyways, between Sheryl Sandberg. So amicable, I guess, on the way out the door for Sheryl Sandberg.
All right. Trying to read that, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, is what it is. If there's something nice, and that's what we said. I was hoping that it wasn't for health reasons, or obviously we hope for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we hope now for a rip. So let's go.
It
let's
is
rally, and of course it's ripping. We talked about that. Great trade. I hope you're still long into that.
Nope.
Okay, well, great trade anyways. Again, whenever you make the money, you make the money. So we'll drop that
go to
down
192.
For that. But we're taking advantage of it really nicely because we have $2 in the money now on Tesla as this is starting to go, man. We're very, very close to getting, yes, sir. Bang, there it is. Nice little out. Spin that money. That's $3 again there on Tesla to the upside. Now we'll wait for a little bit more on that one as we get going. AMD now $1.30 in the money. Microsoft $1 in the money. So we have 3 trades on, all more than $1 plus in the money. We hope that Tesla can get going back. Wow, 189. Remember, I just said it, guys. Mark stamped that. I said this is an options play. You could buy, take some options down here when we were at 186, 186.50. There it is. Merry Christmas. It's a free $3 there. I should be long the equity. Unfortunately, I only went over to Tesla, but that's why we're here for you. Thank you for all the kind words in the chat about everything, and we're glad to bring you the news, man. And that's why you watch us live. Share, like the stream, man. If you're not liking the stream or telling everybody, like, we just dropped that Facebook news to you.
You want to know why? Because any other channel or any other, they'll talk about the story,
yeah,
and it'll be like, oh, this is what's happened, blah, blah, blah. No, the stock movement. Like, where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? What is the actual price action that matters to a trader? I get it. I'm not taking anything away from quality programming other places. It's just about what's really happening in real time when news like that hits. And that's the only place you're going to see it because the bid ask was telling you a great story at the bottom at that 185 price, and you could see it on a higher level time chart. We're all looking at the same chart. The reality is reaction to the news. You only get so many chances to see this in real time, learn from it, and then be able to trade it next time. So you want to take advantage of that. And we're the only place you're going to see it, Brendo.
Okay, so Bloomberg now reporting, guys, that someone by the name of Javier Olivan will take over as COO. So this was obviously in the works because they have a plan that's coming out now. So yeah, Javier Olivan, if anyone cares, is now COO.
Yeah, let's go, Javier, man. Bring this company back, man. Make Facebook great again, Javier. To the upside on that one. So, and if you guys need a hype man, Facebook, I'm right here. We'll be there for you. But that's good. And so there you go. So there, I mean, it looks like it was a little bit of a nothing burger. Yeah. Obviously, it hits the market, and no better words spoken there. I mean, that's why I keep telling you guys every single day. That's why I tweet these things out. That's why we're tweeting out news stories, things like that, because this is live, man. I look back at this subpar programming, and they're just like, she has stepped down now, yada, yada, yada. Have they even talked about, trade ideas yet? Probably not. If you guys are traders, you are definitely in the right space right now. So let's just...
Somebody loaded up at 185. We know that much.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, we could have loaded
Somebody loaded up.
We could have. We were standing there watching this trade happen, So
the weird thing that happened was, like, the market dropped, and it took a few seconds, a few beats to realize it was Facebook that had dropped. That was the key thing.
Sorry to interrupt, but here we go. Here we go right here. This is why we do this, Neil. David Beach right here, right? It doesn't matter. I don't care about the money that you made. That's great, 150, right? Add a 0 to that. I would never have gone long on Facebook, but you guys just made me bill 50 in about 10 seconds. And you know how much that cost you? Nothing. So you just made 150 right there. Thank you so much. Drop that cash down and let's go. Yeah. Oh yeah. Have we
185.20 to be precise?
There we go. So there you go, man. I mean, lots of opportunities right there to take it with us. And there we go. We're gonna drop that news for you every time. I mean, it could be. Look, today it's Facebook. What is it tomorrow? What is it the next day? That's why you have to make sure you're watching.
It was a firm on that stupid early release. Look, it doesn't matter if it happens intramarket. Remember when Astra had the explosion, which is unfortunate, obviously. We were live for that too. And that's what happens. We're always here when the market is open. And that's the reality. So as long as something happens in real time, you're going to get a chance to see it. And we're not going to miss much because we got Brendo giving us the real news. But let's remember how it started. It was a volume spike, caused the market to move down. And guess what? Sean was trading Facebook, so he's got it up on his screen. And that's what it's about being a live trader. Now, it does go to 190. I didn't put the short on at 190 because, quite frankly, when we started hearing more about it, it didn't feel as good to be on the short side of the trade. But it just went to previous resistance. Like,
There's nothing tells me it's a short, though.
No. That's the news. Nah, not really.
Not
But it just went to essentially, not previous resistance, I should say. Sorry, previous support was 190, and it just went to that price. And that's what happens in a liquidity vacuum. Usually, it'll go to the last accepted price on the bid. If it gets bought up there, okay, yeah, they like it. But then you go to that last point that it was accepted, where there's a bit of a vacuum below, and that tends to be resistance, right? Like anybody that was holding this, longs from this morning or this afternoon, or longs from earlier in the week, that's their break-even point, and they're dumping it in front of that. So you think in the mind of like a day trader or a short-term trader or a swing trader that gets caught in that news, and ask yourself what price they'd be happy to be selling it, and it would just be in front of that 190. But once that trade is gone, like you had to take it the first time. It gave you $2 or $1.50, and I wouldn't necessarily be sitting in it, because if you immediately have a replacement, that tells a big part of the story, right? Like either you'd be doing a search, so this was not a shock, obviously. You just hope it's not like health related or anything like that. So that's all we hope for.
All right, yeah. Oh, yeah, and then that was instantly the first thing on my mind there, right? So, all right, guess what we've done again? We are now reloaded. So where's that one right there? We'll reload this this Tesla trade. We just took another long down there. Look at that long. Look at that long for Tesla right there. 742.50, man. Instantly pops into the money again. We'll take this one out at 745 if we can get it out at 745 again. The imbalances are coming through in 3 minutes. So let's see where we can go. What's going on, man? I've stuck orders here on Tesla. There it is. We'll refresh it and get rid of it. That's a good long. We just got this 742.50. You can't get trades unless you sit there. So there it is. We got that long. We should just take advantage of this. I mean, it's instantly $2 in the money. So we could take that out, but giving us an average price now of 743. So that out half there, back in, giving us this average price right in the middle. So there we go. Let's see if we can get this out again near this 746 and really ring the register now on Tesla to the upside. Tesla slowly but surely becoming one of your boys' top stocks today. I hope it's one of yours as well. But there it is right now, 740. 590 maybe. We'll put an offer there. See if we get a little bit of a bump here on what should be a decent imbalance coming through. I only say that because we're starting to bounce upside a little bit. Do we have an imbalance number yet?
I think Financial Juice saying 720 million to buy. So it looks like it is going to be a buy and bounce. We kind of guessed that because of the price action in the market.
Look at my trades right
now. It's not $1 billion, but it's still up to the upside. At least that's what's indicated. It doesn't mean in 90 seconds that it will be a buy and bounce. It just means that right now, that's where things are leaning on the NYSE floor when you add it all up there, guys. We'll have it for you live when 350 hits. And you can take a wild guess of what stock I'll be watching just in case it has one. It'll be Facebook because that's what I want to look at after the move we just saw.
Yeah. I'm not expecting big time for that. Okay, well, right now Softy just went right back to it again, and I was like, you know what? We don't really need to be involved in this this number, but we do have AMD long, so that's been really working out for us, obviously, as that's right back to highs again. That's $1.50 in the money, and this Microsoft is $1 in the money. So that just went up again to 745.60. Let's just put an offer there. I'm just going to put an offer rate. Sorry, 745. I've got Tesla on my mind. 274.60 was the high rate there. All right, so with only a minute to go now, I'm going to put this offer out. So 274.60 exactly, right at that high. Let's go a little less than that. Let's go like 57. Just we'll play this game. We'll see if we can get that out here. If it does rip up on this number, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But we will take that out just because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 times a charm. Too many, right? So although I like Lucky Charms, not today, not on this trade. We will hold our AMD, though. If it comes out a moonshot, we have Tesla long already. That's going to be a monster. And then we do have AMD long, which I think I like better than the Softy long. Oh, and as soon as I say that, guess what just happened? Bang City with Tesla, with Microsoft. Nicely done to the upside. Here we go, Neil.
We have, come on, there they are, updating. AMC 1.6 million to buy to that upside. Intel's a small buy, 900. It's to the buy side, but not gigantic.
Yeah,
it looks
I
like.
didn't get out of my
AMC,
trade there.
but that's probably the headliner is AMC there. That is 1.7 million shares to buy. Did it react? Nah, not much. Really
That's
only about
hilarious.
10 cents to the upside, but yeah, it did come buy side there, but not gigantic to that buy side. AMC being the standout name. IBN not really mattering. Intel always pairs off. SoFi is 900,000 to buy, but SoFi is keeping up. That's not really a gigantic. It did make a tiny little move there off of 705, but bit of a disappointment on that imbalance, I'd say.
Yeah, let's just get out of everything. So we're out of AMD there. Tesla, honestly, guys, it came 3 cents away from getting me out. Like I was sitting at, I told you where I was sitting, 745.90. I was sitting at. Do you know where that wick went to right there? It went to 745.86, 83. So we missed it by 7 cents there. So we'll take another piece out at 745. We'll just test that VWAP rate, sorry, the 50 period right there, and get a piece out. Again, it looks like it was a nice buy imbalance. Unfortunately, it ripped it up and then tanked right back down. Look at this. So we just got out of our AMD fine, right? Look what Microsoft did on that. Look at this out we just got. We just got it right before the imbalance, which reminds me, let's just cancel. Okay, good. I don't have any stop orders out besides Tesla. Right there, guys. Look at that out. 274.60. Like, it's not worth holding anything into the trade. So unless you're playing the trade, which I wasn't doing. So right there, we got out on the mock. So that's a banger right there to end the day on Microsoft. A big trade for me. We're only negative on 2 names today. We're actually negative on Facebook and we're negative on Apple. Other than that, man, AMC's a banger. AMD's a banger. CRM's a banger. Softy, boom. Mullen, we've talked about that. Where's Mullen right now? 144, okay. And then the TQQs, you guys know about that trade. We had that one on. So, yeah, so far so good today. We just need Tesla to go, man. We are pennies away from getting out of that one. Now it looks like we'll pay the piper if it does break this 742.
Yeah, and look, Meta ended up being a bit of a nothing burger at that imbalance. There was always a chance that it could. It seems like there's really nothing that's standing out here. Even though it is a couple of billion to the upside overall, there was nothing that's really stood out other than AMC, which is not doing much as I keep checking back to see if it's making some moves. I saw someone say there was a good short opportunity on TNXP, and I was like, I should show you this one because we talk about winners and losers, but I didn't make the top wick on TNXP, but my last trade was short 450, and I lost 5 cents on it, and then the stock is down at $3 here today. But that's part of the game. Like, you've got to get back on these. If it comes to a level like this and puts a wick off top, that's a setup I usually have. I'm not sure why I didn't have this. It was right at the end of the show. We were still live, so that's pie in my face on TNXP. Right back to where we started at $3 this morning where we had the long. So that one's right back to a price that we're interested in. And we're going to take a look at it once again tomorrow. Just coming back over to, I mean, you're already on Tesla. I did cover both XPeng and NEO because I didn't want to hold them right into the close. Still at that 23 level, despite the fact they had good deliveries. XPeng is on the relatively weak list. However, it's got support at $22.50 where it bounced today. So it's in a bit of a channel where it could catch a bid if the market wants to cooperate. And Uber, still on the ish list because it's got some relative weakness, still below VWAP, still hanging up below that 24. So strong market bounce that's getting faded here, but note where the relative strength and weakness actually has been and stick to that side of those trades.
Okay, we actually, I mean, there it goes. It broke down through 741, so actually Tesla downside. And this is what's so crazy. We get a great print on Microsoft, and we are 7 cents away, which is crazy because the spread is 50 cents on this. So a little bit of not bad luck. Well, I guess it was bad luck. Just one more little blow higher there, and we get out. But unfortunately, there it comes back down to the downside, but still, fine. Like, you know, you get these trades on, you take them, and you see what happens. Here it comes back down to the downside. So a bunch of great outs, man. We got out of that AMD almost instantly right there. That's a good out. Softy's a good out as well. Upside there. Thanks for the credit on that one. Super SPAC, man, I think it was. The only problem was our Tesla. Turns out to be a nothing for me today as, well, it's still fine, but, you know, it would have been a lot better to get out there for $5, but we don't have it. Sorry, $4, but we don't have it. So, all right, it's earnings time. Lululemon is aftermarket tomorrow. I saw someone say about Lulu. That's not part of this board because we're looking about tomorrow's trade, Brendo.
Yeah. Some apparel makers, still some retailers to come as well, I saw on that board for tomorrow. Here is what is coming tonight and tomorrow morning.
Oh, you know the one you guys care about. We talked about Chewy, I think, yesterday. Certainly it matters. And C3 AI, why not? Like, that should be an interesting one. GameStop, though, I mean, Yeah, look, it's meme stock, but it's been on the move lately. Still have that same 120 level we're looking at all week. That's going to be in play. It looks like it did bounce off it after all, but this is the one that's going to move. It shouldn't be 3.5%. I almost don't care the direction. It's going to be off of this 120 as a first level. If it does squeeze to the upside, remember how big of a deal 150 was. And I don't know where support's going to be honest, if we're below that 120. So there's a lot that it can drop. I mean, 100 stands out. So sometimes it's just about the round numbers. But I'm going to be day trading this one 100% tomorrow. There's no way I won't be watching GameStop as the first thing when I sit down.
All right, we thank you for the super chat here. Something reviews. Thanks for the instant Facebook, man. You bought the flipped calls. You've bought and flipped them for 40%. I mean, that's part of like what I would have done. But again, being here on the show, we're not logging into our accounts or anything like that. So that's that, man. You are definitely welcome. Way to go on that one. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls, for acknowledging that. Johnny Depp receives $15 million. Okay, I don't know if that's true or not, but whatever. Good for that.
Getting paid.
Getting paid. I mean, I don't know how much he made on all those Captain Jack Sparrow movies.
Bank.
What were those called again?
Pirates
of the Caribbean. Yeah,
you know how old those are?
I haven't seen one of them. I'm not even gonna lie.
Are you serious?
Well, I know what they are and I've seen them, but I've not like sat down there and physically watched it.
Start to finish, I've seen, I think, one of them.
Yeah, wasn't there like the first 12 of them or something?
No, I think 3.
Yeah, just
how many?
playing
They
around.
made 3, right?
I'm just playing around, but I like Johnny Depp, man. Edward Scissorhands. I mean, you want to go to a throwback there for Johnny Depp, Edward Scissorhands, and then Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I mean,
that was creepy.
There's some great. Yeah, if you're watching Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, I suggest some of this.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah, there it is. Get lit up and watch that.
Just watch
maybe.
the original.
Not
Gene
that I've
Wilder.
ever done that, but I feel like I feel like when I watch that movie, that's what it would feel like if I was ever under
It's
the
no
influence.
train spotting, but
There, yeah, or Clockwork Orange as well. Lots of good movies out there to watch, and lots of good trades happening here, guys. So we're really happy that you were able to join us. I want to tweet out that Facebook news, that clip. So we're going to clip that so we can put that up there on social. If everybody could do that, cry baby. AMC dropping right now.
Is it?
Let's just have a quick look.
The balance probably flipped on AMC, is my guess.
Well, you said it was a buy, right?
It was a big buy amount.
So
it's paired off.
Yeah, but I mean, all imbalances are pairing off anyways. But
it actually flipped to a sell. 300,000 sell.
Good one. Yeah, we're pretty happy, man. Thank you for everybody for watching. It was a big show. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let me just see how many likes we have right now, so I can give everybody, for not liking more of it here. Whoops. Right here. How many do we have? Ooh, we have 4,000 watching and only have 2.2K likes. So you could just hit that like button, man. We're trying to tell. I mean, if you like the all-day stream and stuff like that, we're trying to analyze some of the numbers here that we get. So obviously we like to keep the all-day stream. So let's hit the like button. Let's see if that's telling YouTube that we are the best station to broadcast straight 7 hours of hot fire for you. 8:30, wait a minute, 8:30 to 4. How many hours is that? I don't know. Seems like
we try to do math at the end of the day. There's 90 seconds left in the market. And you want math?
Yeah, but we're both flat right now. So
no, you're right.
Liked it right now. Thank you so much, Luis Gomez, for that. Thank you as well for everybody that's hitting the like button. Definitely means a lot for us, man.
Where's Tony?
Who's ringing the bell? I think the Widowmaker should ring the bell here, Fahad. Spencer's doing
on the
okay.
bell?
Good. Another trader alert, Spencer. Hopefully he'll be able to ring the bell and have a successful close for us here today.
Yeah, and it's been a crazy one. Not often you're going to see real time what we saw there on Facebook. That's why we're here, Meta, whichever one you want to call it. But it's been a heck of a lot of fun. Come back, obviously, tomorrow. We're not going anywhere. Every day the market is open. You get to see opportunities like this on our trading floor, which always gets hyped up. You guys can't hear it, but the closer you get to the close, a little more action. People getting revved up and psyched up for that close. I think it's Spencer's first time on the bell. He has been on the midday show before. He is one of the traders on the floor, so we'll shout it out to him. Facebook's making a late rally, so it might get all the way back to that 190. This is strong like a bull off that 185 level. What a crazy, crazy, crazy session we have had. And if you think it's crazy now, we get GameStop tomorrow. Come on, give me a break. You're going to go from this to GameStop? Yeah, we'll take it.
It's still the Dunks, so shout out to Mike Crehan here. The Dunks. You guys asked about what we're wearing today, so we're flipping our shoes a little bit day after day. I'm still going to wear those Jordan Retros. Okay, 10 seconds to go here. The Jordans are coming out.
Get him on. There he is.
There he is.
There's Spencer.
He's watching the time. 4, 3. Don't worry, we'll count down for you, my man. 2 and 1. It is Spencer on the bell. Yeah, so look, wrapped up the good day there. It was a fun one. Tomorrow should be absolutely insane for sure. The NASDAQ finished down today, but let's find out on the broader markets. What's up, Brendo?
Yeah, pretty red, unfortunately, to kick off the month of June, remember? So the Fed comes through and begins to reduce its balance sheet. I mean, we survived, right? Here's a look at the overall market, 0.72 for the S&P. There we go. 0.12 for the Dow, the NASDAQ 0.66, all in the red once again. Ugly down here as well. 5% and 6% for Bitcoin and Ethereum today.
Not great in crypto land, but the rally late in the day wasn't that bad. It couldn't close it out. But let's be real. Like the only reason we didn't hold those highs was because of the news that came out on Meta. So realistically, we did get back with the positive territory. Overall, like you can't predict news like that. When it happens, you can just react to it. But the move was impressive up until the resignation from Sheryl Sandberg.
Yeah. I mean, it was good. Good day today overall. I think that it's hump day, right? We're on the Wednesday right now because we had a shortened week. So thank you everybody for watching us. 2 more days to go, and we got to just do a quick wrap up here. Stay tuned for our trade of the day. Today was NIO, so we could talk about that. You could see what happened with that at the end of the day. Obviously a fade down on some of these names, but big day for us, man. We're super happy. We have over 300,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for watching the show. A big thank you to Trader Brad. Hey, what's up, Trader Brad? As he's not at his desk. So shout out to that. Shout out to Lucas. Shout out to, there he is. What's up, Brad? Shout out to, they're going golfing. Are you going golfing? You are. All right. There he is. Yeah, actually that swing looks pretty good there, bro. I don't know.
Not bad, man.
I don't know. All right.
It's better than my swing.
I want to see the score tomorrow. You'll beat 90? Under 90 today. Under 90 on a par.
9. It's par 3.
Yeah, it's not bad. All right, so let's wrap this up. Thanks to Maggie. Thanks to Fahad. Thanks to Lucas. Thank you to Mark. Thank you to Luca. Thank you to Ian and Trader Pratt. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Brendan and everybody. But for the whole Trader TV Live team, GME's not out yet or anything, so we'll wait on that one. Stay tuned for that. But we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 where we celebrate more earnings and hopefully more good trades. See you then, guys. Ciao.